Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Lebo Mountain and the Mist. The next morning, when Zaya woke up from his dream, he saw a white textile-like item on the table in the room. Transparent chiffon. A smile appeared on his lips. Only the frozen bird could do this. Such a nice item that suddenly appeared and could enter the room without being perceived by him and his companions. It seemed that he would not have to come to the white snow mountain again. Zaya got up from the bed and picked up the white transparent chiffon item. The cold air came and made him sober up a lot. Although it looks like textile, transparent chiffon is actually made of ice and snow. The special energy structure makes it not melt easily. Its function is to help ice elves improve their control of ice energy. In simple terms, it is to enhance the special attack and special defense capabilities of ice elves. Articuno is still very generous. Zaya can see at a glance that the quality of this transparent chiffon is quite high, and the effect must not be too bad. However, the other party's behavior of sneaking over to give gifts in the middle of the night is inexplicably cute. This is considered as the pride of a legendary beast, ZHE thought with a mixture of laughter and tears. He went into the bathroom to wash up briefly, woke up the little ones who were staying in bed, and took back the Pokeballs, and soon came to the front desk. Please help me send this piece of non-melting ice to the director of the Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy. ZHE took out the piece of non-melting ice from his backpack. Although it didn't seem to have much effect, I think the director would be very happy to see this piece of non-melting ice. After thinking about it, he took out a blue feather and covered it on the non-melting ice. The battle was so intense yesterday that a blue feather rain fell on the top of the snow mountain, and ZHE collected some in the chaos. The power of the Articuno in it was pitiful, but as a souvenir, it was still very valuable. After all, it was a part that fell from the legendary beast. ZHE is not short of money now, and he plans to use these feathers to make a fan, which should be a very good experience to use in summer. The trainer, who also got up early at the side, was drooling at the sight of the non-melting ice. Besides trying their luck to see if they can meet Articuno, isn't it to catch a good ice-type elf, or get some valuable props when they come to Snow Mountain? The non-melting ice that can enhance the power of ice attribute skills is quite popular in the market. And judging from the chill it emits, this piece of non-melting ice is definitely not the incomplete type. This, brother, the mountaineer with a beard, looked at Zay's face and gritted his teeth to call him. Where did you find this piece of non-melting ice? It's not shabby to make money. Zay looked at him speechlessly. On the top of the mountain. He swore that he was not lying, that Articuno was indeed on the top of the mountain, and that this piece of non-melting ice was indeed given by Articuno. The light in the eyes of the bearded mountaineer dimmed at once. Yes, yes, he muttered to himself. The elves living in Snow Mountain gradually increase in strength from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. With the strength of the climber, he could have prepared to return home at most halfway up the mountain. If he went up any further, he would have lost his life. For rare and precious Pokémon items like the non-melting ice, only the top of the mountain had sufficient conditions to produce them. Below the halfway point, it was purely a matter of luck. Moreover, today, Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center also issued a notice that no one would be allowed to climb above the halfway point of the White Snow Mountain without permission in the next 5 years. It was said that it was because the weather changes were too erratic. This completely put an end to the climbers' thoughts. If it hadn't been blocked, it might have been useful to send out an emergency call for help when in danger. Once it was blocked, it would really be hopeless when in danger. The Alliance had no obligation to guarantee the safety of trainers who were looking for death, especially after Miss Joy issued the blockade order. He didn't find it strange. In history, the White Snow Mountain had been blocked more than 10 times, with the shortest being 1 or 2 months and the longest being 1 or 2 years. This time it was just a little longer. Compared with the previous situation, where no one could enter, it was still okay to only block the area above the halfway point. At least he didn't have to worry about a significant reduction in his income. Oh no. The mountaineer seemed to have suddenly remembered something and hurried out of the Pokémon Center. He didn't even bother to ask what the blue feather was. The trainers who were listening carefully all dispersed without interest. Their strength was almost the same as that of the mountaineer, and they were not blessed with the origin of the non-melting ice. Miss Joy smiled and packed the non-melting ice and feather for Tetsuya. Okay, this place is very close to the Ninjutsu Academy. There will be a transport team coming at noon. I will ask them to take it to the director. She certainly knew the origin of the two things. But as everyone knows, this is Joey. If ordinary trainers may be greedy, Joey will not. You can always trust Joey and Junsha unless they are controlled. Thank you for your trouble. After thanking Joey, Tetsuya also went to the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center to solve his breakfast. Since the mission has been completed, he does not plan to stay in the White Snow Mountain for too long. This place is not friendly to his companions after all. From the sleep last night, it can be seen that except for a few 2 or 3, the rest rarely chose to stay in the Pokéball. The terrain in the northern part of the Johto region is extremely complex. Forests, mountains, grasslands, inland lakes, almost every distance has a very different shape. Of course, this also makes the Pokémon ecology here quite perfect. It can be said that the northern part of the Johto region is almost home to most of the Pokémon types found in the 2 regions of Johto and Kanto. And in the southeast of the White Snow Mountain, there is another high mountain, the Lava Mountain, separated by about 2 forests and a lake. It can be called a mountain, or it can be called a lava cave. From the outside, the Lava Mountain seems to be a continuous ordinary mountain range, but under the foot of the mountain is actually a natural cave that is proud of its endless breadth. There live all kinds of Pokémons in it, and it also breeds all kinds of precious props. If the White Snow Mountain attracts many trainers to go there because of the legend of Articuno, then the Lava Mountain can be regarded as relying on its rich resources to make people yearn for it. It is also the symbol of the baseball team. It is said that even the figure of the Johto region's quasi-god Bangela appeared in it. Of course, most people scoffed at this rumor. After all, judging from Bangela's appetite, if it really lived in the Maribo Mountain, the cave below might have been collapsed by it. Having said that, many trainers still continue to explore Maribo Mountain for this rumor. Bangela is unlikely to exist. It is still quite difficult for a quasi-god to grow to its final form in the wild, but it is entirely possible for its initial form to be from Kira. They didn't think that, even if they met it, they might not be able to catch it, and even if they caught it, they might not be able to raise it. Compared with the consumption of raising a quasi-god, the gluttonous King Snorlax is nothing. At least it is not picky about food, it just eats a lot. And today, Maribo Mountain also welcomed another trainer guest. What a thick fog. Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the thick fog around him. Buu. Even its tail can only shine 100 meters in this thick fog. Well, it sounds a bit versatile. After all, not everyone can afford to use the Quasi-King Chromatic Electric Dragon for lighting. Walking in the foggy mountain jungle, Tetsuya's ears moved. Dian Long, did you hear any strange sounds? Boo. The electric dragon with its tail that tilted its head. No, sir, your perception is really sharp. A woman with 9 tails suddenly appeared under a tree not far away. Boo. The pink skin of the electric dragon trembled and rippled. My god, what the hell? In its perception, there was no sign of the appearance of this person in spirit. It subconsciously took a fighting stance and stood in front of Tetsuya. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. The woman in traditional clothes covered her mouth and said with a smile. A trace of cold sweat could not help but flow down the electric dragon's forehead. Its electromagnetic wave feedback told it that this woman did not exist. But what about the other party's words? Meow, the 9-tailed fox beside the woman chirped softly. Ah, I almost forgot. The woman bowed embarrassedly. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Rocco, and this is the 9-tailed fox, a resident living in this mountain range. Hello. After patting the Dragonite to signal it not to be so nervous, ZHE also replied to the other party in a friendly manner. He still has some impression of this person and this Pokémon, or to be precise, only one Pokémon. If I remember correctly, this woman named Rocco is just an illusion condensed by the 9-tailed fox in front of him with her own power. and its trainer has never returned since the expedition 200 years ago. Yes, this is a nine-tailed fox that has lived for a full 200 years. Although there have been rumors in the Pokémon world that the nine-tailed fox can live for 1,000 years, no one has ever witnessed it with their own eyes. Probably no one can live for 1,000 years together. ZHE also feels that the big guy in front of him can prove this point very well. The long lifespan has given the other party a strong strength, which can be seen from the illusion that is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Zero's panel evaluates the nine-tailed fox's strength as the king. This is also the reason why Zay is not panicked at all. If the opponent is a semi-champion or even a champion, he will prepare to run away without saying a word, even if the opponent may not have any bad intentions. A mere king is not taken seriously by him. I wonder what you want to talk to me about, Zay asked curiously. He remembered that the owner of this nine-tailed beast looked very similar to Xiaogang, and it was Xiaogang who saved it later. Luoke bowed. I can feel the strong breath coming from you. I wonder if you can rescue me. After all, there is a big difference between the thinking logic of humans and elves. Even if it is transformed into an illusion, the way the nine-tailed beast speaks is still infinitely close to the elves. Very direct. Zay raised his eyebrows. Okay, but what's the benefit for me? He was also very direct. There are many such elves trapped and unable to escape because of the accidental death of their owners in the historical records of the league. Usually, they just need to smash the opponent's elves. The quality of handmade elf balls in the past was not as good as it is now. The main reason is that elves will not mash their own homes for fun, so they are helpless. But he didn't think he was a good man. And why did he release a king level 9-tailed fox that was proficient in illusion? This might not be a good thing. Luoke was stunned by the question. In other words, what are you going to do after you come out? ZHE asked with interest. I think. It hesitated. I want to go find my master again. Although it knew 100 years ago that its master would most likely not come back. What if? It still held a glimmer of hope. Then can you tell me how you got the ability to create illusions? ZHE's thoughts were very jumpy. Luoke was stuck for a moment. I don't know either, but I suddenly mastered this strange ability 150 years after my master disappeared. Both ZHE and the smart nine-tailed fox knew that it was impossible to form such a realistic illusion with superpowers alone. There must be help from other powers. ZHE looked at the 9 furry tails of the nine-tailed fox thoughtfully. The biggest possibility is the ability hidden in the tails, but it's a pity that this 9-tailed fox can only use power, but doesn't know the source of power. There is no way, because it has no trainer. Meow Ninetail's red eyes looked a little pitiful. It leaned down and called out. ZHE also tilted his head and thought for a while, and took out a photo from the space backpack. Ninetail's tail instantly opened, and the whole Pokémon's momentum immediately gathered, and its eyes emitted a dazzling red light. This is the master. Tell me the whereabouts of the master. Its words changed from just respectful. Blazing chicken. In response, ZHE just called out his trump card. Go Blaziken couldn't hold back his emotions for a long time, and ran out of the luxury ball directly. It also released its own king level momentum. Calm down and take a look. This is not your master. ZHE didn't think about fighting with Ninetail, and threw the photo directly. Ninetail calmed down a little, and used his superpowers to control the photo to fly in front of him. Loke appeared again. This is indeed not the master. I'm sorry that I was a little too excited. It's okay. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Zaya's mouth, but I can introduce the person in the photo to you. That's right, the photo he threw out was Xiaogang's. Chapter 427, Shaking People. From Tetsua's point of view, this Ninetail is quite suitable for Xiaogang. Of course, it's not about the beautiful phantom that was created, but the coincidence between the two. After all, not everyone can look so alike, and not every Pokémon can survive for so long. In the Pokémon world, perhaps this can be regarded as an alternative bond. Maybe Xiaogang is the reincarnation of the Ninetail's dead master. However, everything depends on the Ninetail's own choice. If the other party just wants to gain freedom, Tetsuya doesn't mind helping it. Judging from the reaction just now, this Ninetail is still very kind and easy. to talk to when it doesn't involve its past trainer, and it won't cause any bad consequences. After all, it is a trainer's Pokémon, and is not the kind that is abandoned actively, so it is very accepting of humans. Ninetale and Rocco fell into silence for a while when looking at Xiaogang's photo. Its red eyes like rubies flickered. As you can see, I'm just an illusion. 200 years ago, my master asked me and the servants to look after the house, and then he went out to travel alone. Logically, the master should come back in a month, but I have been waiting for 10 years and the master has not come back. 10 years after the master left, the last person in the house also left, and I was the only one left waiting for the master to come back. Then 20 years, 30 years passed, and the mansion became more and more dilapidated, but I continued to wait, and I believed that the master would come back. Eluoka held up an umbrella that suddenly appeared, and looked at the depths of the dense forest not far away with a dazed look. After 100 years, I thought the master was no longer in the world, so I made up my mind to leave here. However, I found that I couldn't do it, as if I was bound by some kind of power. It was a little confused. If the person who looked like the master in the photo, given by the human in front of it really existed, then what should it do? Leave or follow? ZHE also thought about it. 200 years ago, according to world history, the Pokémon Ball at that time still took more seals, rather than simple restraints. Not to mention the king level Ninetales, that has lived for more than 200 years. Even those more powerful ancient Pokémon can't break free. The Master Ball developed by the Silph group is the best example. It's not that there are no Pokéballs that can force Pokémon to be conquered 100% in modern times, but in comparison, after hundreds and thousands of years of development, people are more willing to communicate with Pokémon with their own hearts. The Pokéball only plays a role of a link to accelerate and simplify the process. ZHE did not take back the Dragonite and the Blaziken. How about this? Take me to your home as a guest. The Ninetales thought about it and nodded. Eluoka bent slightly. Please follow me. As he said that, the umbrella in his hand turned into a lantern to dispel the nearby thick fog. Illusions that affect reality. What a strange power. After asking the Blaziken, it said that there was no fluctuation of superpowers, and ZHE was amazed. Otherwise, why do people say that the power of Pokémon is always an unsolved mystery? Humans still don't know much about them after so much research. Led by Kyubi and Rocco, one person and 3 elves soon arrived at the gate of a huge manor. Well, for me, illusions are unnecessary. Looking at the manor with brand new walls and rooms, they said helplessly. Meow. Kyubi raised his head slightly, and the red light in his eyes surged again. The manor that was originally intact in front of him suddenly became much more dilapidated. Collapsed walls, broken houses, and messy solid wooden flowers. Rocco said, I have tried my best to keep it as it is, but unfortunately I'm not strong enough. It is not that it has such strong strength because of the disappearance of its own people, but it has just broken through the level of the king in the past 50 years and mastered the ability to create illusions. Before that, the fire type Kyubi could only rely on the superpowers unique to its race to barely prevent excessive collapse. They walked in with the curious Blaziken and Dragonite. This is where the master used to stay for a long time. That was my former residence. But I have not been able to enter in the past 200 years. Jiui and Eluoka took them to a small room with a portrait hanging on it. The man in the portrait really looked like Xiaogang. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to tell the difference. He was holding a Jiui in his arms. An old style Pokéball. Zaya picked up the past residence mentioned by Jiui and looked at it carefully. Compared with modern Pokéballs, this old style Pokéball is larger and more colorful. The lower part should be made of wood, and the upper part has a structure like several layers of circles. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that you have to collect the Pokémon first, before releasing this thing. Zaya recalled the knowledge he knew. Fortunately, he has read enough books, otherwise the first reaction of most people would probably be to smash this old style Pokéball. It's true that it can be released in this way, but it's really a waste. As an antique that is more than 200 years old, this old style Pokéball is still worth collecting. Zaya looked at Ninetale. Well, come back, Ninetale. He raised the Pokéball and pointed it at the other party. There was silence. Go. Flame Chicken stretched out its claws and poked the old Pokeball. Is this thing broken? Ninetale was also confused. The master let me in like this before, Eluoka hurriedly said to Zay. Then the question is, why doesn't it work now? Could it be that there is a setting similar to identity recognition? Zay shook the old Pokeball in his hand. He didn't think that such an ancient Pokeball would have such advanced technology. Ninetale squatted in the room obediently, and its 9 furry tails waved wantonly. Zay tried many methods again, including but not limited to directly touching Ninetale's body, or changing postures, and shouting at Ninetale to come back. Without exception, none of them worked. It's really strange. He was puzzled. His eyes swept across the hanging portrait, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in Zay's mind. Could it be? He put down the old Pokeball and turned on the watch. Fortunately, although this is the wilderness, there is still a weak signal, and the watch can send and receive messages. Come here within half a day, and there will be a big prize. Attached with location information, Zaya sent a message to Zyadagang, who was far away in Nibi, without stopping. Or rather, it is not too far. After all, Nibi is in the western part of the Kanto region, very close to the city. In terms of straight line distance, it is at most 1/3 of Kanto. It is more than enough to sit on Pidgeot for half a day. Half a day? Are you crazy? Zyadagang quickly replied to Zaya, but his words revealed incredibleness. He neither has Pokémon like Pidgeot and Dragonite that can fly at high speed, nor does he have psychic Pokémon to ensure his life safety under high speed flight. It is simply a fantasy to want to cross the region and come to the location where Zaya is located in half a day. There is a homeless king level Ninetales waiting for you, and this guy has also developed special superpowers. Zaya sent a string of words lightly. No need to explain, this is enough. You are so cruel. Wait, I will be here in 3 hours. Zyadagang was silent after sending these 2 messages and did not even reply to Tetsua's subsequent questions. Ninetale blinked his eyes. Tetsuya stretched his stiff neck. I asked the person in the photo to come over now. Do you mind waiting for a while? Ninetale's tail waving in the air suddenly tensed up. This. Its phantom look stuttered a little. Don't be nervous. Tetsuya patted Ninetale's soft fur. You will know when you meet them. They are not the same person after all. He ruthlessly interrupted Ninetale's fantasy. Tetsuya said that he admired Ninetale's loyalty to its previous master, but even Pokémon have to live, right? Ninetale said that he wanted to leave 100 years ago, but couldn't do it. Compared with spending the rest of his life in the wild, finding a new trainer might be a better choice. Ninetale's tail drooped down all of a sudden. It didn't say much, but just removed the phantom of Rocco and lay on the ground, with its red eyes looking straight out the door. Just like it had been doing for hundreds of years. Time passed by little by little. Zaya leisurely made a fire and cooked in the open space of the manor. Electric Dragon, come and charge some electricity. He took out a converter and pointed it at the electric dragon. What if there is no electricity in the wilderness? Don't worry, there are electric elves here. This is a perfect power bank. Boom boom, a violent vibration suddenly appeared, and the converter in his hand fell to the ground. He seems to have arrived. The flame chicken with an apron and a soup spoon in its claws raised its head and said to Zaya. It sensed the familiar Wava guide. Zaya picked up the converter and moved his ears. Ah, I heard it too. Squeak. The dilapidated door was slowly pushed open. A familiar voice sounded. Is this here? A squinting brown black man walked in. Like, it's really too similar. Ninetale stood up, and Rocco's phantom appeared next to him. She covered her mouth, tears in her eyes. Tetsuya waved. Hey, Zyadagang, I'm here. Seeing a friend he hadn't seen for a long time, he was in a good mood. This beautiful lady, I wonder if I have the honor to meet you. It's my luck to meet you here. Zyadagang ignored Tetsuya and walked towards Eluoka with hearts in his eyes. Tetsuya's head was full of question marks. No, he remembered that when he communicated with Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center in Nabi City, Zyadagang's condition was not so serious. Go back and ask Jiro what his grandfather trained Zyadagang. Tetsuya said that he was very curious about this. Is it necessary to pay such a price for the trainer to become stronger? But before that, it's better to do business first. Tetsuya pointed at Zyadagang. Flame chicken, wake him up. Down Flame chicken put down the spoon and nodded. It exuded blue waves all over its body and prepared to say hello to Zyadagang. Duo, a cry from the heart stopped the action of the Flame chicken. An orange round Pokémon appeared behind Zyadagang. It has 8 yellow rock spikes extending from the side of its body, and there are vertical patterns formed by many small yellow stones in front and behind its body. There are 2 stone hills on the back next to the stone ring pattern. The eyes of this Pokémon are large and special, with thick semicircular eyelids and black gaps between the eyelids, in which red pupils can be seen. There is a ring pattern and 3 black protrusions above and below each eye. ZHE also narrowed his eyes. Rock plus superpowered solar rock, or semi-champion level. It seems to be Zyadagang's family. No wonder this guy arrived so quickly. This is a kind of Pokémon that often appears near the place where the meteorite fell. Corresponding to it is a Pokémon called Moonstone. It is rumored that they come from the universe. One power is closely related to the sun, and the other is related to the moon phase. When the sunlight is more intense or the moon phase is more complete, the power of these 2 types of Pokémon will be more active. Floating in the air, Sunrock rotated his body and then turned his front to the Ninetales. Psychic type Pokémons basically have the ability to read each other's minds. In addition, Tetsuya and Blaziken did not hide it at all. Sunrock, who has a high IQ, clearly knew that this person and Pokémon were not enemies. On the contrary, the emotional fluctuations from the Ninetales were very unstable. Rocco's phantom suddenly turned into a mosaic and disappeared into the air. Tetsuya touched his chin thoughtfully. It seems that superpowers can still interfere with this kind of phantom, but it is a little more difficult. Although he also has a Lido, he didn't think of using elite level superpowers to crack the king level phantom ability. The gap in strength is too big. Seeing the beautiful girl disappear in front of him, Zyadagang immediately returned to normal. He unconsciously took a step back, with some cold sweat on his forehead. That's the special ability of the Ninetales. Tetsu, who was ignored, said angrily. Ninetales, who had changed from lying to sitting, wanted to jump into Zyadagang's arms and enjoy his caress, but under the indifferent gaze of Sunrock, he dared not make any extra movements. Zyadagang waved his hand at Sunrock. Sunrock, relax a little. Do. Sunrock glanced at him and flew out of the manor leisurely. It seemed that nothing was wrong. The chicken could beat the fox, so there was no need to worry about the danger of his trainer's offspring. It was just the right opportunity to come out and move around. It was suffocating underground. Meow. When Ninetales saw Sunrock flying away, it pounced on Zyadagang and knocked him to the ground, licking his face with its tongue. Ha 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 ha, itchy, itchy. Zyadagang's tears were about to come out. Can you explain to me what's going on? He struggled to look at Tetsuya. Tetsuya squatted down slowly, picked up a piece of grass, and poked Zyadagang's face, and briefly told the story of Ninetales. Chapter 428, Nine-Tailed Fox's Fate and Travels. Is that so? Bron raised his hand and rubbed the Ninetale's head. It was difficult for Tetsuya to see anything from his eyes. The gap was too small. What a poor child. Before Bron finished speaking, the Ninetale stretched out its tongue to lick his face. Tetsuya twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, the 200-year-old Ninetale is a child. There is really nothing wrong with it. After all, strictly speaking, this Ninetale has never dealt with many people, and its mind is immature. At least a normal Pokémon that has lived for 200 years is unlikely to approach humans. They prefer to live freely and know how tempting they are to humans. Fortunately, the special ability of this Ninetale is illusion, and the people who actively contact it now and in the future are Tetsuya and Zyozzy. Otherwise it would have been captured again by others without knowing the truth. Of course, a king-level Ninetale nests in this remote forest, and not many powerful trainers will come here to do something to it without knowing it. But I don't think you're suitable to follow me. Zyadagang stroked Jiuwei and said something that surprised Zay. Why? Jiken appeared again. Her tone was a little excited. Meow. Jiuwei also made a whimpering sound beside him. Zyadagang patted the dust on his body and stood up. Let me think. Zay, you asked me to come here, probably because I look a lot like this senior. He pointed to the portrait in the small room not far away and said, Although his eyes are small, his eyesight is great, and he can see the content of the portrait from a distance. Yeah. Zay nodded. Isn't it good to find a new home for this guy? He didn't think there was anything wrong with his idea, and Jiwei also said that he was happy to do so. Xiaogang had a gentle smile on his lips. Very good, but it shouldn't be me. He stretched out his hand to signal Jiwei not to worry. It's precisely because I look too much like your previous master, which is not a good thing for you. His tone was very sincere and gentle. Although Xiaogang likes to get close to beautiful women when he sees them, he is indeed a very gentle person. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have changed from a gym trainer to a Pokémon breeder and trainee Pokémon doctor in the future. The latter is a very difficult thing for people who are not Joai. Zay's eyes flickered, and he probably understood what Xiaogang meant. Xiaogang rarely ignored Jike's phantom, slowly came to the nine-tailed fox, squatted down and looked directly into its eyes. Because we look so similar, you must think of me as your past master, or at least part of it. This will make you live in the memories of the past. I believe that these 200 years of memories must be very unpleasant for you. Yes, a lonely Pokémon has spent 200 years, and it can't move over a large range. This is very difficult for anyone to bear. Not to mention that at the same time, it is still looking forward to the return of the trainer who is impossible to return. The red eyes of the nine-tailed fox became blurred. The same. This human who is very similar to the master is equally gentle. The man fell into silence for a while. There was a faint roar of the Pokémon outside, and they heard it inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't remember what Pokémon it was. That's the pterosaur. Brock turned his head and said to Tetsuya, it's the one we found in the Dasher Valley last time. Tetsuya blinked his eyes. That one wasn't killed by Professor Oak's Dragonite. He remembered very clearly that the unfortunate pterosaur was pressed to the ground and hammered by Dragonite not long after it woke up. Although given the difference in strength between the two, even if the pterosaur had restored the strength of a predator in ancient times, it would most likely have the same fate. But the scene at that time was indeed tragic. What he didn't understand was why the pterosaur was in the hands of the Nabijim. Brock answered his doubts. My grandfather replied to the League and Professor Oak, so he became the temporary trainer of the pterosaur. Tetsuya thought about it, and it seemed reasonable. The main reason was that there were no powerful flying gyms in Kanto, so it was a normal choice for the flying and rock-type pterosaur to be kept in the rock-type Nabijim. I thought Mr. Watari would take it away. Tetsuya said that he didn't have a black Watari. The name has the word dragon in it, and it can fly. Isn't this definitely Do's main Pokémon? Not to mention that there really is a pterosaur in that guy's main team in the future. But now it seems that it is not the same one as the one in Dashagu. Xiaogang smiled and said, Mr. Do said that the strength of this pterosaur is a little weak for him. It can't be used in many cases, and it is not suitable for its nature. As the top predator in the sky in ancient times, the temperament of the pterosaur is still quite brutal. For it, constant fighting is the pursuit and destination of life. Even if it recovers to its full state, the pterosaur, which is only at the peak of the king, obviously cannot deal with the enemies Do faces, even if it has extremely rich combat experience. Instead of this, it is better to give it a more suitable person as its trainer. Apart from anything else, the civil war in Xiaogang's grandfather's team is enough to make the pterosaur very happy. However, Mr. Do also took away a considerable number of fossil pterosaurs from Dashagu. He probably wanted to use the resurrection technology of Self to capture a good fossil pterosaur. Speaking of this, Xiaogang's face was a little strange. By the way, this technology obviously didn't exist before, but I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Before, they had specially asked him to investigate the relevant research progress. At that time, he vowed that such an exaggerated technology did not exist, and only a small amount of funds were invested. Unexpectedly, the Silph group slapped his face without saying a word. They smiled. It's normal, isn't it? After all, it's Silph, and this technology is still very imperfect. He wanted to make money by wrestling fossils at first, but now it seems that it is useless. What about the Sun Rock? It's also my grandfather's. It's his main elf. Oh, no wonder it came so quickly. The two who haven't seen each other for a long time communicated smoothly. That Jike, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. She and Ninetale lowered their heads slightly. "If you don't mind, I still want to follow you," it said to Zyadagang. Before Zyadagang could reply, Zay spoke first. "Are you sure? In fact, even if you don't follow him, I will release you as agreed." Ninetale and GK smiled and shook their heads at the same time. It was very determined. "I'm tired of the life of an elf, so I want to find a new master." When saying this, Ninetale subconsciously looked at the portrait of the former master. "In this case, you will probably be happy for me." Zyadagang wanted to say something else. Zay pushed his back and stuffed the old style Pokeball into his hand. "What are you waiting for? Go. It's decided to be you." He was really worried that he had to refuse such a good thing. Zay felt that he was a unique friend. Zyadagang shook his head helplessly and looked at Ninetale. "If you think so, that's the best. But if you don't want to do it later, please tell me at any time. I will meet your requirements." As he said, he stretched out the old style Pokeball and aimed it at Ninetale. "Come back, Ninetale." Zyadagang opened his eyes suddenly and successfully changed his squinting eyes into beaded eyes. One person and one Pokémon looked at each other. This time, the old style Pokeball moved. Red light shot out, and Ninetale was taken back. Sure enough, Zay looked at this scene and clarified his thoughts. "It's not that I can't take you back, but you only want to go back to your home." GK appeared in the air again. Through the Pokeball, she became a lot more illusory. "Thank you very much for your help." GK bowed slightly to Zay. "Please give me more guidance in the future." The last sentence was said to Zyadagang. Zyadagang's eyes returned to squinting. "Give me more guidance." Ninetale's power was quickly retracted. It wants to have a good sleep in its own home, without worrying about other things. Zyadagang silently put the old Pokeball into the space backpack. "Why, you don't plan to change it?" Zay said. "The old Pokeball can't be shrunk and enlarged like the current one, which is still a bit inconvenient." Zyadagang shook his head. "Forget it. Let's talk about it later. No matter how inconvenient it is, it's best if the Pokémon likes it." Zay walked towards the place where he cooked. "That's fine." But he drove people away very quickly. Zyadagang was speechless. "You are too natural. Besides," he paused, "this place is mine, and I should say goodbye to you." Huh. Zay turned around and tilted his head in disbelief. Zyadagang spread his fingers elegantly and said, "On the way here, I asked the gym to buy this place. God knows why the Alliance has records of this manor, but the fact is that this land now officially belongs to the Nabi gym. Although not as rich as Dago, Zyadagang is at least a strong nth generation plus rich nth generation." Damn. Zay expressed his dissatisfaction with rich people indignantly. "I won't rush back to Nabi yet. You are going to Yanmo, right? I will travel with you for a while." Looking at Zay, who was packing up his equipment, Zyadagang said so. Zay tilted his head. Okay. Of course he had no objection. Traveling with a friend was not something shameful. Besides, Zyadagang was also good at taking care of elves, so he could relax a little. "Then I will go and collect the Sun Rock and the fossil pterosaur first," Zyadagang said and walked out. Flame Chicken looked at Zyadagang's disappearing figure, stretched out its claws, and poked Zay's kidney. "Boss, are you going to die before me? Get lost." Zay kicked it in anger. A trainer who only knows how to curse himself every day. He understood that this was the association that Flame Chicken made after knowing the experience of Ninetales. But that was too far away. He was not even 18 years old now. Although the average life expectancy of people in the elf world is not as good as that of most elves, it can also be considered long-lived. As long as there is no major accident, he will have no problem living to 70 or 80 years old. ZHE did not say much. It is impossible to understand such things without experience. Instead of thinking about these useless things, it is better to think about how to become stronger. Zyadagang came back soon. The two of them had a brief exchange and set off on the journey. There seems to be a canyon ahead, and there is a small village inside. Zyadagang took the map book in his hand and compared the terrain. After a short journey, ZHE also understood one thing clearly. That is, in the future, Zyozhi and others will get lost, because Zyozhi is running around. Even if Zyadagang has a good sense of direction, it can't save them. Do you want to go and have a look? ZHE also picked 2 fruits and handed one to Zyadagang. According to his habit, he would not go there, just go around. But now it is not a solo trip after all, so he still has to consider Zyadagang's thoughts. Let's go and have a look, Bron said with interest. It is said that there was a natural bird there 100 years ago that predicted that a flood would break out. ZHE rolled his eyes, and nothing happened in the past 100 years, right? After the last divination experience, he was already very skeptical of these things. Come to think of it, no matter how strong the superpower is, it won't be so exaggerated, probably. But he didn't object to Bron's idea of going there, and he changed his direction of travel. How did you do it? Bron asked curiously. What? ZHE was stunned for a moment. Bron pointed to the map. I can find the direction without looking at the map. He was sure that ZHE didn't even look at the map just now. One is to rely on the brain. ZHE replied lazily while chewing on the orange fruit. The other is that the villagers are not trainers after all, and they left many traces of ordinary people in this forest. Bron was silent for a while. Anyway, in his eyes, the surrounding environment is no different from a normal jungle. He also knew that this was the biggest difference between him and ZHE. ZHE, who has lived in the Viridian forest since he was a child, is very sensitive to the environment, which is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the canyon recorded on the map. This is a very hidden place. At the bottom of the canyon, a stepped viewing platform was artificially built. Many people sat on the steps and stared at the other side of the canyon nervously. What are they doing? They asked Zyadagang curiously. I don't know. Zyadagang also shook his head. The map didn't record such details. A villager turned around and answered their doubts with a pious face. We are waiting for the natural bird to predict the weather. That's it? Zay was full of question marks. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss about an elf's prediction of the weather? Chapter 429, Natural Birds Divination. Perhaps because every trainer who passed by and saw this scene would ask about it, the villagers have become accustomed to it. We here believe in the divination of the natural bird very much, and the divination of the natural bird is very accurate. Listening to its divination has been a habit of our village for hundreds of years. He said so. Zaya keenly found the key point in his words. Since hundreds of years ago, you mean that the natural bird, that divination has never changed? If so, how old is this natural bird? Although the strength of the Pokémon is not proportional to the age, for the psychic type, the longer it lives, the stronger its superpowers must be. It may be limited by the weakness or aging of the body and cannot continue to output, but it is real. Of course not. The villagers waved their hands quickly, but now the oldest natural bird, that divination is said to be in his 80s or 90s. So that's it. Zaya and Zyadagang nodded in understanding. But even so, the age of this natural bird is shocking enough. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Ninetales has lived for 200 years and is still full of energy. In fact, even for elves, their lifespan is limited to that of humans. At least most of them are like this. The proverb Ninetales lives for 1,000 years and Squirtle lives for 10,000 years is enough to explain the lifespan of these two types of elves. In addition, the Absol that can live for 100 years has been recognized by humans as a long-lived Pokémon and has been specially written into the illustrated book. Generally speaking, the lifespan limit of a healthy elf without too many injuries is not much different from that of a human, and may even be shorter. From this point of view, there is no need for Blaziken to worry too much. According to the lifespan of both parties, if everything goes well, it is almost the same as the relationship between the front foot and the back foot. Strong strength can only slow down the speed of aging to a certain extent, but it cannot gain immortality. In the Pokémon world, probably only those guys who are called legendary beasts, but are actually the embodiment of the world's rules can have the ability of immortality, which can be called a bug. This is why almost everyone in the elf world can see elves as family members in their homes, and their growth lines almost completely overlap. Take the fighting elves that are closest to humans as an example. When a person starts to cultivate his arm strength at the age of 16 and grows old in his 70s or 80s, his strength or super strength is basically in the same situation. Either his lumbar spine is not good or his legs and feet are not flexible. Many fighting dodgers are gradually declining because of this reason. who made the strength of his own head and his elves continue to decline over time. It is quite difficult to cultivate an outstanding younger generation. The Invisible Flow, where Tetsuya is located, is a very rare school that can continue to develop. Of course, there are also elves with exaggerated long lifespans, such as ghosts, in addition to Nine-Tailed Fox and Squirtle. Anyway, humans have not figured out how long they can live, but it is certain that they are not truly immortal, but just have an exaggerated long lifespan. After all, their food is human emotions and even souls, so it is normal for them to live longer. Just when Xiaogang was interested in asking more questions, the resident suddenly became excited. He quickly returned to his seat and sat down, staring at the opposite side of the cliff without moving. It was the divination of the natural bird. I saw several natural birds flying out of a cave opposite the cliff, and then stopped on a platform. Then, a middle-aged woman walked out of the cave, and came to the platform. Everyone, today's divination is about to begin. Please be ready. Now let's predict today's weather. What will the weather be like today? After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she looked at several natural birds. These natural birds looked at the sky, and then waved their wings to make gestures. Is this Pokémon flag language? ZHE, who was proficient in various unpopular knowledge, quickly understood the meaning of the natural bird's actions. Probably, sunny to cloudy without rain. You can do this? Xiaogang opened his mouth in surprise. It's a bit embarrassing to say that he actually didn't know there was such a thing as Pokémon flag language. ZHE also nodded. I know a little bit. He gestured slightly with his right thumb and index finger. This way of transmitting information is usually used in sea navigation. For example, on the mainland, I know that the Bobo store has its own set of Pokémon flag language. He explained. Most communication methods, including but not limited to language, actually require the highest memory ability. As long as you can remember, there is a high probability that you can use it. This is quite friendly to him. During the study process in school, he learned a lot of similar things from the library. Anyway, it is not tiring. At this time, the middle-aged woman above also spoke. It is sunny today, not cloudy. Even if it is cloudy, it will not rain, so you don't need to bring an umbrella. Xiaogang nodded slightly. It has been processed. No wonder the accuracy is so high. The Miko is very powerful. The villager raised his head proudly, but this young trainer is also the only one who can read the natural bird divination in recent years. He looked at Zaya. When Zaya started to explain just now, he was still a little unconvinced, but the Miko's message was almost the same as the other party. In his opinion, this is a very powerful ability. Miko? Zaya felt that this title was still quite retro, very characteristic of the Johto region. The 5 sisters in the previous Yuansu city were actually such a profession, but they were benchmarking the Phoenix King, which was much more advanced. The villagers left the canyon in 2s and 3s, and returned to their own villages nearby. No rain means today is another busy day. Is it over so easily? Xiaogang was a little disappointed. The villager looked at him strangely. Of course, if nothing big happens, the natural bird will only predict the weather. Xiaogang did not give up. Then did the natural bird here predict any major events? It was a flood a long time ago, but only the witch knows the details. We just know that there is such a prophecy. The villager was a little impatient. He pointed to the witch who was about to leave above. You can ask the witch for details. I have to go back to work. With that, he left the canyon with his family. ZHE also felt that Xiaogang's body turned grey. He patted the other's shoulder. It's normal. Isn't this kind of thing marked on the map? I thought there would be great experiences in every place. Xiaogang, who had never traveled far away, was a little disappointed. Zaya laughed. No, boring is the norm of travel. How can there be big things happening in every place we go? He and Brock are neither Satoshi nor Conan. How can there be disasters or big things to solve in every place we go? If every trainer's life is so colorful, the Pokémon world would have become a mess, and it would be impossible to survive normally. Let's go and ask the Miko what's going on. Zaya suggested with interest. He is still somewhat interested in this prophecy that has lasted for nearly 100 years. The habits of the natural bird are very strange. After quietly watching the rising sun in the morning and offering prayers, it will spend the whole day almost motionless. People believe that the reason why the natural bird is motionless all day is because it is scared by the terrible things that it predicts will happen in the future. In many areas, there is a saying that it's right I can see the future and it's left I can see the past. But the prophecy with such a long span of time here is really quite rare. The two soon came to the high platform of the canyon. The existence called the Mako was feeding the natural bird. ZHE also took a look and found that there were only 2 yellow stripes on the waist, indicating that it was a female natural bird. Males have 3 stripes. The natural bird, standing upright like a human, was green all over, with white wings folded in front of its chest, making the pattern on its body look like red eyes, and 2 long red feathers extended behind the bird's head. From the outside, it really had the spirit of a prophet. Xianagang stepped forward and stated his purpose. ZHE also secretly complained to himself, it seems that it must be a young and beautiful big sister. Xianagang is quite picky. Xianagang, who was communicating with the witch, suddenly sneezed. Sorry, I'm rude. His face was a little red. The witch didn't care. The prophecy of the flood, that was a long time ago. At that time, it was still my grandmother who served as the witch who communicated with the natural bird. She stroked the natural bird that was motionless beside her and said, it should be true. After all, it and its predecessors have never made mistakes in predicting the weather. Didn't they say how long it would take for the flood to occur? Xianagang asked. The Mako shook her head and said, it just said that there is an approximate time of 100 years, and there is about 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years. Xianagang suddenly became depressed. In his opinion, by that time, he would have become the gym leader of Nibi, and would not be able to travel anymore, so he would not be able to witness the truth of this prophecy with his own eyes. ZHE also calculated the time, and wondered if Xiaozi would encounter it again. Although he didn't remember watching the relevant drama, Xiaozi would most likely be involved in such a thing at this time. After all, he is the protagonist of the world. The witch continued to talk. I believe that the flood will come, but divination is never meant to give people solutions to problems. Divination brings courage to people. It may be accurate or inaccurate, but people who only rely on divination will be led by the nose by divination. Everyone's life is determined by themselves. Although the natural bird has the power to predict the future, it does not have the power to change the future. The reason why it is motionless is that, although it can see through the future, it may be, because the changes in the future are not what it wants, so it will be like this. Very philosophical. Xianagang sighed. ZHE also agreed. He has never believed in the so-called future that he saw. Even though Nancy showed relevant actions before, he still felt that Nancy had a high probability of recognizing the wrong person. In other words, the ZHE that the other party saw was probably not him. The possible changes in the future cannot be clearly stated by a person or an elf. For example, in the future, Xiaozi experienced the Celebi incident and met Professor Oak when he was young. So was it because of this incident that Xiaozi met Pikachu, or was he destined to meet Pikachu? This is a completely unknowable and unprovable question, and there is no point in discussing it. The future that others see is not the future that you will eventually encounter. Everything can only be determined by your own experience. They grinned with wild thoughts. A future without a future is not the future I want. Is that right? What are you laughing at? Xianagang looked at Zaya strangely. I remembered something happy. Zaya shrugged. He quickly changed the subject. But now, aren't the villagers here being led by the nose by the prophecy? The witch's smile froze, and she was a little helpless. This is also something that can't be helped. The prophecy of the coming flood weighs on everyone's heart. As long as it hasn't happened for a day, people's lives cannot leave the natural bird. She also hopes that the villagers will no longer believe in the prophecy of the natural bird. But if this happens, it will be troublesome. If the flood really happens, are you unwilling to move away because you believe in the prophecy of the natural bird too much? You think the natural bird can use the prophecy to lead them to escape? Xianagang also quickly understood the villagers' thoughts. It can't be said to be wrong, but it does lack a bit of initiative. I have tried, but it is too difficult for us who have lived here for generations to leave. The witch looked at the natural bird, revealing a bit of confusion in her eyes. Perhaps, the situation will change, only when the flood occurs. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you need Cheyenne Bird to show you your future? She said with a smile. Tetsuya and Zyugang thanked her naturally. It's better to know less about this meaningless future. The two left the area quickly. Looking at the disappearing Tetsuya and Zyugang, Cheyenne Bird turned its head very rarely. One person's future is diverse, and the other person's future is certain and diverse. The witch understood what it meant. It seems that you are old, and you can make such a confusing prediction. Either certain or diverse. Cheyenne Bird used to only give these two exact situations. The former is mostly ordinary people, and the latter is mostly some famous guys. But the mixture of the two has never appeared. Although the witch believes in Cheyenne Bird very much, she still thinks it is a manifestation of Alzheimer's disease. Cheyenne Bird has returned to a motionless state since its previous action, making it unclear what it saw. Chapter 430, Deep into the Libo Mountain Cave. After leaving the Grand Canyon of the Natural Bird Divination, Tetsuya and Zyugang officially entered the Libo Mountain. Looking at the rolling foothills, Zyugang asked a key question: where should we go? Although there are only 3 cave entrances in front of us, the passages inside are constantly extending in all directions. If we use a detailed analogy, the Libo Mountain Cave as a whole is like a huge tree, and the 3 initial entrances are the trunk. In addition to the main road, the forked roads are like branches extending from the trunk. Not only that, these forked roads may also extend other smaller branches, thus forming a complex underground cave. As one of the few super large underground caves in the world, even if you just want to thoroughly explore the known areas, it will be impossible to do it without several months. Not to mention that normal trainers generally do not choose known areas to explore. They will only explore unknown areas, based on the current ones. Coupled with factors such as the digging of wild Pokémon underground, the scope of the underground caves of Libo Mountain is still expanding. According to the information provided by the Alliance, the shallowest layer of the underground caves of Libo Mountain currently covers nearly 1/5 of the Johto continent, and a part of it has entered the Kanto region in the east. If it weren't for the migration of Pokémon that cause the known areas to change from time to time, the exploration of the underground caves of Libo Mountain would be even faster. The middle layer. ZHE also pointed to the cave entrance in the middle. The shallow layer is too simple, and the bottom layer is a bit of a waste of time. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with the activities in Yanmo City by then. That's right, these 3 entrances actually correspond to underground caves of different depths. The types of Pokémon living there, their strengths, and even the output of props are very different, and the degree of human exploration has also been weakening with the increase in depth. It is well known that the powerful Pokémon living underground don't like to come to the surface. On the one hand, they are not used to the completely different environment, and on the other hand, they are also avoiding humans. This leads to the difficulty of trainers' exploration the deeper they go underground. Of course, the benefits will also increase accordingly. In addition, it does not mean that you cannot go deeper if you choose a shallow entrance. The simplest way is to let your Pokémon who can dig holes dig down, and you will eventually reach it. This is another reason why the underground caves of Libo Mountain are extremely complicated. You dig a little bit, I dig a little bit, and the termite hole is only so big, even if it is magnified thousands of times. Fortunately, the Alliance will send people to mark several fixed routes inside every once in a while, so that trainers who enter can find the route out. Otherwise I don't know how many trainers will get lost in the cave maze below. Even so, the exploration disappearance rate of Libo Mountain Cave is still one of the highest in all wild environments, and missing in this environment is almost equivalent to death. Compared with the artificial dark cave near Kikayo City, the Libo Mountain Cave can be said to be hell level difficulty. Zyugang did not raise any objections. He felt that the middle level was indeed suitable for the two of them. Although he came out this time to truly experience life in the wild, he did not think about staying underground for 2 or 3 months. If that were the case, his irresponsible father would definitely beat him to death. As for the dangers at the bottom, he ignored them, because he still had 2 Pokémons from his father. Even if the fossil pterosaurs could hardly move, the semi-champion Sunrock was enough for them to run rampant underground, and the champion Pokémons in the wild were not so rampant that they could be seen everywhere. The two figures quickly disappeared into the passage. The trainers nearby were not surprised at all, and at most they were surprised that the two looked so young, and entered the middle layer. Most of them chose to play it safe and enter from the shallow passage. Only a few and a very few people who were confident that they were at the peak or wanted money more than life chose the other two passages, even though they knew they were not strong enough. There was no way. There were still very few people in this world who could recognize their own position, especially when it came to interests. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Xiaogang and Zaya, who had entered before, also belonged to this type. They both looked too young. The other trainers, who had no need for exploration, went directly to Kaju Town along the foothills. If you can't go underground, then go on the safe ground. Humans are not cave dwellers. No one really thinks there is only one way. Electric Dragon, please. After entering the cave area, ZHE also habitually released the Electric Dragon to illuminate. He and Xiaogang did not walk along the main road, but turned 7 or 8 corners as soon as they entered a cave passage that was unknown. Xiaogang was speechless. Aren't you afraid that others will be jealous? Although he lacked practical experience, his theoretical experience was quite good. In the wild, the different colored Pokémons and electric dragons, not some weak species, would definitely attract the attention of others. He was not so whimsical as to think that there were no Pokémon hunters in the world. Oh, this. ZHE also patted his head. I use it for fishing. He looked normal. Pokémon hunters are so low class. He chose to hunt Pokémon hunters directly, not only making money quickly, but also without any risks. He didn't think that there was any Pokémon hunter in this area who was strong enough to defeat the king level Blaziken and a group of quasi-kings and elites. At worst, there is still Brock's Sun Rock. We can't just stand by and watch it die. Normally, based on the general strength of wild Pokémon in the middle layer, the trainers active here are mainly those who have 2 to 3 quasi-elite Pokémon. The shallow layer above and the deep layer below correspond to ordinary elite trainers and true quasi-elite trainers respectively. This does not mean that the Pokémon in the cave are strong, but it means Tetsua's ears moved. Get ready for battle. Go Alido and Night Snail. Go, Raiden. Brock also reacted quickly and threw out his Pokéball. A brown Pokémon like a turtle appeared beside him, but the turtle shell turned into a big ball made of rock. Oh, not bad. Tetsuya took the time to praise. As the one who formulated the initial training plan for Raiden, he easily saw that the strength of this Raiden was quite good among the elite level. It might be a matter of time before it breaks through the quasi-elite level. Xiaogang's face turned dark. I don't know if you are bragging or what. He spent almost the same amount of time training Raiden as Tetsuya did training Blaziken, and the latter has already broken through to the elite level. The gap between the two is really big. It can't be said that Raiden's progress is not fast, or that Xiaogang's training is not good. It's just that he has to compare with Tetsuya. Tetsuya shrugged his shoulders and swore that he sighed from the bottom of his heart. You know, compared with his talent as a trainer, Xiaogang is actually more suitable for being a breeder or similar related professions. Even so, it took more than a year to train a Pokémon from a Pokémon egg to a quasi-elite. In addition to the Pokémon's own talent and hard work, Xiaogang's talent in the trainer profession is definitely ahead of at least 99% of the people in the world. It must be said that Nabi's Xiaogang is still a bit good. Long the enemy also appeared in front of them at this time. It was a group of Raidens, and the leader was a Raiden. There were many ordinary level small Geodudes and Armstrongs in the team. They were curled up and rolled towards the two. It seems that there is no way to negotiate. ZHE was also calm. Nonsense, the light of the Dragonite is so strong. How could they not take the initiative to attack? Xiaogang complained. ZHE also laughed. Then, the leading Raiden will be handed over to you. Don't lose the civil war. The others are just for Alido and Night Snail to practice. Xiaogang nodded, but still a little worried. There are so many. Can you handle them? The Pokémon in front of him are not the biggest. More than 20 Geodudes and armored skeletons with more than 10 Raidens. The strength is still not small. In the case of both being elites, even if ZHE's 2 Pokémon are strong, the difference in numbers is difficult to make up. The main reason is that ZHE's one is the Dragonite. If it is a serpent or even a Blaziken, Zyanagang promises that he will not say a word. Don't worry. ZHE touched his nose. These two little guys are very strong. The kind that explodes. Alito and Night Snail both raised their hands as weapons to express their agreement. This dark stranger actually looked down on them. It was really intolerable. Zyanagang didn't say anything else. Anyway, at this distance, the Pokémon in the Pokéball had plenty of time to jump out to protect them. He just asked a few more questions out of his steady character. Now, he was actually very interested in the strength of Tetsuaya's two Pokémon. Zyanagang knew that, although Tetsuaya was sometimes out of tune, he rarely boasted. In other words, his two newly captured Pokémons were indeed capable of fighting against several Pokémons of the same level. Alito is not strange, but what about the Night Snail? Zyanagan's squinting eyes were full of curiosity. Alito, prepare to split the tiles. Night Snail, after the Iron Wall, rush forward and use the Shell Blade to attack. Tetsuaya looked at the attacking wild Pokémon, grinned, and directly launched a counter-attack. Raiden, lure the fellow Pokémon on the opposite side. Zyanagang also quickly started his own battle. Bang, a rock the size of a human head hit the leader of Raiden. The damage was not very high, but it was very angry. It roared and retracted its hands and feet into its body, then rolled towards Zyanagang. We will fight back with hardening and rolling. Zyanagang immediately gave the order. Most of the Pokémon in the wild will not use the combination of hardening first and rolling. This alone is enough to bring about a qualitative change. Two huge boulders collided with each other in the passage, making a violent sound. But whether it was strength, physical fitness or the power of the moves, the leader of Raiden was not superior. It was soon suppressed on the rock wall next to it. Zyanagang didn't care. It would be strange if a Pokémon in the wild could defeat a trainer's Pokémon. The responsibility of a trainer can greatly improve the lower limit of a Pokémon's strength. Not only the body and strength, but also the fighting skills and the choice of skills are also very critical. His eyes shifted to the two Pokémon that were killing people nearby. TSK, where did this guy capture these two Pokémon? He was surprised. Alito's voice echoed in the cave. Its figure sometimes flashed on the left, sometimes on the right, and sometimes fell from the sky. Every time the double blades covered with white light slashed, a Geodude or armor would fall to the ground. Elite level Rumblebring could only take one move at most, and would only faint if facing the second move. It brought out the ability characteristics of Psychic plus Fighting Pokémon to the fullest. Unlike the aggressive fighting attack of Blaziken, the attack of Alito was completely unpredictable. With the help of instant movement, the sword skills it used with both hands were like an antelope hanging its horns without leaving any trace. On the other hand, Night Snail was more visually impactful. Dang, various attacks came from Geodude, Armorbring and Rumblebring, but the attacks did not hurt Night Snail. Instead, Night Snail's double guns covered with small water whirlpools stabbed the enemies around him one after another. Although not as straightforward as that of Alito, the speed of resolution was still very fast. There is no way. The fourfold restraint of the water system is the eternal pain of the rock plus ground Rumblestone. The wrist strength that is not good at defense cannot resist the continuous stabs. The Night Snail stood motionless beside the enemy like a great wall. He drew his gun, put it away and stabbed again. His eyes hidden under the hard shell armor were very calm. Under the powerful defense of itself, coupled with the strengthening effect of the Iron Wall, these Pokémon can cause very little damage to it. After all, the Quasi-King giant rock monster did not cause it much damage, let alone these weakened versions of weakened versions of weakened versions. The one-sided battle soon came to an end. There are really a lot of Pokémon here, and they appear in groups as soon as they appear, Zyanagang said while checking something on the fallen Pokémon. This is why the three depths of exploration have different requirements for the strength of trainers. In the middle level, such a group of 30 or 40 Pokémon is not uncommon, and almost half of them are elite level strength. If there weren't 2 or 3 Quasi-Kings, unless they were all as ridiculously powerful as Tetsuaya's Pokémon, they wouldn't be able to survive such an attack. Of course, most people wouldn't be as arrogant as Tetsuaya. The shallow and deep Pokémon groups have fewer elite level individuals and more, and the latter will even have Quasi-Kings as the leaders of the group. As for the king level, there really aren't so many, that they are not as good as dogs. If this dog is Arcanine or Lucario, just pretend it wasn't said. Found it. It seems we're lucky. Zyanagang quickly held up a few stones to express his joy. Chapter 431. The Unlucky and the European. They raised his eyebrows. Indeed. Under the light of the electric dragon's tail, the 3 stones in Zyanagan's hand were clearly visible. One of them was a stone of invariance, whose market value was always stable and even had an upward trend. Although it has been produced all the time, more and more rich people like to keep cute elves in their initial form around them. This makes the market demand for the stone of invariance very large. The most important thing is that when the elves that accompany them grow old and die, most people will choose to bury their related things together. The Pokeball is one of them, and the stone of invariance also belongs to the relevant category. It is impossible to ask the elves to extract the props they carry with them before they die. That is too outrageous. The other 2 are hard stones, one of the attribute enhancement props, of course, in a semi-formed form. The output of attribute enhancement props includes, but is not limited to environmental influences, and it may also be accompanied by the growth of the elves. However, it takes a long time to breed a Pokémon prop with a definite effect. Most elves only breed one formed Pokémon prop in their lifetime. According to research, the generation time and final effect of this kind of props are related to the strength of the elves themselves. Therefore, it is not too rare to find a semi-formed elf prop on an elite level, or above elf in the wild. Well, this is not rare in relative terms. The probability is about 1 in 2,000. Finding 2 from more than a dozen Rhodonites and 1 Rhodonite, it can only be said that Zyanagang is really lucky. Not to mention that there is an extra stone of invariance. As for how much Zaya has gained in his long career as a bounty hunter, don't ask. If you ask, even the European Emperor will die. The probability problem is actually meaningless in front of the non-Africans and the European Emperor. These 2 semi-formed hard stones cannot provide a percentage of attribute enhancement effect, but they are a very good breeding material for rock attribute and some ground attribute elves. Do you want it? Zaya looked at Zyanagang. No, you take it. Zyanagang threw the 3 stones to Zaya. As the eldest son of the rock-type gym, he really looked down on these 3 things. Let's put it this way. If you go to the back mountain of his house and randomly find a few rock-type Pokémon, they will most likely have these things on them. He can take whatever he wants. Not to mention that it was Tetsuya who put in most of the effort in this battle. Zyanagang thought that he was just a bystander at most, and it would be the same whether he was there or not. Tetsuya happily put the 3 stones into his backpack. This time he brought Zyanagang here and made a lot of money. It was not in vain that he notified him to capture the Ninetales. Doesn't Nibi have a way to let other Pokémon give birth to unformed items? Tetsuya asked casually. As far as he knows, this method does exist. Zyanagang shook his head. Yes, but it's not worth it. The cost is too high. Oh. Tetsuya tilted his head and looked at him. There was no way this kind of information would not appear in ordinary libraries or trainer forums, and he knew only a little about it. The 2 took back their Pokémon and left only Tetsuya's Dragonite, and then walked deeper. As they walked, Zyanagang explained, you can attribute it to the specificity of each individual Pokémon. If you want other Pokémon to breed this kind of item, there are many conditions required. The most important point is that it must be at least at the king level. For this reason alone, most unformed items are not worth doing this, unless it is a dragon attributed item like Dragon Fang. Secondly, the king level Pokémon that is bred on behalf of others cannot be randomly selected. It is best to be of the same race, and it is even better to be a Pokémon with similar characteristics within the same race. For example, it must match the proportion of the hands and feet of the Rumblestone that just produced the item. Otherwise, the final effect will probably be stuck at 9%. ZHE also rolled his eyes. Then it would be better to capture the 2 Rumblestones just now. Yeah. Zyanagang shrugged. So this kind of thing can only be used as a breeding item even for our gym. The reason for not choosing to capture it is also very simple. Cost. Do you really think that rock type Pokémon have no consumption? If you want to breed Pokémon items, you definitely can't let them eat dirt. Otherwise it will take an extremely long time. There is no need to wait just for a prop that is likely to be incomplete. If you want to shorten the time, there is only one word, Krypton Gold. As long as you feed enough, you can get results quickly, even if your strength is weak. It is not expensive, probably only the price of 2 or 3 hard stones. 2 or 3 pieces for one. It can be considered a blood profit. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, unless the 2 Raidens have the qualifications of a Quasi King or above, it is definitely not cost effective to capture them. But observing the age of Pokémon is also a compulsory course for trainers, and Tetsuya and Zyugang have no illusions about it. If they have this qualification, these 2 Raidens would have become the leaders of the tribe long ago, and they would not wait until middle age to be a middle level individual in the tribe. Let alone marking them and picking them up in the future. Let alone how to find them in such a ghost place. Other trainers are not stupid. They will not watch the expensive breeding material slip away from their hands. As they were talking, a group of Diglett led by Diglett also came towards them aggressively. I say, why don't we just let Blaziken out to illuminate? The light of the Dragonite is too strong. Zyugang, who sent Raiden to fight, was helpless. Generally speaking, even if you walk in the cave with your head held high, the frequency of elves attacking humans will not be so high. After all, most elves are still afraid of humans. They also know that humans are just passing by and will not come to grab territory, so they turn a blind eye. But it's different when the Dragonite's tail is lit. The dark cave is suddenly so bright, it would be strange if the underground elves who are used to the darkness are not angry. It's like you are woken up by a bright light at 2 or 3 in the morning when you are sleeping soundly. Anyone with a little temper will ask for an explanation, not to mention the elves who are used to fighting. Let's fight first. ZHE didn't comment. He looked at the number and strength of the opponent and only sent out a night snail. It was just as devastating. The Digletts and the 3 Digletts were completely unable to resist in front of Raiden and the night snail and fell one after another. It's my turn this time. After the battle, Zyugang was ready to satisfy his desire to search for spoils again, but Zaya hurriedly stopped him. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to check each Pokémon. The items that Diglett and Diglett may produce are soft sand that is effective for ground type Pokémon, and some rock type Pokémon can also use it, such as the giant rock monster that is good at using sandstorms. Damn it. 4 or 5 minutes later, Zaya stood up with a dark face. As always, there was nothing. It's okay, the probability is small. Zyugang comforted him. Zaya was indignant. Then how can you find 3? He expressed a severe protest against the injustice of the world. Unfortunately, the protest was ineffective. In the following battles, as long as Zaya cleaned the battlefield, he would get nothing. Once Zyugang changed, even if there were only a single digit elite level Pokémon, he would guarantee to produce an unformed item. Zaya clenched his fists. Although Zyugang threw everything at him at once, it was really unpleasant. He even thought that the reason why Zyugang could travel so comfortably in the future was definitely because of Zyugang's luck, or maybe Zyugang was also a hidden lucky guy. Thinking of this, ZHE was helpless. It turned out that except for himself, everyone had good luck. Only he was injured, and the world mission was completed. Zyugang tried to hold back his laughter and comforted Zaya. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Zaya looked at him resentfully. In fact, I was used to it, but your appearance ruined it all. Zyugang's brown-black skin turned a little red because of holding back his laughter. Come back, Dragonite, come out, Blaziken. Zaya changed to a lighting tool Pokémon in a fit of anger. Blaziken sighed and had nothing to say about his own trainer. It stretched out its claws and consciously burned a small flame. The originally bright cave suddenly became dim and even a little dark. Fortunately, Zaya and Zyugang did not have claustrophobia, otherwise they would have gone crazy underground. The pace of the two gradually slowed down. The bumpy ground coupled with the various hard rocks of strange shapes around it would be very painful if you accidentally bump into them. This is why ZHE prefers the lighting of the electric dragon. Due to the oxygen content, the flame of the broiler must not be too large, and the range of lighting is quite limited. However, the advantage is that it is safe with the broiler, and there is no need to worry about the sudden attack of wild Pokémon. In the Wava Guide induction of the broiler, the so-called sudden attack is like a joke. The electromagnetic induction of the electric dragon is not very effective for Pokémon with ground and rock attributes. Where are we now? After repelling another wave of wild Pokémon, Xiaogang, who was a little tired, looked at Zheye. Zheye closed his eyes and outlined the map in his mind. We have walked about 1/30th of the way. If everything goes well, we will be able to get out in 3 days. The previous battles were too frequent, and it would not take too much time to switch to the lighting of the brawler now. It's only been more than an hour. Xiaogang heard him say this, and he turned over his watch in disbelief to check the time, and was very surprised. It was a dark underground area with no sunlight as a reminder of time. He thought it had been half a day. Zhe, who had had a similar experience in the dark cave, was also very calm. There seems to be a rest point ahead. We can stop there later. It was called a rest point, but it was actually an open space of decent size, with at least a dozen cave entrances connected to it. In the underground caves of Libo Mountain, such rest points are not uncommon. It is also one of the results of the efforts of the predecessors of the trainers. Sometimes wild Pokémon will cause some damage, but it is still okay to take a temporary rest. Boom, as he was saying this, a series of roars came from far away. Zhe and Xiaogang felt the ground shaking. Big guy. The two looked at each other and confirmed this. It's a big Onix. The blue light in Blaziken's eyes flashed, and he immediately determined the other's race and told Zhe. The next moment, the rock wall in front of him exploded. An extremely thick and sturdy Onix appeared in front of the two people and the Pokémon. Zhe also touched his nose. It was these big guys that made the underground cave structure of Libo Mountain really weird and connected in all directions. Look, there is another passage for people to pass through. Xiaogang was amazed. This Onix is quite well developed. Zhe also rolled his eyes. Nonsense. It is a Quaseking after all. God knows why such a powerful Onix appeared in this area. Their luck is quite exaggerated to some extent. Onix is relatively docile. It shouldn't be against us. Xiaogang continued to talk. As the trainer of Onix, he has a lot of say. But this Onix didn't give him face. It raised its head and looked at the three little guys. Then it rushed up directly. Good guy. Zhe also widened his eyes. You know, in order to deliberately avoid fighting with this big guy, Blaziken released its king level momentum. The general Quaseking would have run away when they sensed it, but this Onix actually rushed up bravely. Based on this alone, Zhe also felt that, if this guy was in the game, he would definitely be a brave person. Wave missile. Looking at the aggressive Onix, he patted Flame Chicken's back. Down Flame Chicken was also unhappy. It felt that it was despised again. Hey, why again? While thinking, Flame Chicken formed a blue ball of light the size of a human head in its claws. Swish, it waved its claws, and the blue wave missile was ejected and rushed straight into the oncoming Onix. Roar. Onix's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Swish, dust continued to fall from the surrounding rock walls. It would be a very fatal thing for Onix, which is not good at energy defense, and is restrained by the fighting system, to take the wave missile head on, not to mention that Flame Chicken is far ahead of it in strength. Zhe also didn't know why it rushed up. After checking Onix's body, there was no big problem. There was no external influence, and no item output. Neither of them had any interest in taming it, so they simply passed over its body and headed for the resting point. When they passed the cave passage, where Onix was most likely to have eaten, the sensitive Tetsuya was stunned. Huh? What's the matter? Xiaogang turned his head and looked at Tetsuya. It seems that the air is a little humid. Tetsuya stretched out his hand in front of the passage and felt it carefully. Xiaogang walked closer, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Yes, it is a little. The two looked at each other and stepped into the passage decisively. There was no rush to take a rest, anyway. They had just come down for more than an hour. In comparison, the place behind this passage made the two more interested. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Underground Waterfall. Bang, bang, bang in the dim cave passage. ZHE also picked up a rock and threw it forward. This new passage opened by Onyx will not have any Pokémon living for the time being. Of course, this situation will last for 2 or 3 hours at most. The Diglets and Diglets who heard the sound will soon regard this place as their own residence and drive away outsiders. But at least there is no need to worry about safety issues before that. Speaking of which, are we going north now? Zyanagang said thoughtfully while looking at the rock wall. ZHE was also a little surprised. It should be, but how did you tell it? In the dark underground, it is normal to lose the sense of direction. Not to mention east, west, south, north. It is very likely that you can't tell up and down. After all, everything looks exactly the same as far as you can see. After a long time, many people will feel dizzy. ZHE also relied on his strong memory to forcefully build a map in his mind, so he knew the general direction. Sometimes you have to rely on the Wava Guide of Flame Chicken and the superpowers of Alido to distinguish up and down. Zyanagang doesn't have the ability to remember everything he sees. Facing Tetsua's curious eyes, Zyanagang explained, "The Onyx just told me. Because Onyx has a magnet in its brain, it can clearly identify the direction, even when it is underground. It is also because of this body structure that many Onyx like to move towards the south or north." The third section of the Onyx just now rotated 180 degrees, which is consistent with its body characteristics when it moves towards the north. Combined with the traces of the rock wall it passed by, I can roughly judge it. Awesome. After listening to his explanation, Tetsuya was very impressed. He also knew that Onyx had this body structure and the ability to rotate any part of its body, but to be honest, he really couldn't tell which section of the stone was rotated. This has nothing to do with whether he has cultivated Onyx or not. The rocks that make up the body of each Onyx are completely different. How can a normal person tell them apart? Only a guy with an extremely strong eyesight like Zyanagang can do it. Don't forget, this guy can distinguish Joai and Junsa with the naked eye. Just for this reason, Tetsuya is willing to call him the strongest. Anyway, he has lived in this world for 16 or 17 years, and he has never heard of anyone who can recognize their identities except their own family. Zyanagang is the only one. The two walked carefully in the passage, chatting all the time. In fact, neither of them likes to chat, but in this overly quiet underground cave environment, they still chatted unconsciously. Otherwise, just walking is really a bit depressing. It is said that many trainers who have been alone in the Libo Mountain cave for a long time have to seek psychological counseling from psychic elves after they go out. There is no way one-sided talk with elves cannot completely break this depression. While talking, the two came to a place that looked like a cliff. Without Zay saying much, Flame Chicken jumped down directly. It's not too deep, about 20 to 30 meters. It said to Zay through the Wava Guide. With the faint light of the fire it ignited below, Zyanagang also saw the situation below clearly. It was just a normal big pit caused by soft geology. The initiator was probably a group of moles somewhere. These guys are good at loosening the soil. ZHE also naturally took out Alido's luxury ball. 20 or 30 meters is not high for his physical fitness. He can jump directly, but it is not necessary. Psychic Pokémons play a big role at this time. Otherwise, this damn place is not suitable for large-sized flying Pokémons to carry people, unless it is Zubat or something like that. Alido appeared in the passage and used telekinesis without saying a word. The blue-purple light enveloped ZHE and Zyanagang, and they gradually floated up and then fell down. The whole process did not exceed half a minute. Come back, Alido, you have worked hard. The red light flashed, and Alido ranked third among tool Pokémons. The first two were Dragonite and Blaziken. Zyanagang was a little jealous. You made me want to cultivate a psychic Pokémon too. Then cultivate it. ZHE did not care. Psychic Pokémons are indeed rare, but that is for ordinary people. Zyanagang is not an ordinary person. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at his grandfather Sunrock. It's normal to find a similar offspring for Zyanagang to breed. Or you have captured the Ninetale now. If you train its supernatural power skill should be able to do similar things. ZHE also gave another very good suggestion. Although it does not have supernatural attributes, the Ninetale has a good performance in this aspect, whether it is the ability shown in Legends or in modern breeding. In addition to the unknown special ability of the Ninetale, he thinks it is not a problem to use it as a half-psychic Pokémon. It makes sense. Ziogang agreed with ZHE's statement. I just don't know if I can command the Ninetale well. He was a little worried. After all, strictly speaking, he is just an elite level trainer now. If you insist, half a Quasi King is the limit, and the Ninetale has the strength of a king. The gap between the two is likely to cause him to be unable to fully exert the Ninetale's ability. The experienced ZHE also disagreed. You will know after the battle. Since it has recognized you as its trainer, such a thing is impossible. In other words, it has an impact, but not much. Pokémon like Ninetales are stubborn, but once they recognize someone as their trainer, they will try their best to cooperate with the trainer's ideas, and will not fight on their own. This is completely different from Charmander, the final form of Charizard, one of the 3 fire-type starter Pokémons in Kanto. ZHE also paused and continued, if it doesn't work, then you just work hard. Trainers in Pokémon have always complemented each other. If one is ahead, the other will try hard to catch up. This is the only way to show the bond, isn't it? Boom, a faint sound echoed in the passage. The two people who were communicating felt that the air was more humid. Underground river? Xianagang gave a guess. ZHE also shook his head. It's not that kind of sound. It seems to be a waterfall. The two looked at each other and became more interested. According to the previous Alliance map records, there is no underground waterfall in this area. It looked like it was recently dug by the Pokémons living underground. This was good news, because such underground waterfalls are often accompanied by Pokémons and Pokémon items with good qualifications. As the first trainer to discover this place, they should have a big profit. Let's go. The seemingly steady Xiaogang unconsciously quickened his pace. After all, this was his first real outdoor adventure, and it was inevitable that he would be a little excited when encountering such a thing. Led by Blaziken, the two quickly rushed to the place where the sound came from. Speaking of underground waterfalls, we have to mention their source. In the underground caves of Libo Mountain, due to the terrain, underground waterfalls are not uncommon, and their source comes from a lake on the cliff in the extreme north of the Johto region, Mirror Lake. Mirror Lake is located in the center of the top of the clear cliff, surrounded by vast forests, nourishing many wild Pokémon. The core spring water there contains the best water on the Pokémon planet, which can quickly restore Pokémon's vitality. The various components in the spring water maintain a delicate balance. If this balance is lost, the organism will lose health. Not only the body will be affected, but also the emotions and personality will change. Therefore, the Pokémon that grow up under the water of Mirror Lake are very healthy, and their bodies and minds are in perfect balance. Although the lower water flow, after flowing through layers, is not as effective as the water of Mirror Lake, the elves living in it have very good qualifications. This is a special landscape that can only be seen in the northern part of the Johto region. If you go further, the water will turn back into ordinary lake water. The Alliance did not include Mirror Lake in its management scope, but only made a simple plan. This is because the terrain of Clear Cliff is steep, making it difficult for humans to climb, and the top of the cliff is in a natural state without human interference, and is famous for its bad weather. Due to the terrain and airflow, the weather around Clear Cliff is very unstable. When it rains, mudslides will occur, accompanied by strong winds with wind speeds of up to 40 nautical miles per hour, and tornadoes are not uncommon. In addition to the weekly scheduled shuttle bus at noon to pick up and drop off at the foot of the mountain, trainers who want to go up can only rely on their own strength to climb. At the same time, thanks to the special water of Mingjing Lake, the wild Pokémon there are very strong, and it is not uncommon to see Quasi Kings there. Under the dual intervention of weather and wild Pokémon, it is extremely difficult to climb to the top of the cliff, let alone see Mingjing Lake. Therefore, most people still choose to find the Pokémon of their dreams in the nearby lakes. At least compared to the piles of Magikarp that cannot evolve in ordinary rivers, the Pokémon nearby are quite good. Just when Tetsuya and Xiaogang were happy that they found a new underground waterfall connected to Mingjing Lake, inside the rock wall somewhere in King's Cliff, A group of researchers in white coats were conducting experiments in a steel laboratory. The proportion of element 2 is reduced to 3.2%, element 3 is increased by 5%, and element 4 is fine-tuned by 0.34%. The Pokémon individuals invested are 8 and 22. The doctor with two tufts of light red mustache, the ends of his Mediterranean hairstyle and eyebrows are also light red, and he is constantly reporting data. The other researchers are listening to him and busying themselves conscientiously. Without exception, their clothes all have the letter R mark. They are Sakaki's rocket team members. Drive Pumpkin, we are back. A carefree female voice sounded, and the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Armato, the doctor and the others are busy. This is not good. Another male voice pleaded. Oh, it's okay. Didn't Boss Sakaki ask us to help Dr. Sabo? The red-haired woman didn't care. If Tetsuya was here, he would definitely recognize these two people. They are Armado and Kozaburo, who he had met once. Oh no, Kozaburo. As half of the internal rivals of the rocket team trio, they were sent by Sakaki to work under Dr. Pumpkin since the end of the last mission. Probably to capture some elves or something. My name is Nanbo. The doctor with a head full of light red hair was furious. Also, did you catch the Pokémon I asked you to catch? We caught them. We threw them into the breeding room. Amado played with her red hair nonchalantly. Doctor, when can we get out? When she first came here, she and Zio-san were still very happy. After all, not everyone can be assigned to work under the doctor as soon as they graduate. But gradually, they found something wrong. Not only is there no one in this damn place except Team Rocket, but what they have to do every day is to catch all kinds of Pokémon. How can such a thing reflect their abilities? Amado can completely imagine Musashi's face after he knows what he has done. Ahaha, you only do this kind of thing. Amado, you are really lame. By the weird Musashi. Amado's scalp tingled, and his mentality exploded when he thought of this scene. What do you know? Dr. Zigwood glared at Amado fiercely, and then said in a crazy tone, the experiment we are doing now will subvert everyone's cognition, and will enhance those elves to a very strong level. In this way, it will be easy for our rocket team to rule the world. It doesn't matter if you don't see the sun for a while, you won't die. Seeing that Amado wanted to say something, Dr. Nanbo interrupted her directly. Team member Amado, you just need to obey orders. Go to the breeding room now and bring me individual number 16. Amado's face turned red and white. But due to the rules of the rocket team, she didn't dare to say anything more and could only leave the institute reluctantly under the pull of Zio-san. Humph. Dr. Nanbo snorted disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact that Secretary Zinio designated these two guys to come, he would have replaced people to capture elves long ago. Fortunately, although these two trash talk a lot, they still do a good job, and the progress of the experiment has not fallen behind. Increase the concentration of Petri dish number 3 by 23% and add special potion number 7. Under his command, the laboratory returned to an orderly state. Boom, the clear water flow rushed down from a high place, and the speed of the rolling water became faster and faster. The water curtain like a white jade ribbon slammed hard on the water surface below. The surging water droplets spread on the faces of the two trainers who broke into this place. The Pokémon hid in the water or under the shadow of the rocks to watch them. It's so beautiful. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. Zyanagang nodded in agreement. Flame Chicken curled its lips and stepped back a little. It just felt noisy. Chapter 433 Big Harvest. Seeing that the three strangers did not make any other moves, the wild Pokémon here gradually returned to normal. The horned goldfish jumped high above the water surface and then fell heavily in the air, and the already unrestrained water splashed even more far away. ZHE also keenly discovered that it seemed that a Magikarp was knocked unconscious by it. I hope the fish is okay. Blaziken took another imperceptible step back. Compared with the hot spring, the environment near the waterfall made it very uncomfortable. However, that was all. ZHE also tilted his head and noticed Blaziken's little move. Do you need to return the Pokeball? I'll let Dragonite do it for you. Blaziken thought about it and shook his head. Tell me if you want to go back and rest. Seeing this, ZHE also said casually and turned his head back. Letting Dragonite out is not without hidden dangers. God knows if the unlucky child will be too excited and discharge electricity directly. In this environment, he doesn't want to try the tingling electric therapy. I guess Zyanagang doesn't want to try it either. So Blaziken still has to work hard. It's called a waterfall, but it's actually more appropriate to say that it's a branch of an underground river. Because of the terrain, it falls directly from a high place. Even so, the types of Pokémon living here are still very rich. In addition to the common water Pokémon such as Magikarp and Goldfish that are common in Johto and Kanto, Tetsuya even saw 2 or 3 Sinnoh swimming weasels in the water swinging their tails into propellers. And looking at the slowpokes next to them, they are nestling on the rocks and fishing with their tails. There is a high probability that there are shelders living at the bottom of the lake here. Speaking of which, Zyanagang, have you tasted the taste of slowpoke tails? Tetsuya looked at the area where the slowpokes lived, and his eyes lit up inadvertently. This is not the first time he has encountered slowpokes, but every time it is an excellent taste bud experience. Wild slowpoke tails. Zyanagan's tone also rose a little unconsciously. There really are none. It's not that wild slowpoke tails that fall naturally are so rare, but Zyanagang just didn't pay attention to it before. As a breeder, he knew very well that the tail of slowpoke was very wonderful. How wonderful it was, he didn't know. After all, he hadn't tasted it. Then you must taste it carefully this time. The sharp-eyed ZHE quickly found the location of the broken tails of the slowpokes. But the number was surprisingly small. Well, maybe they were eaten by the swimming weevils. Zyanagang looked at the swimming weevils that kept swimming around the slowpokes and gave a possibility. As a Pokémon that can survive both on land and in water, the swimming weevils occasionally come back to the ground to live. It's not surprising to taste the tail dropped by slowpoke by coincidence. Now the swimming weevils in the lake must have used slowpoke's tail as a snack. Fortunately, slowpoke is stupid and slow, and it doesn't feel pain, even if its tail is eaten. They won't even notice that a new tail has grown. Otherwise, if it were another Pokémon, the two sides would definitely fight. But slowpoke's tail can only be used as a snack. Although it is slightly sweet and extremely delicious, and you will feel very happy after tasting it, its tail has almost no nutritional value. It is impossible for elves to grow by eating these. As expected, under the watchful eyes of Tetsuya and Zyanagang, the swimming ring weasels could no longer resist the sweetness of the tail of the slowpoke in the water, and each found a slowpoke to chew on it. It was almost visible to the naked eye that the tail of the slowpoke was immediately torn off. The slowpokes with their backs to the pool seemed unaware, looking at their tails gradually growing again. Zyanagang said he saw it. This is really stupid. Turning back again, Tetsuya had already run to a corner and started to make a fire for the flame chicken. He quickly took out a pot for cooking soup from his space backpack. Zyanagang was shocked by this skillful action. You are too fast. Tetsuya smiled and waved his hand. Anyway, this place is safe enough, and no one will find it for a while, so it's a good time to rest. The elves living here are generally docile, and the other residents of the underground don't like water, so they don't come here. It is a good temporary rest area, except that it is a little too humid. They propped up a curtain and fixed it on the rock wall. Blazing chicken, he called out. The flame on the claws of Blaziken suddenly swelled. Not long after, the two people sitting on the ground felt that the surrounding area was much drier. It's okay. They gestured to Blaziken. Although this situation can't be sustained for too long, it is enough. They are not going to sleep here or anything. The existence of the curtain can isolate a considerable amount of moisture. Blaziken pinched the flame out with one claw. It yawned and leaned against the rock wall. Didn't you sleep well last night? They asked casually, while boiling his tail. Next Blaziken said that it always felt cold that night at the White Snow Mountain Pokémon Center. Maybe the window was not closed properly. They immediately understood the instigator. This Articuno is really peculiar. It's not a big deal. Fire or fighting Pokémon are the type that are energetic all day long, not to mention Blaziken with fire plus fighting attributes. This guy was very active when he was a flaming chicken, and now he is even more active. A night without sleep has no effect on him. The reason why he yawns is probably because of the environment. Time passed quickly. The delicious slowpoke tail soup was successfully produced. The curling white smoke revealed a refreshing fragrance and a hint of sweetness. Cheers. Zaya and Xiaogang held up 2 bowls to celebrate symbolically. As for the reason for celebration, there was none. Flamingo also held a bowl with 2 paws and drank the soup. His eyes narrowed into slits comfortably. It felt that this environment was not unbearable as long as there was delicious food. Fortunately, I didn't go back to rest, otherwise I wouldn't be able to enjoy this thing, Flamingo thought complacently. Xiaogang's emotions could not be seen from his expression. His eyes were originally dots, but he looked very satisfied. After eating and drinking, Zaya lifted the curtain and walked out with Xiaogang. Flamingo cooperated very well and released a little bit of its own king-level Pokemon's momentum. The two's aggressive appearance obviously frightened the Pokemons living here. Of course, it was more likely that they were frightened by the Blaziken. Except for the Slowpokes, there were no Pokemons here in an instant. The two smiled at each other and then started searching on the ground on the left and right. 10 minutes later, after quickly searching every corner, the two met in front of the pond. Did you get anything? Zaya looked at Xiaogang with empty hands. Xiaogang nodded with some difficulty. I found some bulbs. I knew it. I knew it. Zaya's tone was full of grief and indignation. Although he had been prepared for this result, when it really happened, he admitted that he was a little overwhelmed. It's okay, they're still under the water. He hurriedly comforted himself. Alido, please search for it. Ledo along with the red light. Alido's eyes once again showed a blue-purple light representing superpowers. Unknown waves swept back and forth in the pond. The elves hiding in the water were a little uneasy, and the water surface was constantly undulating. Shua. Not long after, under the effect of superpowers, several props broke out of the water. Alido controlled them to fly in front of Tetsuya. There were not too many things, only 3. One was shaped like a shell, one was a pearl that shone with bright silver light, and the last one was a fish scale that emitted rainbow light. Tetsuya didn't even look at the first 2 items, but stared at the last fish scale. Damn, I got rich, he exclaimed subconsciously. Xiaogang was a little confused. It's just the shell bell, the Meru pearl and the beautiful scale. Except for the shell bell, which is somewhat useful, the other 2 can't be exchanged for much money. The shell bell is a battle-affecting prop. It can be simply understood as the blood-sucking knife in the game. Every time you cause damage to the enemy, you will recover a small amount of physical strength. But the amount of recovery is pitifully small. Even the best quality shell bell is not very useful in battle, so the market price is not high. This is relatively low, compared to the 2 items behind that are just valuable, but have no special functions. The shell bell is already pretty good. What do you know? Zhe rolled his eyes at Xiaogang in anger. But Xiaogang can't be blamed. It can only be said that Liuli Jim blocked the news too well. In addition to the attribute compatibility and the distance between Kanto and Hone, it is normal for Xiaogang not to know. Beautiful scales can make Uzumaki evolve into Milotic. Zhe did not hide it and told Xiaogang the news directly. Xiaogang opened his mouth in disbelief. Is this while Liuli Jim purchased a large number of beautiful scales? He quickly understood the whole story. If it were Nabijim, it would probably do the same. After all, Milotic is not just a type of Pokémon. In many records, it is a symbol of peace that calms down conflicts. Apart from the title of the most beautiful Pokémon, it can be regarded as a gym's card in all aspects. Xiaogang sighed. No wonder every Liuli gym leader must have Milotic. We thought they had mastered some special breeding method, but it turned out to be the effect of the item. That's not the case. Zhe also shook his head and denied his statement. If it was just the beautiful scales, the evolution of Smellerfish into Milotic would have been discovered long ago, and someone would definitely do something similar. His memory of the evolution conditions of Smellerfish was a little fuzzy, and he was a little unclear whether it only needed to carry the beautiful scales to evolve, or it needed to meet the so-called beauty value at the same time. However, if analyzed rationally, it should not be that simple. Otherwise, Smellerfish is not rare, and the number of beautiful scales is not rare, but Milotic is extremely rare. The process of an ugly duckling turning into a swan is always difficult, even for Pokémon. If a scale has such an exaggerated effect, then the efforts of many Smellerfish trainers would not be necessary. That's right. Ziogang nodded in agreement. He was just shocked by the news just now, and after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. He tacitly didn't ask Tetsuya how he knew that. Maybe Daigo told him. Tetsuya showed off a lot at that time. So you plan to train a Milotic as the main water type? Ziogang asked with interest. Tetsuya's team composition is still a bit strange. Almost all of his Pokémon can't go into the water, or they are simply afraid of water. This is very inconvenient for a trainer who often does outdoor activities. Now that he has Ice Vulpix, it's okay. It's easy for Blaziken to make water by burning ice. Before Ice Vulpix, Tetsuya would put a lot of water in his space backpack every time he went out. Just in case, it would be embarrassing if there was no water source in the wild. Speaking of this, Tetsuya hesitated for a moment. Not necessarily. Although Milotic was indeed within his consideration before, it's different now. His team is not very suitable for the existence of Milotic. But having a Milotic is also very tempting. His face kept changing. The sudden appearance of the beautiful scales disturbed his plan. By the way, don't you want it? ZHE also suddenly remembered something and looked at Ziogang. The harvest this time should be divided equally between the two. In this way, he doesn't have to worry. Ziogang waved his hand. This news is enough to make up for me, and as a rock type trainer, I don't really want to breed a Milotic. But I can tell my mother that she is very interested in Milotic. Ziogang's mother, Xiaomi, Wuneng's wife, is a powerful water type Pokémon trainer. And for water type Pokémon trainers, Milotic is often what they pursue. Not only strong, but also very beautiful, simply perfect. Okay. ZHE also had a bitter face. This feeling of pain and happiness is really extremely unpleasant. There shouldn't be anything left, right? Ziogang took out a bag and packed the collected things. If the beautiful scales are not counted, the cultivation material bulb plus the battle prop shell bell and the valuable item Meru Pearl add up to several million in income. Even with Tetsuya's strength, this can be considered a great gain. After all he had to do was to move his hands. No, it wasn't him who did the work, but Brock and Eldon. The whole process took no more than half an hour, and the hourly wage was over 10 million. Tetsuya didn't let Eldon go back, but took it, and Blaziken with Brock, and walked back to the curtain. What's going on? As soon as the curtain was opened, a mess came into view, and Tetsuya's head was full of question marks. He remembered that it was not like this when he left. I didn't hear any movement at such a close distance. The epidemic in Shanghai has delayed my work, and I will finish it soon. Chapter 434 Black Fan. Ziogang followed closely and saw the situation behind the curtain. The dry ground became wet, the burned wood was emitting white smoke, and the pot of soup fell to the ground, with not a drop of the remaining soup left. ZHE was also very puzzled. Where did this Pokémon come from who was so reckless after sensing the momentum of Flame Chicken? Judging from the traces, this unknown thief Pokémon must not be big or even quite petite. Otherwise, ZHE and Ziogang would definitely be able to easily detect each other's movements at such a short distance. As for Pokémon, although the size of the body does not necessarily lead to the strength, for most Pokémon, a large body means strength. At least in the same evolutionary chain. Evolution means growth for Pokémon, and this growth is often reflected through changes in body size, which is the most intuitive. This is a bit strange. A petite body means that the strength should not be too strong. If the strength is not strong, how did the other party sneak behind the curtain to steal the soup under the momentum of Flame Chicken? Although Flamel didn't pay any attention to the situation here, its momentum was radiating in all directions. Find it out. Tetsuya snapped his fingers like a gangster. The blue light in Flamel's eyes and the purple light in Alido's eyes instantly intertwined and enveloped the entire cave. Behind a rock not far away, a small blue-white Pokémon was moving its body along the rock wall. Thinking back to the delicious food it had just tasted, it couldn't help but drool again. If it hadn't been for the fact that it couldn't snatch it from those swimming ring weasels, it would have wanted to taste the taste of Slowpoke's tail a long time ago. If it was a one-on-one fight, it swore that it could definitely beat the other party so hard that they couldn't get out of the water. but it couldn't stand the fact that the other party came up with 3 or 4 of them at once and didn't want to fight it alone. The blue-white Pokémon puffed up its mouth angrily when it thought of this. It just took a nap, and when it woke up, it found itself in this dark and ghostly place. It missed the days when it lived outside before. Although the water source here is not bad, it is not as comfortable as before, and there are not many delicious foods in this place. There were only those red guys with dry bodies, and no resistance left. It sighed unconsciously from its small mouth. Then it instantly raised its 2 blue hands to cover its yellow beak, and looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, it was fine. There were no 2 humans and their tall elves in sight. The blue-white elf put down its hands with relief and hung them on both sides of its body, parallel to the 2 bubble-like marks on its chest. It raised its feet again and twisted its buttocks to start moving forward. After eating and drinking, it would go back to its temporary nest to have a good rest. Little guy is quite cute. Where are you running to? The sudden voice scared the walking elf and made it jump on the spot. Looking to the side, 2 elves were staring at it. The blue-white elf immediately felt bad and prepared to run away. Alido, telekinesis. ZHE also saw its thoughts and directly commanded Alido to control the thief elf. The blue-purple light enveloped the whole body of the blue-white Pokémon, and it found that it could not move at all. It was impossible for it to break free from the telekinetic control of the elite level Alido without even reaching the normal level. In other words, even if it broke through to the normal level and evolved, it could not do it. This is a huge gap in strength. Poga, however, it found that it could still make a sound, so it screamed. As it was pulled in front of Tetsuya by telekinesis, its identity was also recognized under the light of the flame chicken. How did it appear in such a place? Zyanagang was very curious, because the one who appeared in front of the 2 and stole the last bit of soup just now was the Sinnoh region's water-based Pokémon, whose final form was Emperor Nabo. Logically speaking, no matter which region the Pokémon is from, it is difficult to see in the wild, and it is an extremely rare Pokémon species. Not to mention that the distance between Johto and Sinnoh is half or even the entire Kanto. Although Pokémon like Pokémon can dive in the sea for more than 10 minutes to find food, they are definitely not the kind of guys that can cross the ocean. They live more at the seaside. Tetsuya shrugged. Aren't there swimming ring weasels here? It's probably because the source of the connection is just where the densely populated area of Sinnoh water Pokémon live. As for the clear cliff, it's actually not too far away from Sinnoh. Zyanagang thought about it and agreed. The 3 starter Pokémon are just rare in the wild, not extinct. It can only be said that you are quite lucky to encounter them. Poga Pokémon didn't quite understand the conversation between the 2 humans. It only knew that its current situation was not good. The white new Pokémon was so powerful that it couldn't run away from such a distance. Tetsuya squinted his eyes and touched his chin to observe the little guy in front of him. What? Want to subdue it? Zyanagang saw what Tetsuya was thinking. A little. Tetsuya didn't deny it. The crown pattern covers a large area, and the foam on the chest looks good. The aptitude should be good. Zyanagang gave his opinion from the perspective of a breeder. Tetsuya nodded. He could see all these things. However, he was still waiting for Zero's panel analysis, which would take some time. Before that, let's talk to this little guy first. If he has a good personality, it's not a problem, even if his potential is low. After all, he is one of the 3 great families with 3 stages of form changes. Low potential can be completely supplemented by using high quality water stones. Tetsuya is now a rich man, and high quality water stones are just average. Little guy, you stole my things and you're going to run away. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Pokémon, who was secretly trying to break free from Alido's telekinesis, froze. Being caught after stealing food is equivalent to social death on the spot. Tetsuya waved to Alido. Alido let go of Pokémon, but his telekinesis still wandered around him. Now, let's talk about your problem. Tetsuya squatted down and talked to Pokémon face to face. Pokémon felt that his body could move and wanted to run immediately, but after thinking about it, he didn't move. A smile appeared on the corner of Tetsuya's mouth. Pokémons like Pokémons are quite arrogant, or should we say they have strong self-esteem. In this case, if they are caught stealing food, they will not choose to run away. And his squatting action will also make Pokémon feel respected. As a senior trainer and breeder, and half a Pokémon scholar, Tetsuya has a good understanding of how to train, how to get along well with Pokémons. Pokémon's eyes were a little erratic, and they didn't dare to look directly into Tetsuya's eyes. Although it is common to fight for food in the wild, this kind of petty theft will also be despised. But there is no way, who made the water so fragrant, that it couldn't help it. It's all because of Slowpoke. Pokémon has already convinced himself in his heart. Poga, but its tone did not reflect the slightest bit, but a little weak, and at the same time, it danced to express its thoughts. The Pokémon had to bow its head under the eaves. The two big guys were really scary. I don't want those things. The curtain and the pot are well placed. Zay understood what it meant and said with a smile. Pogamon's penguin face became even redder. Poga. It saw with its own eyes that the two humans took away the good things in the water. This is an equal exchange. Zay spread his hands. That's not yours, and you stole it, not exchanged it. Stolen. These two words echoed in Pogamon's mind. If you ask it now what it regrets the most, it must be that it can't control its mouth. Pogamon sat down on the ground decadently. It gave up. That's it. It's so difficult. They smiled. He was also thinking about the degree of compatibility between Emperor Nabo and his existing elves. To be honest, it's quite good. The only problem is that the strength of Emperor Nabo is not too high. Among the composite attributes of steel, water steel is not the best, but even so, in terms of resistance, Emperor Nabo still has 8 resistances, 1 immunity and 2 4x resistances, which is a lot of resistance. In contrast, being restrained by the 3 attributes of fighting, ground and electric is not so important. This is not the reason why it is not strong. The key is that the characteristics of Emperor Nabo are not very compatible with its ability characteristics. The hidden characteristic of Emperor Nabo, which is famous for energy attack and energy defense, is not willing to admit defeat. The effect is that when the Pokémon with this characteristic is reduced by the opponent in battle, its physical attack ability will increase rapidly. A similar characteristic is competitive, and the effect is that it can quickly increase its energy attack ability under the same circumstances. If the characteristic of Emperor Nabo is replaced with competitive, its strength will rise many levels at once. But this is also impossible. It can only be said that when creating this race, Arceus played the role of a hater. Fortunately, the skill list of Emperor Nabo has many physical attack skills, and it also has the ability to master the changed skill of sword dance. Otherwise, its strength as one of the 3 major families is really worrying. In comparison, the general characteristics of the rapid flow seem quite normal. Its high special defense also allows it to activate the strengthening effect brought by the rapid flow to a large extent, without worrying about being killed instantly. The reason why Zaya values Emperor Nabo is mainly because its steel attribute can be well matched with the sandstorm of the giant rock monster. With the steel attribute, it can fight freely in the sandstorm weather without worrying about extra damage. This alone is very convincing to Zaya. Not only that, the 4 times resistance to ice also allows Emperor Nabo to interact with the future Ice Ninetale to a certain extent. Pogamon raised his head furtively and glanced at the human in front of him. Seeing that he didn't seem to care about him, he moved his little butt back. Bang, the next moment, it felt that it had installed something. Get off. Flame Chicken glanced at the Pogamon that bumped into his calf, as if he said nothing, but also as if he said everything. Pogamon showed an awkward but polite smile. What if it said that the ground moved on its own? ZHE also came back to his senses. He decided to subdue Pogamon. For no other reason, he just wanted to raise a penguin. Besides, the strength of Pokémon is never completely determined by race. ZHE is also confident that he can cultivate the Emperor Nabo to be very strong. Of course, the main reason is that the personality of this Pokémon is very much to his liking. Although it is arrogant and has a strong self-esteem, it is not the kind of personality that cannot be communicated. Such Pokémon often work hard on their own, which is a good personality for trainers. He didn't care that Zero hadn't given the panel information yet. It was not the point. Well, I'll give you 2 choices. Tetsuya hooked his finger at Pokémon. You will fight with my Pokémon later. If you win, I won't hold you responsible for stealing my things just now, and I will give you some extra delicious food. But if you lose, how about being my partner? Pokémon first said that he didn't steal, and then began to think. After a long time, it raised its head and pointed at Flamingo and Alido. Pokémon felt that if it was to fight these two, it would not be necessary. Although it was very confident in its own strength, it was not a fool. The situation just now had proved that it was not their opponent. Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Your opponent is it. Come out, Ice Vulpix. KO. The Snow White Ice Vulpix jumped into Tetsuya's arms as soon as it came out and stretched out its little tongue to lick Tetsuya's face. Okay, good boy, don't make trouble. It's time to fight. Tetsuya touched the little guy's soft head. A trace of envy flashed in Pokémon's eyes, but it soon turned into fighting spirit. To put it in simple terms, when it saw Ice Vulpix, it felt that it could do it again, and stood up again. Indeed, if you only look at the size, Ice Vulpix is not much different from Pokémon except for the fluffy tail. No wonder Pokémon thinks he can beat Ice Vulpix. Pokémon stood up and pointed at Ice Vulpix with great momentum. KO. Ice Vulpix tilted its head and then jumped out of Tetsuya's arms. It stood in front of Pokémon gracefully and its white eyes stared straight at Pokémon. Pokémon subconsciously took a step back and then showed his head to Ice Vulpix with some embarrassment. Tetsuya looked at this scene with some amusement. It must be very interesting to see Pokémon being beaten up later. After all, its level would not exceed level 16 if it had not evolved into Prince Pio, and after absorbing the gift from Articuno, Ice Vulpix's level had already reached level 26. The gap of 10 levels was difficult to make up, and the ability of the Pokémon race was limited compared to Ice Vulpix. Chapter 435, Conquering Pokémon. Even though the water-type Pokémon is resistant to ice attribute attacks, ZHE doesn't think it can defeat Ice Vulpix across so many levels. Although the little guy likes to play, he has always completed his training seriously, and his strength is absolutely leading even among the same level. He is just curious about what this Pokémon can do. Zyogang stood aside and consciously took on the responsibility of refereeing this battle. Then, the battle between Ice Vulpix and Pokémon begins now. His powerful voice echoed in the cave. Pokémon was startled at first, and then attracted by this ritualistic opening. Its eyes revealed a curious look. Don't be distracted during the battle. ZHE didn't mean to give in at all. The next moment, after he finished preaching, he commanded Ice Vulpix to attack. Ice Vulpix, use round pupils. KO. Ice Vulpix whistled softly, and its blue and white gradient eyes suddenly widened, and a special energy wave rushed straight towards Pokémon. Pokémon came back to his senses after hearing Tetsuya's voice, and then saw a pair of enlarged ice crystal-like pupils appear on both sides of the back of Ice Vulpix's body. Pokémon's head broke out in a cold sweat, and his little feet retreated a little involuntarily. However, it immediately came back to its senses, and took a fighting stance. It was just that the vague sense of restraint on its body made it feel extremely uncomfortable. For Pokémon, which had just left its larval stage, its attack ability was not very good, whether it was physical attack or energy attack. Tetsuya could fully imagine its skill list, which was nothing more than basic attack skills such as water gun and packing. Even if it had good talent, it would be considered a powerful Pokémon if it mastered Bubble Beam and Water Wave. The effect of round pupils reducing attack ability was equivalent to directly blocking Pokémon's close range attack method, forcing it to use long range attacks to fight Ice Vulpix. After all, Tetsuya's Ice Vulpix was not very good at close range combat, and it would be a bit troublesome if it was forced to get close. Pokémon's form is more suitable for close combat than Ice Vulpix, even if it's just claws scratching each other. Sure enough, the next moment Pokémon felt his body being restrained. He spit out a very fast water gun from his mouth. Tetsuya's eyes lit up, a very good release speed, and judging from Pokémon's reaction, this guy has experienced a lot of battles in the wild. Ice Vulpix, who had just used the round pupil, had no time to dodge the water gun and let out a cry of pain. Fortunately, Ice Vulpix's energy defense ability was still good when facing Pokémon, so the damage it suffered was not high, and was within an acceptable range. Ice Vulpix, use Frozen Wind. Tetsuya waved his hand, and launched another attack. Ice Vulpix raised its two front legs, took a deep breath, and then the cold blue gas swept towards Pokémon. The temperature near the underground waterfall was much lower than normal, and the sudden cold air further lowered the temperature. Tetsuya and Xiaogang shook their bodies unconsciously. Pokémon didn't feel much. After all, it's a penguin. It can't be frozen to death. That would be too embarrassing. Facing the invasion of the cold wind, Pokémon also took a deep breath, kicked his feet on the ground, and then began to run wildly. Zay's face was a little strange. There was no way. Just think about the penguin running wildly, and you will know what Pokémon looks like now. It's not very fierce, but it looks very cute. But its burst speed should not be underestimated. Looking at the white light on it, Zay raised his eyebrows. Did you inherit high speed movement? It's quite good. Speed is a big problem for Pokémon's final form, Emperor Nabo. You can't ask a big penguin to run fast, but in battle, such an extremely obvious shortcoming will be targeted to death by the opponent. And the inherited high speed movement makes up for this shortcoming very well. Although Emperor Nabo is not very fast after the blessing of high speed movement, it is at least at a medium level, and will not be targeted too much. Night Snail doesn't have to worry too much about this aspect. First, it was not slow in its short burst speed, but it consumed a lot of energy. Second, the defense of Night Snail was much stronger than that of Emperor Nabo. With the help of the transformation skills such as Steel Wall, it could just wait for the opponent to attack at close range, and then pierce the opponent with its double guns. After going around half a circle, Pokémon finally got rid of the attack range of Frozen Wind. It breathed a sigh of relief. But Tetsuya told it that it was just a delusion to relax. Ice Vulpix, use Ice Gravel. At this time, Pokémon was located between a huge rock and the cave wall, which was almost unavoidable. The frozen wind of Ice Vulpix just now did not intend to directly make it lose its combat ability, but just forced it to move. Pokémon's face was very serious, and he did not look panicked at all. It was filled with water vapor, and drops of water condensed. This is a trick that many water-type Pokémon will master, playing with water, which makes the venue temporarily wet, which can effectively reduce the power of fire attribute attacks. But facing the ice attribute attack of Ice Vulpix, playing with water is useless. Even if the surrounding underground waterfall environment further enhances the effect of playing with water skills, the hardness of water droplets and ice gravel is impossible to compare. The ice gravel quickly approached Pokémon's body in the air. More and more water droplets appeared around Pokémon, gradually forming a thick ring of water flow that enveloped its entire body. Tetsuya was even more surprised, because this scene showed that Pokémon not only moved at high speed, but also inherited the water flow ring move. This is a weapon for a protracted war. Is the father a Sakura fish from the Hone region? Almost in an instant, Tetsuya and Xiaogang deduced the previous generation of Pokémon. Although the size difference between Sakura fish and Emperor Nabo is a bit strange, it is normal for them to combine and give birth to offspring. The appearance of Sakura fish is still quite beautiful and elegant, and it is not weak in attracting the opposite sex. What surprised Tetsuya was not only that Pokémon inherited the water flow ring, but also the way it used the water flow ring. As a skill that consumes a lot of energy, it is quite difficult for Pokémon to use the water flow ring when he is about level 10. The physical strength restored by the water flow ring may not be as much as it consumes when it is released, but this Pokémon took a different approach. First, it used the water playing skill to gather a considerable amount of water energy, and then manipulated this water energy to form a water flow ring. In the process of back and forth, the consumption required for its own release was reduced to the minimum. As a Pokémon that grew up in the wild, being able to master this method independently shows that Pokémon must have a good understanding. Pokémon's face was serious, and its arms were constantly waving. The surrounding water flow rings also kept speeding up the rotation speed with the rhythm of the dance. Sizzle bang, the ice gravel was sucked into the rotating water flow ring the moment it encountered it, and then it was transformed into small pieces of ice chips and merged into it under the action of its power not long after. As a highly sought after and highly used water skill, the water flow ring can not only restore the user's physical strength, but also play a very good defensive role. The physical strength consumed by the high-speed movement of Pokémon was quickly restored with the help of the water ring. It moved to an open space and confronted Ice Vulpix again. Pokémon shouted, indicating that it was time for it to attack. It was not convinced that it was suppressed because it was a little absent-minded at the beginning of the battle. So far, Pokémon still thinks that it can defeat the little guy on the opposite side. Coincidentally, Ice Vulpix has the same idea. It also thinks that it can easily deal with the little guy on the opposite side. The eyes of the two little guys are full of fighting spirit when they look at each other. Pokémon took a step forward and rushed towards Ice Vulpix. After this period of fighting, it felt that the restraints on its body were not so severe. Next, it should let the opponent know how powerful it is in close combat. Tetsuya commanded, use the supernatural power on its feet. Ice Vulpix's eyes exuded the same blue-purple light as a Lido. Compared with a Lido, this light is much dimmer, but it was enough to deal with Pokémon. Pokémon had just run halfway when he felt as if his legs were blocked by something. His upper and lower body were completely unbalanced. Under the influence of inertia, he fell straight forward to the ground. Normally, he would always fall down because he was not good at walking, not to mention the interference of external forces. But normally he would stand up quickly to show that he was fine, but he didn't have this chance during a battle. Ice Vulpix, use high-speed stars. Tetsuya, who had expected this, immediately commanded Ice Vulpix to beat the fallen penguin. White light flashed and rushed towards Pokémon on the ground. The basic power of the supernatural power was not low, but because Ice Vulpix's superpowers were not strong, and the range of action was only Pokémon's legs, the previous attack on Pokémon was more of a disturbance in his movement, and the damage was limited. At this moment, he was supporting his body with his hands, and preparing to stand up. Bang bang bang, white light hit him one after another. As the name suggests, the high-speed star has a very fast attack speed. Before Pokémon could adjust, the Ice Vulpix's attack came. Pokémon cried out in pain. It does not have the same resistance to ordinary high-speed stars as it does to ice attacks, so the damage of this move is still quite good. There were small scars on Pokémon's body, but it still did not fall down. It panted and cried out in defiance. A very strong guy, ZHE also smiled. This is probably the biggest character trait of the Pokémon family. In fact, from this point of view, it is normal for their hidden characteristics to be unwilling to admit defeat rather than to be competitive. Whether it is Pokémon or its evolved Prince Wave and Emperor Nabo, they are actually not Pokémon who like meaningless fights. It's just that when facing threats and denials, they usually use their own way to prove themselves. Emperor Nabo, who has been called the Lord of Waves since ancient times, is quite in line with the classification of the Emperor Pokémon in terms of personality and way of doing things. ZHE also admitted that such a personality is quite annoying, because his personality is similar. Pokémon's small body shook slightly. It opened its mouth and spit out a water gun again. Fine Snow defeats it, and then use Ice Gravel attack. ZHE also felt that it was time to end this battle. Ice Vulpix swept its cloud-like tail, and a stream of white snow swarmed out and collided with the water gun. The soft and fine snow showed a different power at this time, directly defeating the water gun head-on. Although the remaining fine snow moved forward in the air for a while and then lost its power and fell to the ground, it can also be seen that Ice Vulpix has a strong control over ice attribute energy. The light blue ice followed and hit Pokémon's already bad body. Pokémon raised his hands and blocked in front of him with difficulty and stepped back step by step. Tetsuya frowned. That's enough, little guy. You've reached your limit. He could see that Pokémon was just holding on with one breath. Ice Vulpix was far ahead of it in strength. Even if its attack ability was not too strong, Pokémon had no strength to resist after 2 or 3 moves. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Pokémon felt a surge of power in his body again. Its hands glowed white and smashed several pieces of light blue ice again. Bang, then, a small stone hit the center of its round head. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Pokemon's eyes immediately turned into whirlpools and spun in circles. Tetsuya and Zyuogang looked at this dramatic scene with their mouths wide open. The small stone was not emitted by ice Vulpix, but fell naturally from the top of the cave because of the battle. What is this? Is the protagonist exploding and going for a funny route? Tetsuya thought with some laughter. However, he was very satisfied with this Pokémon, so he took out a high-level ball and threw it at it. There was no other way. This was the highest level Pokéball he had. He would change it to a deluxe ball when he arrived in Kaju Town. Beep beep, the red light on the Pokéball flashed twice symbolically and then stopped. I have conquered Pokémon. Zyuogang, as a qualified supporting actor, made a perfect speech beside him. As Tetsuya's perspective moved, Pokémon's panel also appeared. Pokémon category, Penguin. Pokémon attribute, water height 0.48 meters. Average value is 0.4 meters. Weight 6 kilograms. Average value is 5.2 kilograms. Characteristics, torrent. At a critical moment with little physical strength, the power of water attribute moves will increase. Skills, high speed movement, inherited, watering, inherited, slapping, calling, playing with water, bubbles. Pecking, water gun, acting like a spoiled child. Level 13, normal, potential, qua seeking. Chapter 436, Pokemon's treasure. Qua seeking? Not bad. ZHE nodded slightly. For him, as long as the qualification is not below the elite level, it is acceptable. Of course, the higher the better. For qua seeking, if he is lucky and invests high quality evolution stones in both evolutions, there is still a high probability that he will be promoted to king qualification. In this way, he does not have to worry that the future Pokémon will not be able to keep up with his footsteps and end up in retirement. This is why ZHE does not like to subdue Pokémon as a second team. Even now, he has two main players who have broken through to king, and the Pokémon he has officially subdued are only about 10. This is a very strange number for the profession of trainer. Because even if the trainer is determined to take the elite route, at this stage of strength, the number of Pokémon subdued will generally not be less than 40 or 50. It is not uncommon to have a number of hundreds. Moreover, Pokemon's qualification is not too unexpected to him. Although Zero did not give the specific panel data just now, it can be roughly guessed from the details of the battle. If it is a king level talent, according to this Pokemon's proficiency in water skills, not to mention water wave, the advanced version of bubble skill, bubble ray, can definitely be mastered. But it has never used it once in battle. The power of bubble ray is quite good, and there is a certain probability that the speed of the attacker will be reduced. In that case, Pokemon did not use it for the last fight, so it is naturally because he did not master it. However, even so, ZHE also thinks that Pokemon's qualifications are definitely top-notch among the qua-seeking level, because it has inherited two skills and can use them freely. If the qualifications are not high, these two inherited skills are difficult for it to master. Well, not only did I not make any money this time in Lebo Mountain, I had to pay 400 to 500 million. Thinking of the price of high-quality water stones, ZHE's mouth twitched. Previously, at the Mansion auction, the price of the 96 quality water stone was ridiculously high. Moreover, given the popularity of water-type Pokémon, water stones must be in short supply, and he may not have a way to buy them. You're just being ungrateful. Zyuogang complained on the side. If he wasn't a rock-type trainer, he would have wanted to tame this Pokémon. Tetsuya shrugged. I'm a poor man. What do you mean by poor? You, Senior Abby and Senior Soten have done such a big business. Zyuogang didn't believe Tetsuya's nonsense. As one of the 8 major gyms in Kanto, Nibe City is close to the Evergreen Forest and there are many trainers of the bug-catching type, so he knows very well how popular the bug-catching net is. Even if the guy in front of him has a small share, he is alone, and is in a state of one person feeding the whole family. In terms of personal wealth alone, Zyuogang feels that he is definitely poorer than Tetsuya. I don't know how this guy said that he is poor, Zyuogang secretly complained. Tetsuya smiled and didn't refute. Money is something that only needs to be enough. Even if he has tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, it is not certain that someone is willing to sell him a prop for a mythical beast. For a powerful trainer, money is indeed a necessity, but it is not that important. In terms of value alone, the items given by the 4 beasts on him are definitely much higher than pure money. From this perspective, Tetsuya's wealth is actually higher than most of the king level trainers. At least most of the king level trainers cannot have so many items given by the beasts. Unfortunately, Tetsuya will not sell those things, but will only keep them for his own use. Tetsuya released the unconscious Pogona again. Alaga, use the life drop. He turned his head and said to Alaga, who was on guard. It has been on guard duty since the beginning and has never relaxed. Although Tetsuya felt that it was unnecessary, he did not give too much advice. This is the personality of Alaga. Ledo, the blue-purple light in Alaga's eyes gradually converged, and his hands placed on his chest emitted a sky blue wave. Drops of water full of life energy fell on the young body of Pogona. KO seeing this, Ice Vulpix also hurriedly ran to the vicinity of Pokémon to rub against the recovery effect. It was also injured just now, probably. Lido did not speak, but silently expanded the scope of use of the life drops. It seemed that it was raining on the heads of Pokémon and Ice Vulpix. Ice Vulpix squinted his eyes comfortably. You little guy. ZHE walked over and pinched the back of its neck. Ice Vulpix, who was enjoying the effect of the life drops, stiffened. Oops, I'm going to be scolded again. Don't waste Lido's physical strength and energy in this kind of place. Just stay here obediently. ZHE also took it into his arms and patted its head unhappily. Ice Vulpix was injured in the battle just now. The damage caused by the small gravel splashing everywhere may not be as great as the physical strength it needs to release skills. It just wants to experience the massage effect of the life drops. Tetsuya once let Lido use the life drop on him, and not only did his fatigue disappear, but his body also felt greatly relaxed. The only problem was that the wetness on his body could not be removed for a while, and he had to wait for half a day. Ice Vulpix grinned embarrassedly and found a good angle in Tetsuya's arms to lie down. If you don't want to enjoy it, then don't enjoy it. It feels good to lie here. Soon, under the use of Lido's skills, the scars on Pokemon's body were wiped out. As a water system, the life drop has a very good effect on Pokemon. But strangely, Pokemon did not wake up. The light rain in some areas gradually stopped. Tetsuya smiled. It's time to wake up. It's time to eat. Poga, eat? Hearing this, Pokemon was no longer sleepy, and it immediately opened its eyes. But there was no food in sight, and no fragrance in the nose, only a big human face. Pokemon waved his hands at Tetsuya angrily. Especially when he saw the Ice Vulpix in Tetsuya's arms, his eyes were full of flames of dissatisfaction. Come on, say hello, this will be your senior from now on. Tetsuya smiled and waved at Pokemon while holding up the Ice Vulpix's feet. Pokemon's face rose. Oh, yes, he lost, and it seemed that he would become the elf of this human. Pokemon, who had lived in the wild since childhood, was not very interested in becoming a human elf. This was also the norm for many wild elves. They were used to freedom and casualness, and they were not very willing to be subdued unless they had to. The stronger they were, the more so. But Pokemon considered himself a good elf who kept his word, and this human had a good attitude and made delicious food, so it was not so difficult to accept him as his elf. P.O. Gahi greeted Ice Vulpix hesitantly. KO the curled up Ice Vulpix squinted and responded. Then ZHE and Pokemon looked at each other with wide eyes. Get Off Flame Chicken came over silently and greeted Pokemon. It knew that it had one more target to bully. It would be better to go back and find Pidgeot to take this little guy to fly in the sky. It should be scared silly, Flame Chicken thought with ill intention. It is not considered bullying, but a necessary process for every Pokemon who joins the team. After all, air battles are not uncommon, and it is still necessary to get familiar with the fear brought by high altitudes. With the strength and personality of it and Pidgeot, it is impossible for their new partner to be in danger. Ice Vulpix was quite scared the first time, but recently he even liked to pester Pogus to take it to the sky and wander around. Pokemon certainly didn't know that the Pokemon in front of him was planning to give it a welcome ceremony. It only knew that the other party was very strong and its attributes were quite incompatible with its own. Pogorit responded a little nervously. As for the rest, I'll introduce them to you after we get out. This place is too small. While the elves were talking, Zay and Zyadagang put up another curtain. They really planned to have a bite to eat here, and they didn't lie to Pokemon just now. We'll be leaving soon. Do you have anything to take with you, or say goodbye to your friends? Zay said as he looked at Pokemon walking towards him. Pokemon tilted his head. Friends? He didn't have any. He had been alone since he got here. The water attribute made him not afraid of encountering ground or rock elves in underground caves. Because of his aversion to water, they generally wouldn't take the initiative to attack Pokemon. Pokemon could handle the few attacks by manipulating the water flow. At least escaping was not a problem. However, he did want to take some things away, which were his treasures. Pokemon looked at Zay hesitantly. Don't worry, he won't take your things. They knew what Pokemon was thinking. The man and the Pokémon just met and got to know each other. It was impossible for the other party to trust him completely so quickly. Pokemon thought about it, nodded, turned around and walked towards his previous residence. ZHE also turned around and chatted with Zyadagang. By the way, has Senior Jeheo come back recently? No, he seems to have gone to Unova recently. What's wrong? Zyadagang, who took out an apron from somewhere, grinded coffee beans and responded casually. Flame chicken, help me heat it up. He pulled Flame Chicken over and put the kettle on it. Judging from Flame Chicken's body temperature, the water must boil very quickly. ZHE also scratched his head. I was planning to ask him something about Panyanki's breakthrough to the king. This. Zyadagang stopped what he was doing when he heard this and thought carefully. I'll find time to ask for you. It's time for him to come back. As the uncle of Takanora's younger brother Zyadagang, Jeheo has been running outside to be a powerful and free trainer. Not to mention returning to Nibi, he rarely contacts his family even by phone or video. Zyadagang's grandfather had scolded his son many times, but it was useless. Rock-type trainers are sometimes stubborn, and Gogo is willing to travel and adventure everywhere. However, this also makes Gogo quite knowledgeable and powerful. When Mantle Rock evolved into Gulliver, ZHE asked Zyadagang to ask about Gulliver on his behalf, because there was a Gulliver among the opponent's main Pokémon. The result was quite good. After all, Zay only had a vague understanding of communication evolution at that time, and there was very little information about Gulliver in Kanto. The information provided by Gogo helped him a lot. Okay. Zay didn't say much to Zyadagang to say thank you. The relationship between the two has long become good friends in more than a year of chatting and contact. Breaking through the king is not a big deal, and there is no need to do these things. After all, whether you can break through the king is not a matter of one sentence. It still depends on the person and the Pokémon. Woo, the water boiled quickly, and Zay and Zyadagang each took a cup of coffee and started drinking. After getting their spirits together, they still have to continue to go deeper until they pass through the entire Libo mountain. Pokemon also dragged a bunch of things back to the resting place. Water plants, round ordinary stones and a few red scales of Magikarp. How to say, it was quite chilling. Zaya didn't care, took out a bag, and handed it to Pokemon. Pack it yourself, I'll carry it for you. Pokemon nodded happily. After hesitating for a while, it took out a piece of red scale and handed it to Zaya. Pogorit's head unconsciously turned to one side. Is this a gift for me? Zaya raised his eyebrows with some surprise. Pokemon nodded with difficulty. Thank you then. Zaya happily took the red scale from its hand. For a trainer who just met, this is a pretty good attitude and start. Wait, this is... Zaya didn't think these red scales were anything special. They were just Magikarps, and they couldn't be more common. But the moment he took it in his hand, the familiar touch made him feel something was wrong, and he subconsciously called out 0. Red Gyarados scales. A familiar description appeared in his vision. It's really fate. After a moment of silence, ZHE also sighed silently in his heart. His mind was working quickly. Little guy, where did you get this? He asked Pagona, who was packing his luggage. Pagona explained with his hands and feet. This thing is not the leftovers left after it ate Magikarp, but it was brought down from the waterfall. It took a lot of effort to snatch it from the swimming ring weasel. Although it can't be eaten, it is also collected as a trophy. Chapter 437, Movement in the Depths. After learning the origin of the scales from Pokémon, Tetsuya had some guesses in his heart. Has the research been transferred to Clear Cliff? He thought silently with his eyebrows down. It is impossible to hide near the Maribo Mountain. There are too many forces belonging to the Alliance here, and the flow of people is not small. It is impossible to hide at all. If you trace it all the way back to the source, only Clear Cliff meets the requirements of the rocket team's experimental base. From the perspective of geographical location and flow of people, Clear Cliff is indeed a very good place to hide traces, and the number and variety of Pokémon around it are also sufficient. Moreover, the south of Clear Cliff is the Angry Lake where the future Ed Gyarados lives. This is completely consistent. No wonder Do searched around the Angry Lake and found nothing before, so he had to go to the cliff cave west of the Johto region to continue investigating. Even if he is as strong as Do, he is not willing to search Clear Cliff unless he has to. The energy consumption required is really too great. The question is, where is the rocket team hiding in Clear Cliff? The scope of Clear Cliff is not big or small, and it is more than enough to accommodate a research institute. Not to mention that this research institute is most likely located in the cliff or underground. Under the influence of the environment, it is extremely difficult to find it. Moreover, with the ability of the rocket team, if there is a big fight, they will definitely be able to react in the first time and evacuate quickly. Don't forget that, although it originated in Kanto, the rocket group created by Sakaki was first listed in the Johto region, and then operated across regions to Kanto. Its strength in the Johto region is not weak at all. After all, this is a company created by Sakaki. Tetsuya will never underestimate the rocket team boss who can be called the strongest villain in the elf world, and will only infinitely praise the other party. Forget it, let's throw it to Do later, to let him have a headache. He pinched his temple with a headache. He thought he was not strong enough, and chose to leave the matter to Do. Anyway, Do has been tracking the rocket team's research in this area recently. It is reasonable to find some traces, and follow the clues, to go back to the cliff of Clear Sky. Although Tetsuya felt that as long as Sakaki didn't do it himself, he could handle it, even if the rocket team's senior officers came to trouble him, at least he could run away, but unnecessary trouble should be avoided. If you count carefully, Tetsuya has unknowingly disrupted several major operations of the rocket team. If this time is included, maybe Sakaki will really come to Tetsuya in person with great interest. What's wrong? Zyanagang asked Tetsuya, who was deep in thought. This guy's behavior has been a little strange since he got the scale. Is there something special about this scale that he didn't see? Zyanagang looked at the red scale in Tetsuya's hand curiously. Tetsuya didn't hide too much. I picked up a very similar scale in the Vermilion City Gyarados riot incident before. This was half true and half false. The main reason was that he was too lazy to explain why he could tell that the red scale he picked up while fishing was not an ordinary Magikarp. Anyway, the result is the same. It's all Team Rocket's fault. The process is not very important. Zyanagan's face became visibly serious. As the next successor of Nabijim, he also knew a lot about the incident in Vermilion City, which also belongs to the Kanto Alliance. So, there is a secret research institute of Team Rocket here? He immediately realized this. The next moment, Zyanagang denied himself. No, it should be further north. He and Tetsuya had the same idea. Anyway, we can't control this matter. I will contact Mr. Watari directly after I get out. Tetsuya put away the red scales and said to Zyanagang. Zyanagang nodded. If it doesn't work, then just say that it was me who provided the information. I will contact the Alliance. He didn't want to compete with Tetsuya for the credit, but compared with Tetsuya, he was less worried about the retaliation of Team Rocket. Unless Team Rocket directly attacked Nabi, Zyanagang, who was hiding in Nabi City, would probably not be in any danger. His father and his grandfather were really not vegetarians. In comparison, Tetsuya, who had been traveling in the wild, was different. No matter how strong one is, he will get his feet wet if he walks by the river too often. If something happens, Zyanagang is still very worried about his good friend. ZHE also knows what Zyanagang means. Don't worry, I will tell Mr. Do, but if we contact each other alone, no one else will know. As for Zyanagang, who also knows about this matter, secretly notifying Team Rocket, ZHE also thinks that this joke is better forgotten. Zyanagang didn't say anything more. Poga, seeing that the two had finished talking, Pokémon, who had packed his things, threw the bag behind him and came to the place where the two had just rested with his luggage in high spirits. It wanted to see what smelled so good. Want to drink? Seeing Pokémon staring at the coffee in his hand, Alido communicated with it through his supernatural power. Poga. Pokémon, who had never encountered a supernatural elf, was startled by the sudden communication sound. Then he found that it came from the powerful elf in front of him. It opened its mouth and expressed considerable surprise. Would you like a sip? Alido asked again. Pokémon nodded excitedly. A blue-purple light flashed in Alido's eyes, and a stream of brown water flew out of the cup in front of him. Pokémon opened his mouth without any instruction. The thin water line entered accurately under Alido's control. Pokémon, who was fantasizing about tasting delicious food, turned extremely pale the next moment. The water in his mouth was not only not delicious, but also bitter. Pokémon felt that the green fruit with protruding skin that he had eaten last time was more delicious than it. That was the most unpalatable fruit it had ever eaten. Dan Flame Chicken laughed heartlessly on the side. It liked spicy food, but it refused to respect this thing after tasting coffee once. When Pokémon asked to try it just now, it was looking forward to the other party's reaction. Alido tilted its head. Is it not to your taste? It could feel the resistance from Pokémon's heart. Pokémon shook his head frantically. This thing was too hard to drink. Why would you like to drink this kind of thing? Pokémon looked at Alido with an even more wrong look in his eyes. Alido silently tasted another sip of coffee. Yes, it tasted good. It would be even better if there was no sugar. After taking a sip, it felt quite refreshed. For a psychic Pokémon, this was a very good feeling. Tetsuya and Zyanagang looked at each other. You can only blame your coffee brewing skills, Tetsuya said with a smile. Zyanagang was also helpless. He took out another cup of coffee from somewhere. Why don't you try this one? You should like this one. Looking at the familiar brown liquid in the cup, Pokémon subconsciously took a step back. Tetsuya on the side took out a water-specific 1000 fragrance fruit from his space backpack. If that doesn't work, this one will definitely suit your hobby. Pokémon hesitated for a while and soon chose to take the blue and yellow 1000 fragrance fruit from Tetsuya's hand. It took a careful bite. The dry taste and surging water energy made Pokémon fall in love with this tree fruit that he had never seen before. He said that it was much more delicious than the water blue fruit he had eaten before. As the breeding material of water elves, the water blue fruit is much lower than the 1000 fragrant fruit, and the taste is also worse. Of course, the price is also more expensive. Really try this cup, it will definitely satisfy you. Zyanagang still wanted to let Pokémon try the coffee. This is his dignity as a Pokémon breeder. Pokémon's body was a little stiff while eating the 1000 fragrant fruit, and its eyes unconsciously drifted to Zaya beside him. There was a meaning of asking for help. Zaya saw this and hurriedly smiled and pulled Zyanagang away. Forget it, elves don't drink coffee much anyway. Most elves don't like human food that much. They prefer tree fruits or energy blocks because they can make them stronger. However, under Zaya's influence, his companions have more or less preferences for human food, which is also quite rare. Zyanagang immediately petrified. It must be said that the trip of two people is quite interesting. The two people and 3 elves rested for a while beside the waterfall, and then embarked on the trip to the underground cave again. Compared with before, Pokémon, who was nestled on Tetsuya's left shoulder, not only carried a small package, but also held a cup in his hand. After taking a sip of coffee, Pokémon exhaled with satisfaction again. The problem is very simple. The coffee just now was made too well by Zyanagang, so it was completely bitter without astringency. And the later cup, the taste is more sour and astringent, with very little bitterness, which is exactly the type that water elves like. Just now, under the instigation of Tetsuya, Pokémon also plucked up the courage to try it and unexpectedly found that it was not bad. So there was this scene now. The flame chicken leading the way in front was puzzled. It couldn't understand why Pokémon changed so much before and after. It was as if Pokémon saw it stuffing spicy cherry fruit into its mouth, as if it was looking at a warrior. The difference between the two types of elves, water and fire, is really quite big. However, when it evolves into Emperor Napo in the future, Pokémon's taste will actually gradually become spicier. This is because the properties of steel make it so that only spicy food can give them enough stimulation. However, compared with the fruit of the fire type elves, this spiciness can only be said to be slightly spicy. Since Flamel replaced the electric dragon to illuminate the way, the frequency of the underground elves in the Maribo Mountain attacking Zaya and Xiaogang has dropped significantly. After walking for more than an hour, they encountered two groups of elf attacks. One of them was because Pokémon accidentally sprayed the rumble stone beside him while playing in the water, causing the group of rock type elves to be extremely angry. Boga Pokémon, who felt that he had caused trouble, stayed on Zaya's shoulder obediently without moving. It didn't expect that there were so many powerful elves outside the waterfall, and they lived together in a large group. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Zaya comforted Pokémon. After all, the previous time he played in the water was because he wanted to see Pokémon's control of water energy, and hitting the rumble stone could only be said to be an accident. God knows why that guy was hanging on the rock wall and sleeping while holding onto the stalactites. This sleeping posture is really weird. Someone is here. Just when Tetsuya was communicating with Pagona, Flame stopped and issued a warning through the Wava guide. The two hurriedly became alert. In a place like this, you will never know whether you are seeing a normal trainer or a scum hidden in the crowd. Dab dab dab. The footsteps gradually approached, and its owner seemed quite cautious. Even so, when he saw Tetsuya and his group, the other party was still startled. After observing Flame and Pagona on Tetsuya's shoulder, the pupils of the strange trainer who suddenly appeared inadvertently shrank. Two-starter Pagona can represent many things. He pulled out a dry smile. Hello, 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 hello. Tetsuya and Xiaogang also responded quickly. The seemingly friendly air was filled with a sense of mutual vigilance. My name is Hiroki, and I'm from Johto Sifu City. Tetsuya, Kanto Tokiwa. Gon, Kanto Nibi. After a brief exchange of information, the atmosphere between the three of them eased somewhat. After a few words, Hiroki said that he had returned from a deeper place. Why not just go through? Tetsuya frowned. Hiroki shook his head. I don't know what happened recently. The Pokémon here have become more irritable, and my partner was injured. Just in case, I'd better go back and rest until they recover. As a trainer who lives in underground caves, Hiroki has survived until now because of his steady approach. As long as there is a slight possibility of danger, he will not take risks. Although the benefits are lower than others, it is safer. Tetsuya and Gon both expressed admiration for Hiroki's restrained approach. In the face of interests, not everyone can stop. You should be careful too. If you find that you can't win, run away immediately. The Pokémon here generally won't chase you too far. Before leaving, Hibiki gave the two some advice. Tetsuya and Xiaogang nodded with a smile. When Hibiki disappeared from the wave perception of Blaziken, the two looked at each other. Them? Not necessarily. They should be very careful to hide. We still have to take a deeper look and get in touch with those violent Pokémon. Well, but I don't have any detection equipment, so I can only come little by little. As they spoke, the figures of the two disappeared into the darkness along with Blaziken. The cries of Pokémon, the sound of skills colliding, the sound of rocks breaking, all kinds of sounds intertwined in this underground cave. Chapter 438, Unknown Existence Underground. Flame, sped flames. A familiar command sounded, and Tetsuya was facing the crisis calmly. Or rather, under the dual protection of Flame Chicken and Alido, what was a crisis for others was just an appetizer for him. Xiaogang beside him also seemed to be at ease. Beside him, the nine-tailed fox, whose tail was scattered and suspended in the air, was silently protecting its new trainer. Raiden, get close to it, and use the inspiring punch. Xiaogang, who had no worries, also seemed very passionate. For Pokémon, in addition to training day after day and taking in enough nutrition, Fighting is the best way to improve strength. Especially for Raiden, who has no shortage of the former. Its body is actually immersed in a lot of excess nutrition. This can also be seen from its appearance. Raiden's rock-like shell will shed once a year, and the shed stone shell will turn into soil, which can be scattered in the field, to promote the development of crops. And the thickness of Zyagang's Raiden's stone shell is actually a little bit over the standard, which is caused by excess nutrition. Of course, the skin it sheds now must be a very high-level fertilizer, which is very helpful for the planting and cultivation of fruit trees. ZHE also thinks that, if there is a chance later, he can ask Zyagagang for some, because his nest will probably need this thing in the future. Although Zyagagang has always let Raiden fight, the combat training done in the gym on weekdays is not as effective as fighting in the wild. During the underground cave exploration, Zyagang's Raiden is getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to optimistic estimates, it won't be long before Raiden will most likely break through the elite and enter the ranks of Quasi Kings. By then, in addition to the King level Ninetales, Zyagagang will also have two Quasi King level Pokémon. Among them, Onyx is at the peak of the Quasi King level. After a long period of accumulation, breaking through to the King level is not a problem at all. After all, for Zyagagang, his family has long had examples and references for the breakthrough of the King level. All he has to do is to combine his own situation to come up with a more suitable route for himself. So ZHE has actually been curious about one thing. That is, with Zyagang's talent and ability, why does he seem so weak when he travels with Zyossi in the future? Thinking about it, the only explanation is that Zyagagang did this in order to go out for a trip, and all the main Pokémon were left in the gym to breed new ones. And Zaya felt that his appearance might have played a big role. At least now Wuning has no intention of letting go. Be careful. Zyagagang keenly noticed that Zaya was deserting, and hurriedly issued a warning according to the reminder of Ninetale. A mound suddenly rose up one step in front of Zaya, and a Pokémon wearing hard scales broke out of the ground. Its claws flashed with dazzling white light. This was one of the leaders of the Sandshrew tribe they were fighting, Sandslash. Zaya immediately came back to his senses after hearing Zyagang's call. However, with the movements of Pokémon and the physical fitness of humans, it was too late at this time. Sandslash's claws that were enough to pierce Zaya's body were getting closer and closer, and a trace of brutality flashed in its eyes. It couldn't wait to let the guy in front of it taste death. This is the price of going deep into their territory. Leto, an angry cry sounded. A flash of firefly-colored knife light cut off the thought that Sandslash shouldn't have. Leto slashed Sandslash's body with his elbow blade. The grass-type energy contained in it made Sandslash lose its combat ability the next moment. This is the physical attack trick of the grass type, Leaf Blade. The pure ground type Sandslash was completely defenseless in front of this trick, and suffered great damage. Of course, this is not the reason why it directly lost its combat ability. After all, they are elite level Pokémon of the same level, and Sandslash's level is much higher than Leto, and it is also good at defense. Under normal circumstances, a hit from Leaf Blade will at most make it seriously injured. The key is that Leaf Blade has a higher probability of hitting the vital point than most other moves, not to mention that the user is a leader who has both psychic and fighting types. Although the situation was critical, Alito still reacted immediately, and while using instant teleportation to move in front of Tetsuya, he aimed the angle of the Leaf Blade's attack at the vital area of the Sandslash he found. Adding the two together, the damage caused by the Leaf Blade had long exceeded the upper limit of the Sandslash's tolerance. If it were not for the unique rules of the Pokémon world, the overflow damage of Alito's attack would be enough to kill the Sandslash directly. Fortunately, in the Pokémon world, even if you use the Destruction Death Ray on a green caterpillar, it will only fall into a dying state, and will recover naturally soon. The overflow damage of the skill that causes the dying state cannot cause any serious consequences to it. Unless it is attacked again, after falling into the dying state, it will usher in the end of true death. However, not many people in this era will do this. Alito put away the elbow blade, walked at Tetsuya's side, and called out in a low voice. As a partner to protect Tetsuya, this is its dereliction of duty. It hung its head like a child who made a mistake. It's okay, just be careful next time. Tetsuya touched Alito's crown and comforted him. To be honest, he was also startled just now. This Sandslash has a very good grasp of the ground energy, and in the chaotic battle scene, even Lido didn't notice that it was approaching its trainer. This led to the sudden scene. However, just like the Ninetales sensed it in advance, in fact, the Blaziken over there had already discovered this. There has always been a blue ball of light in its claws ready to go. If Lido didn't react, the next moment the wave missile would hit the Sandslash and knock it away. Seeing that Lido successfully dealt with the Sandslash, Blaziken also waved his claws casually, and the wave missile turned into a light spot and dissipated in the air. Next Blaziken, who was dealing with a bunch of Pokémon, took the time to raise a claw to Lido to indicate that he did a good job. Look, isn't Blaziken praising you too? Tetsuya smiled and pulled Lido, who was still lowering his head, over. He really didn't take it seriously. He had encountered many dangers, both in number and severity. This kind of situation where a Pokémon got close to him was commonplace. Even if Blaziken and Lido didn't react, Gulliver would immediately appear in front of him to block the attack. This wasn't the first time this had happened. As the strongest shield in Tetsuya's team, Gulliver was the one that made Tetsuya feel most at ease. Its calm personality was quite rare in his team. Lido's mood improved a little. Blaziken had always played the role of a master in its growth, whether it was fighting skills or fighting methods. This was why it didn't choose to evolve into Gardevoir like its parents. Since its master had said so, it didn't bother too much. However, compared to the initial position, Lido was now closer to Tetsuya. Its superpowers would occasionally surge around its trainer. Tetsuya shook his head helplessly. Even for psychic Pokémon, it is not easy to do two things at the same time. Lido, who was fighting and protecting at the same time, was undoubtedly adding unnecessary burden to himself. Left rear, frozen punch. He did not say much, but began to command Lido to fight. In this way, Lido was much more relaxed. Zyagang's Raiden also solved his opponents to Elite Sandslash. He looked at Tetsuya. Speed up the solution. Okay. Tetsuya nodded in agreement. After what happened just now, he didn't want to train Lido's independent fighting ability. Then, these Sandslash and Sandslash had no value and meaning in fighting. Blazing chicken. He called softly. Down Blaziken, who was in sync with Tetsuya, understood his idea and immediately wrapped himself in flames. A red figure shuttled through the cave passage. One Pokémon after another flew up and down. After a while, the flying Blaziken slowly stopped its steps, and the flames on its body disappeared. The nearby passage returned to its initial tranquility. As long as you ignore the sandshrews and sandslings scattered all over the ground, this scene is still quite normal. Under the charged flame attack of the king level Blaziken, these ordinary level Pokémon mixed with a few elite level Pokémon simply have no ability to fight again. Even if a few of them have good physical strength, they will not be able to withstand a kick from Blaziken. If it were Pokémon commanded by a trainer, they might be able to rely on tacit cooperation to hold on for a while longer, but for these chaotic wild Pokémon, it would be good if they don't accidentally hurt their companions in the melee. It is really difficult for Pokémon to expect them to use cooperation to make up for the huge gap in strength. With Ninetales, Zyagagang carefully approached the unconscious wild Pokémon. Tetsuya did the same. Did you find anything? After a few minutes, Zyagagang raised his head and looked at Tetsuya. No. Zhe also frowned and shook his head. This group of Pokémons are indeed more irritable than usual, but Lido said that there is nothing wrong with their emotional fluctuations, and the indicators detected by the instruments in my hand are also normal. In short, unlike what Zyagagang and Zhe just thought, this is not the work of Team Rocket. In essence, the experiment of controlling Pokémons with emotional energy such as anger will definitely leave traces. It's a bit strange. Zyagagang squinted his eyes and touched his chin and began to think. Since it was not done by Team Rocket, why are the Pokémons underground so irritable that they attack everyone they see? You know, Pokémon like Sandshrew and Sandslash are very timid. Otherwise, they would not be classified as rat Pokémon. They don't like to fight. Even if they are attacked by trainers, they will choose to dig holes and escape in most cases. Sandslash is more courageous, but it is not an impulsive person. The two looked at each other and became more curious. Keep going deeper, ZHE suggested without hesitation. Xiaogang nodded in agreement. This strange phenomenon is simply an unbearable temptation for trainers. As the two went deeper, the attacks of the Pokémon tribe on them became more and more frequent. A few hours later, at about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the frequency of attacks and the strength of the Pokémon tribe reached their peak. Giant Rock Monster, Rock Blockade, Monix Nail, Grass Mixer, Night Snail, Iron Wall Defense. Tetsuya issued a series of instructions. In addition to the Blaziken and Alido who were outside at the beginning, he almost sent out all the Pokémon suitable for underground combat. There was no way. The number and strength of the Pokémon in front of him were much larger and stronger than before. 7 Quasi Kings plus dozens of elites, combined with nearly 3-digit ordinary level Pokémon. If they were not in a huge rock cave, this number alone would have left the two with nowhere to stay. Xiaogang also sent out Sunrock to protect his safety. In this area, his Onix also had room to fight. However, due to its huge body, Onix was targeted the moment it appeared, so he immediately took Onix back into the Pokéball. Sometimes, being big is a disadvantage. Although wild Pokémon have a huge advantage in numbers, Tetsuya and Brock have the upper hand on the field. There is no way. Blaziken is too strong. The moment it entered the battle, it pulled away 5 Quasi King level Pokémon. And seeing how relaxed it was, if Tetsuya hadn't asked it to leave 2 for the Giant Rock and the King Serpent to practice, it would probably want to fight 7 alone. Most of the remaining elite and ordinary level Pokémon were controlled by the Ninetale. Their eyes revealed abnormal confusion. For the Ninetale, which has mastered special abilities, the least feared thing is group battles. The remaining Pokémon became the training objects of the 3 Pokémons, Alido, Night Snail and Rhydon. Everything seemed to be in order. TSK, I'm getting more and more curious about who is commanding them. Tetsuya and Brock communicated. If they didn't know the reason for the Pokémon's riot at the beginning, after so long, they had some guesses. In this case, it is generally because something went wrong with the nearby Overlord level Pokémon, so the Pokémon under their command drove away the outsiders. It is possible that he was injured in a fight with the boss of another territory, or it is possible that he is about to give birth to a child. No matter which one it is not to be missed for the two. After all, the boss nearby must be a powerful king level. Regardless of whether it is necessary to subdue it, there are many treasures of king level elves, and it is not a problem to make a fortune from it. As for the semi-champions and champions, it is impossible. These powerful elves under the Libo Mountain have long been discovered by the Alliance, and the two sides have also held friendly negotiations. The unknown existence nearby is not in the living area of the powerful elves marked by the Alliance. Zaya and Xiaogang are both looking forward to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Powerful Bear Spirit. The battle in the cave gradually came to an end. Since Flame won the 1-on-5 battle, the wild Pokémon showed signs of disintegration. Even before the Pokémon such as Night Snail attacked them, they had already begun to disperse in all directions. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of every creature, and Pokémons are no exception. Down taking a deep breath to relieve his fatigue, Flame said that it was also helpless. ZHE also rolled his eyes at it. As the trainer of Flame, he certainly knew exactly what this guy was thinking. Flame just wanted to fight. After knowing the unknown powerful opponent in the depths, it was very eager to fight with it. As for the 5 Quasi King level Pokémon just now, they were just warm-ups for Flame. Even if the space in the underground cave was not limited, it would not have suffered much damage. After all, only in an open place can Flame's speed advantage be fully reflected. Snake, green grass field. Seeing that the wild Pokémons were running around in a daze, ZHE also asked Snake to open the green grass field to help each partner recover their physical strength. Although the healing effect of the green grass field is not as good as skills such as Healing Wave, it is stable and long-lasting, and to a certain extent, it is not affected by the difference in the level of the elves. If it is healing wave, if the user is a quasi king level elf, it will probably take all the strength to barely turn a king level elf from seriously injured to slightly injured. In the case of the green grass field, the monarch snake only needs to consume about half of its physical strength to do this, and it is a group. The price is that the latter is nearly 10 times slower than the former. This can be regarded as an alternative energy conservation in the elf world. It is mainly because the composition of the two skills is different. Healing wave simply uses its own energy to restore the released, while the green grass field uses the power of nature. As a user, the monarch snake plays a more gathering and stimulating role. Life drop is actually similar between healing wave and green grass field. From the nature of energy, the grass type is indeed more gentle, and few elves will feel uncomfortable. The green light shines in the cave, illuminating this small world. Tetsuya and Zyanagang began to collect the spoils diligently. After all, it was a wild Pokémon team of quasi-kings and a bunch of elite Pokémons. The probability of them carrying unformed items was still very high. If they were lucky, they might have formed items. But it was obvious that the two had average luck. Preemptive Claw, Soft Sand, Hard Stone, Thick Bones. Although the 7 quasi-king Pokémons of different shapes did provide a lot of Pokémon items, they were all unformed without exception. This made their value far less than imagined. The only advantage was that, since the Pokémons that condensed these unformed items were quite powerful and lived for a long time, the quality of these unformed items was extremely high. For ground and rock Pokémons, they were very good breeding materials. ZHE also took 2 portions of soft sand and 2 portions of hard stone, and the remaining materials except for soft sand were given to Zyanagang. I didn't do much. Zyanagang refused at first. Take it. Zaya stuffed the things into his arms casually. I took all the cultivation materials for the giant monster. The other things are useless to me. Besides, this time is different from the first battle. Zyanagang actually contributed a lot. Apart from other things, the Ninetales alone held back a lot of wild Pokémon. Although their strength is not strong, the number is there. If they rush forward, Zaya will also have a headache. Zyanagang did not refuse too much. He put away the preemptive claw and the thick bone, took the hard stone, and came to his own Raiden to communicate. Seeing Raiden's happy look, it seems that he is also very happy about his harvest this time. After all, for it, this should be the first time to gain benefits in the way of outdoor battle. Zaya soon stopped caring about Zyanagang and Raiden's situation. Back to the applicable scope of the green grass field, he took out a lot of bottles and jars and began to spray the Pokémon one by one. The first one was Pokémon, the little guy who had just been captured. At the beginning of the battle, ZHE also wanted to take it back to the Pokéball because it was still a little short of the normal level. In this kind of battle, ZHE also dared not guarantee that he could make it okay. But Pokémon was very resistant. As a result, it was now covered with scars and traces of gravel. Very powerful, ZHE said as he applied medicine. Pokémon flapped his hands and let out a proud cry. The next moment, its mouth twitched because it was too painful. In the chaotic battle just now, Pokémon, who was in the rear, defeated the combination of 3 Sandshrews and a Geodude with the power of 1 Pokémon. Attribute Restraint is Attribute Restraint, but the levels of the 4 wild Pokémon are 3 or 4 levels higher than it, reaching the ordinary level. Being able to win under such circumstances is enough to show Pokémon's strength and talent. Okay. Not long after, ZHE finished applying medicine to Pokémon. The blue and white little penguin disappeared, replaced by a mummy-like guy. Pokémon, with only his mouth and eyes exposed, breathed hard. Pogarit lay on the ground with a look of despair, enjoying the healing effect brought by the green grass field. With the medicine under the bandage, Pokémon recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then there were the 2 battle maniacs, Night Smell and Alido. It is not wrong to say that they are battle maniacs. Just now, when Tetsuya was not paying attention, the 2 guys rushed into the opponent's group of Pokémons, one attacking and one defending. If one of them was not good at teleportation and had a strange whereabouts, and the other was good at defense and had an abnormally hard body, they would have been beaten and unable to take care of themselves. Even so, when Panyanga and Monarch Snake pulled out their hands to help them out, the 2 Pokémons were covered with various injuries. I should teach you 2 a lesson. Tetsuya taught the two guys viciously. However, the movement of his hands did not slow down at all. Alito and Night Snail were silent about Tetsuya's words. Their personalities are very similar to some extent, especially when Alito evolved. It completely lost its lively and naughty appearance when it was a child. It became unusually calm. Of course, this was just the appearance. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying on the ground now. Zay scratched his head in pain. You two, really? Looking at the scars on their bodies, he was angry and a little distressed. In fact, it didn't have to be so tragic. According to the tactics at the beginning, with the front defense of the giant rock monster and the recovery of the monarch snake in the back, the four elves can advance steadily, which also helps to increase the tacit understanding between them. They can't stand the young and active Alito, nor can they stand the Night Snail wanting to try its limits. So with Zay's tacit consent, the two elves made such a move. To be honest, if he had known this, he would not have agreed to let them do this. They didn't need to worry too much about the other three seniors. They were used to fighting hard in the wild, and knew how to save energy and protect themselves. Even if it took most of the giant rock monster, its injuries were not too serious, because many attacks were blocked by it manipulating rocks or sand before hitting its body. How is it? Is it okay? Tetsuya asked, sitting cross-legged in front of Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken, who was in the same posture, did not speak, but used the more intense flames burning on his elbows to explain his current mood and state. That's good. Tetsuya smiled slightly, otherwise our friends will not let us have a good time. As if foreshadowing something, the next moment, a deafening roar came from the dark cave passage deep inside. The roar reflected a direct sense of anger. Zyanagang brought Ninetales and Raiden to Tetsuya and his Pokémon, with a serious expression. This sound is a bit like Kumaru. Tetsuya nodded in agreement, but at the same time he felt a little disappointed. If it was just Kumaru, even if it was at the level of a king, he would not be very interested. Who made him capture an individual that seemed to be the evolution of Kumaru not long ago? But this personality of protecting cubs is very suitable for Kumaru. Zyanagang narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain passage. He could sense that there was a huge bear spirit rushing towards them. Flame Chicken stood up silently and walked to the front. The flames in its hands almost burned up the air in the entire cave. In the perception of the Wava guide, Flame Chicken clearly saw the opponent's powerful momentum, which was not inferior to it at all, and even surpassed it. It was much stronger than the strange power of the human named Nobuhiko before, and Flame Chicken made a judgment secretly. When Pidgeot broke through the king level, it was also watching the battle on the side. From the momentum alone, Nobuhiko's strange power was weaker than one level, not to mention the specific strength. You know, although it lost to Pidgeot, the strength of that strange power was definitely not the bottom among the king levels. It was just that Pidgeot had the right time, place, and people at that time. If there was another battle, it would be hard to say who would win. Get ready for battle. ZHE also twisted his neck and stood up. Although he was a little frustrated that it might be the Ursine, he still had to deal with such a strong opponent well. He didn't want to experience the feeling of capsizing in the gutter. Dang, 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 the dull sound of running footsteps was getting closer and closer. A tall and upright bear shadow entered Zay's eyes. He frowned subconsciously. The width and height ratio of this shadow is a bit wrong, and the details are also. Before he could communicate with Zyanagang, this powerful bear elf walked out of the dark area and revealed its true appearance. The pupils of the two people shrank instantly. What appeared in front of them was not a brown circle bear, but a bear elf composed of black, white, and grey hair. Whether it was Zay or Zyanagang, they had no record of the information about this elf in their minds. The regional variant form of the rogue panda? Zay muttered to himself. But compared with the rogue panda in the distant Kalos region, the bear elf in front of him was more robust overall, more like a fighter. Especially the protective gi-like structure on the hands and feet. There were also a few tufts of black hair on its knees, which looked very aggressive. Black and white fur covered its grey body, very similar to the uniforms that humans wear for combat training. It also had a long flowing bifurcated headband on its head, one side black and the other side white. Overall, ZHE had to admit that this big guy was much more handsome than the circle bear and the rogue panda. But now the other party's expression was very unfriendly. The unknown bear Pokémon opened its big mouth and roared at the invader. Just as ZHE and Zyadagang thought, it was indeed giving birth to offspring. Moreover, its way of giving birth to offspring was different from that of most ordinary Pokémon, so it drove away the invaders so vigorously. It was just unexpected that two fearless and powerful young trainers fought their way in. As a last resort, the unknown bear Pokémon came here from its own nest. White air flowed out of its nasal cavity. Looking at the fighting posture of the flame chicken, the unknown bear Pokémon knew that he had to teach these humans and Pokémon a lesson. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the humans and elves, it slid its left foot across the ground, its body slightly rotated counterclockwise, its right paw clenched into a fist, and placed its elbow in front of its body, and its left paw clenched into a fist across its chest. It was in a posture ready for a fight. ZHE also came to his senses. It seems that it is more likely to be a regional variant of the rogue panda. Let's temporarily assume that it has a single fighting attribute. Whether the evil attribute is possessed or has changed into any other attribute remains to be seen. In this case, his eyes scanned the entire body of the opponent. Flame Chicken, Flame Jet. Judging from its size, Flame Chicken is definitely not as powerful as the opponent. A chicken and a bear, no matter how you look at it, the latter is more powerful. But on the other hand, Flame Chicken's movement speed is definitely faster than the opponent. So ZHE also chose to greet it with a long-range attack first. The surging flames roared towards the unknown bear elf. Its face was motionless. At the moment, when the flame was about to reach him, the left claw on his chest changed from a fist to a knife, and slashed straight at the flame with a sharp attack that was invisible to the naked eye. You must be kidding. Tetsua's face changed slightly. The next moment, the flame was split into two like a stream of water, passing through the body of the unknown bear elf. Flame Chicken, Flame Whirlpool. While marveling at the powerful strength of the other party, Tetsuya and Flame Chicken did not slow down their actions at all. At the edge of the raised mouth, a whirlpool of pure flames instantly formed from small to large. Chapter 440, The Battle of the Fighting Spirits. Boom! A raging fire swept out. This time, the unknown bear Pokémon on the opposite side finally did not confront it head on. The flame jet of the Flame Chicken just now made it clearly realize that this guy who broke into its territory was not an easy Pokémon to bully. Even though it had thick skin and flesh, it still suffered slight scars on its body from using the fighting type tile splitting to split the jet of flames. Faintly, a smell of burnt hair filled the unknown bear Pokémon. It bent its knees slightly and exhaled deeply. Boom! After a huge muffled sound, two large and deep footprints were left where the unknown Pokémon originally stood. Tetsuya's face changed again. Unlike what he thought, the speed and flexibility of this bear Pokémon suspected to be in the regional form were not weak at all. With a height of nearly 2 meters and a weight of hundreds of kilograms, this Pokémon can still dodge the attack from the Flame Chicken at a swift speed. Although it looks a bit strenuous, it is already exaggerated considering its size. So, does that mean it's not good at long-range energy attacks? Watching the unknown elf approaching the Flame Chicken, ZHE quickly guessed its thoughts and made an inference based on it. According to the understanding of elves, even mythical beasts have their strengths and weaknesses, except for the existence of the creator god Arceus. When an elf's close physical attack ability and speed are at the top, its energy attack ability must be relatively weak. Moreover, this is quite consistent with ZHE's judgment of the attributes of bear elves just now. Most pure fighting elves are not particularly good at energy attacks. This may be attributed to the fact that most fighting elves have physical attack skills. They also don't have good means to carry out long-range attacks. If ZHE is not mistaken, Vacuum Wave, True Key Bullet, Wave Missile and Life Threatening are the only 4 fighting energy attack skills. Among them, except for True Key Bullet, the mastery of the other 3 skills depends on the elf. Needless to say, there are very few elves who can master the Wave Guide ability, and the number of elf races that are currently known to be able to master the 2 skills of Vacuum Wave and Life Threatening is not large. This makes the fighting of fighting type Pokémon still mainly based on physical combat. Even Pokémon like Blaziken, which have strong strength in other attributes, are the same. Therefore, facing the unknown Pokémon rushing towards him, ZHE, with fire in his eyes, chose the same attitude as Blaziken. Show it our spirit. Use kick down after sword dance. With his voice, Blaziken stopped using the flame vortex and crossed his claws in front of him. Down after a high-spirited cry, its momentum suddenly rose to a high level. Roar, the cry of the unknown Pokémon also rang out. Without the interference of the flame vortex, it also burst out at a faster speed to approach Blaziken. In just a blink of an eye, the unknown Pokémon was less than 10 meters away from Blaziken. And this distance, whether it is for it or Blaziken, can be reached in an instant. The claws of the unknown Pokémon shone with dazzling white light. The eyes of the two Pokémons looked at each other, and they saw the blazing desire to fight in each other's eyes. For fighting type Pokémon, nothing is more satisfying than improving strength and fighting the enemy, especially when the enemy is not much different from their own strength and has similar attributes. Bang! Under the gaze of the spectators, the attacks of the two Pokémons that left after images collided fiercely. After a short silence, an unusually huge and dull sound and a fierce airflow intertwined in this cave. The eyes of Ninetales and Alido flashed blue-purple light at the same time. Under their resistance, the aftermath of the battle did not cause any harm to Tetsuya and Zyugang. But the broken rocks that kept flying around told the power of this fight. Blaziken rolled several times in the air with the power of the fight and fell to the ground. Its right leg trembled involuntarily. The strength is at least 1.5 times that of mine. Very strong. Blaziken's waveguide sounded in Tetsuya's heart. How is the power of the right leg? Tetsuya asked silently. It's acceptable. It will take about half a minute to return to normal. Blaziken felt the condition of his body and quickly informed his trainer. This is also the biggest advantage of Pokémons that have mastered waveguides or superpowers. That is, even in the fierce battle, they can communicate well with their trainers. As for other Pokémons and trainers, they can only rely on the bond between the two sides to obtain information in the battle. Although the error of this kind of information is very small, if the experience is rich enough, it is definitely far less convenient. Flame Chicken slightly turned sideways and tried to stand on its left leg, looking at its opponent cautiously. The energy of the flame was looming on it, and it was ready for the next attack. On the other side, the posture of the unknown Pokémon was quite strange. The strong and huge bare body was almost close to the ground, but it did not fall completely. Looking closely, its thick and powerful legs were constantly exerting force. The three clawed feet grasped the ground tightly, and even caused cracks to appear on the ground. After a laborious roar, the unknown Pokémon lifted its body up in a way that went against common sense. What a great force. What a strong body control ability. ZHE certainly knew what was going on. If Flame Chicken wanted to do it, it could also do it, but most of the time it didn't need to. With its body flexibility, it can do a bridge and a backflip to return to a normal posture. Of course, for this unknown bear Pokémon, it is a bit difficult for it to do the same action as Flame Chicken. After all, a strong body will greatly affect its flexibility and flexibility. The unknown Pokémon panted slightly. Although it did not fall and suffer further damage, the kicking skill after the sword dance was strengthened was still very harmful to it, a heavy guy. Even if it temporarily changed the position of the tile splitting to offset part of the attack power of the kicking, it would still be the same. The most important thing is that one knows one's own business. The unknown Pokémon's resistance to fighting skills is quite average. Its attribute is not a single fighting, but a dual attribute of fighting plus evil, which is indeed the same as the rogue panda. From this point of view, ZHE's guess is still somewhat based. ZHE squinted his eyes and carefully observed the state of the opposite Pokémon. He did not find the opponent's weakness in fighting, but was a little suspicious. But this suspicion alone was far from enough. Blazing Chicken, Wave Missile. A short and powerful command sounded from his mouth. Blazing Chicken nodded, and a wave missile like a blue light ball formed in front of it in an instant. Unlike the opponent, Blazing Chicken's weakness lies in defense. As for attack, whether it is physical attack or energy attack, Blazing Chicken is actually quite good at it. With a wave of its claws, the wave missile was ejected and whistled towards the unknown elf. The gleam in the eyes of the unknown elf flashed. The two claws formed fists and hit out continuously, causing layers of air turbulence. Under such defense, the size of the blue light ball continued to weaken until it disappeared between heaven and earth. See-through, a fighting skill, has a similar effect to defending, both of which prevent the user from being hurt. The success rate also follows the same rules as defending, and the two affect each other. That is to say, if you use the skill of defending, after seeing through continuously, the success rate of defending this time will still be very low, which is 1/3 of the success rate of the previous seeing through. However, for most elves who are familiar with this skill, the success rate is almost 100% when using it for the first time. A smile appeared on the corner of Tetsuya's mouth. The opponent's action shows that it is indeed restrained by the fighting skills, otherwise it would not be necessary to use the skill of seeing through to block the wave missile. After all, at the beginning, facing the more powerful jet flame, the opponent only used the tile splitting skill to resist. The unknown elf also felt something was wrong, and with his hands hanging down at his side, he rushed towards the motionless Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken's right leg was still a little numb at this time, and he had just used the wave missile, so he could only watch the opponent approach him. Raw with a step of his left foot, the unknown elf's huge bare paw slapped Flame Chicken fiercely. At the critical moment, Flame Chicken raised his right foot and collided with the opponent again. After a short stalemate, Flame Chicken turned nimbly in the air and changed positions with the bear type Pokémon. Now, use Brave Bird's fierce attack. Tetsuya seized the opportunity and shouted. The rich flying energy instantly enveloped Flame Chicken's entire body. For the unknown Pokémon with fighting plus evil attributes, it would definitely be very uncomfortable to take this flying type trick head on. The face of the unknown Pokémon became unusually serious, even a little angry. It did not choose to dodge, but crossed its hands on its head for defense. The silver metallic luster flashed on its body and then poured into its arms. Dang, when Flame Chicken fell from the sky with the energy of Brave Bird's fierce attack and kicked the unknown Pokémon's arms hard, the sound of hitting the metal echoed in the cave. The huge body of the unknown Pokémon involuntarily took 2 steps back. The mark on the ground showed the high intensity of this attack, but compared with the ending that Tetsuya and Flame Chicken imagined, the damage it suffered can be said to be less than half. This was thanks to the flexible use of the Iron Wall by this bear-like Pokémon. It transferred most of the steel-type energy to its 2 arms, which greatly increased the defensive ability there in an instant. Even so, the state of the bear-like Pokémon was quite bad. After all, the basic power of Brave Bird's attack was already very high, and the defensive ability improved by the Iron Wall could only help it offset the extra huge damage caused by the restrained attribute. If it weren't for the fact that Flame Chicken itself did not have the flying attribute, so that the use of Brave Bird's attack could not further enhance the power, otherwise this attack would be enough to reduce its physical strength to the critical point. But Flame Chicken's situation was just as bad, or it was about to get worse. After using one of the flying type big moves, it was in an awkward period of time when it was affected by the reaction force. Especially the side effects of Brave Bird's attack also caused it to suffer certain damage. When the unknown Pokémon adjusted its body and waved its fists to attack, Flame Chicken could only watch it hurt itself this time. Bang, the fiery red figure flew backwards and hit the surrounding rock wall, leaving a deep mark. Flame Chicken's body slid to the ground somewhat weakly. Blazing Chicken! Tetsuya exclaimed. Because at this moment, the attack of the unknown Pokémon continued, and it rushed towards Blaziken. Down Blaziken propped up its claws on the ground, and began to move at super high speed, while enduring the pain from its body. In the initial battle with the Quasi King, its acceleration characteristics had already been superimposed to the highest level, so at this moment, it directly brought out a bunch of after images to circle around the unknown Pokémon. The bear Pokémon slowly stopped its steps and took a fighting stance again. What a fast speed! Xiaogang, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he knew that Zay's Blaziken had the characteristics of acceleration, he didn't know it would be so fast. Xiaogang felt that his eyes were blurred, and the unknown Pokémon in the middle of the after image was even more so. Although its vision and reaction ability were much better than Xiaogang's, it still couldn't catch the specific whereabouts of Blaziken. In other words, relying on speed alone, Blaziken achieved the effect of almost a shadow clone. Of course, this also consumed a lot of physical strength. Zay knew that he couldn't keep dragging it on like this. Blazing Chicken, charge flame attack. With the super high speed, Tetsuya planned to attack at a faster speed, so that if the opponent could not react in time, let alone counterattack. Blaziken did not attack immediately, but patiently waited for the opportunity. When the head of the unknown Pokémon turned to one side, the figure of Blaziken suddenly appeared behind its body. This was the blind spot of the opponent's vision. The flames covered the whole body of Blaziken almost without delay. Bang, this time, it was the bear Pokémon that was hit by Blaziken against the rock wall beside. The rubble rolled down. Blaziken panted and looked at the huge figure sitting on the ground not far away. What was surprising was that even after so much damage, this unknown Pokémon still retained a certain combat ability. It was just that the body full of scars showed its extreme state. Just as Tetsuya and Blaziken were looking at the opponent, the unknown Pokémon fell to the ground with all its limbs like an ordinary bear, and then pounced hard. White light condensed on its head. Not good. Blaziken, hold on. ZHE hadn't expected the opponent's attack to be so desperate. He thought the unknown Pokémon hadn't recovered yet. He quickly asked Blaziken to defend. Chapter 441, Victory and Meeting Obihiko again. The green light shield instantly protected Flame Chicken. Although ZHE did not particularly like to use skills such as Halt, because the success rate, after using it many times, was too dependent on luck, it did not mean that his companions were not proficient in the use of these skills. On the contrary, no matter which Pokémon, as long as they could master it, ZHE would require them to be extremely proficient in these skills. After all, these skills can play a huge role in battle, even if the success rate is close to 100% only for the first time. However, even with the protection of Hold, Flame Chicken still subconsciously raised its claws and took a defensive posture. This is a habit it has developed from long-term fighting. If it were not for the fact that it could not use other skills at the same time when using Hold, Flame Chicken would want to add some more defense to itself. Perhaps influenced by ZHE, Flame Chicken did not attach so much importance to the Hold skill. It prefers the similar effect of See-Through, because the See-Through skill essentially relies on its fighting instinct, rather than the use of skill energy. The next moment, Flame Chicken and ZHE began to be glad that they had such a concept. In the shocked eyes of everyone in the elves, the unknown elf's hard head shining with silver white light directly ignored the green protective light shield and hit the claws of Flame Chicken directly. Clang, the collision between the two elves produced violent sparks, and then Flame Chicken withdrew its claws in pain. Down as the hard head hit its body, Flame Chicken let out a painful cry. This time the damage can be said to be real. In the absence of skills to offset, the defensive effect of its claws is really limited. Flame Chicken's body involuntarily rolled several times in the air and fell to the ground. Aha! The unknown elf stood up with difficulty and roared, and the hairband on its head fluttered backwards without wind. Down Flame Chicken struggled to support its body with its arms and climbed up from the ground. The two scarred elves looked at each other. The next moment, they turned into a black and white phantom and a red phantom at the same time and rushed towards each other. Claws and fists, elbows and knees, feet and head. In a few seconds, Flame Chicken used its body to attack the unknown Pokémon at least 100 times. When it was a brute, Flame Chicken's kicking speed could reach 10 times a second, and after it evolved into Flame Chicken and broke through to the king level, it could kick more than 50 times per second. From the perspective of two humans, Tetsuya and Zyugang, the afterimage of Flame Chicken's previous attack had not disappeared before the next attack was over. This made it look like it had countless legs. But under this surging attack, the unknown Pokémon still did not lose its composure. It was like a martial artist with great martial arts skills, using its strong body to continuously resist Flame Chicken's attacks, and occasionally taking the time to counterattack. Tetsuya carefully observed the battle between the two sides, his face very serious. Although the attack frequency was much slower than that of Flame Chicken, the bear Pokémon was more powerful and had thicker skin and flesh. This made it seem that Flame Chicken had taken the initiative on the scene, but in fact the damage it suffered was no less than that of the opponent. It can be said that during this period of close combat, neither side gained an advantage. Down Flame Chicken also discovered this. After a right whip kick attack failed, it used its high speed to tear apart the space between the two sides. The unknown elf did not catch up with the burst speed. Under the high frequency attack rhythm, its muscle burden was greater than that of the slender flame chicken. It also needed to breathe. The heavy breathing of both sides could even be heard by Xiaogang, who was dozens of meters away. Zhe also frowned and felt very difficult. He had a rough guess about whether he could defend or not just now. It was nothing more than the characteristics of the opponent. Although no characteristics that could ignore the defending skills were found in past research, defending has never been omnipotent. It originally had many skills that could not be defended. So he adjusted his mentality immediately after being shocked. At most, he didn't need to defend. He didn't use this skill very often. But at the same time, the ability shown by this unknown elf was very troublesome to him. Excellent physical strength, excellent physical attack ability, excellent physical defense ability, excellent speed, plus extremely profound fighting skills and rich combat experience. Except for its weak points in energy attack and defense, this unknown bear Pokémon is a perfect fighting Pokémon. If the opponent had not just used the steel type Iron Head instead of the general type Headbutt, Flame Chicken might have lost its ability to fight. Fortunately, the steel type resistance allowed Flame Chicken to withstand the previous attack. Flame Chicken, Tetsuya, who was constantly thinking, raised his head and called his partner. Flame Chicken, who adjusted his breathing, nodded carefully. It raised its arms, and the flames representing the fighting spirit sprayed from its wrists covered its entire body in an instant. In the dazzling flames, a pair of blue eyes suddenly appeared. What a strong fierce fire state! Xiaogang, who was watching the battle, exclaimed. It seemed that it was the first time he saw Tetsuya's Flame Chicken enter the fierce fire state. Before this, Flame Chicken's characteristics were more reflected in acceleration. After all, this characteristic is too attractive. After reaching the limit state, Flame Chicken's speed is almost ahead of all Pokémon of the same level. But in fact, as a common characteristic of the 3 fire type Pokémons, the fierce fire state is also extremely powerful. Apart from other things, just looking at the data, the power of the fire type skills used after entering the fierce fire state is at least more than doubled compared to before entering. This means that the opponent that might have taken 2 moves to defeat can now be dealt with 1 move. If it weren't for the premise that the user's physical strength is extremely low, in order to enter and activate characteristics such as fierce fire, their owners would have been extremely strong. After breaking through the king level, due to the mastery and practice of the explosive flames of similar nature, Flame Chicken's mastery of its own characteristics has also reached a higher level. Before, it was more or less based on luck and its own fighting spirit to activate fierce fire, but now, as long as its physical strength is low to a certain limit, it can rely on its own strength to activate the fierce fire state. This is also rare for the king level Pokémon. Most Pokémon can only do this when they are about to enter the semi-champion level, because this usually means that their mastery of their own energy has reached the point of perfection. Flame Chicken, use explosive flames. Zhe no longer hesitated and commanded Flame Chicken to launch the final attack. This time, it was the second time that Flame Chicken used this ultimate fire move in battle. Flame Chicken, surrounded by flames, said nothing and just opened its arms. The temperature inside the cave gradually began to rise. The rolling heat waves came from the position where Flame Chicken was and even made the air a little distorted. The unknown Pokémon felt uneasy and moved its body restlessly. Raw, it clenched its fists between its waist and abdomen and howled at the sky. Red and black waves surrounded it. Another unrecorded special move. They stared at the unknown Pokémon. After such a long battle, he had overturned the conjecture that the opponent was the regional form of the rogue panda. After all, the ability gap between the two was too big. Even if the appearance and attributes were very similar, it could not be caused by regional differences. Otherwise, the regional differences could be renamed as regional evolutions. In other words, what appeared in front of him now was a brand new Pokémon that had never been found in Kanto City or even in several surrounding areas. Its rarity was even higher than that of the previous Moon Bear. As a trainer, it was difficult for him to conceal his excitement. Blazing Chicken, go all out. Tetsuya roared and swung his fist. At the same time, Blaziken, who was in tune with him, also roared loudly, and the ground was steaming, as if it was cooked. Boom. A piece of land shattered, and a surging pillar of fire jumped up. Then came the second, third, and fourth pillars. A total of 6 pillars of fire stood in a row in front of Blaziken. The next moment, the 6 pillars of fire shattered, turned into a sea of fire, and rushed towards the unknown Pokémon. In the process of moving forward, flames continued to shatter and generate, and the explosions were endless. The body of the giant rock monster silently surged with khaki energy fluctuations. Under its interference, the surrounding caves barely maintained their shape, and did not collapse. The ability of the Battle of the King level to destroy the environment is too strong. This is why it is rare to see, or even hear about the battle between the King level Pokémon. One reason was the number of Pokémon, and the other was the mutual restraint between trainers and wild Pokémon. Perhaps Pokémon above the elite level could survive the aftermath of the battle, but once the battle really reached this point, ordinary Pokémon would definitely not survive. The explosive flames under the blessing of fierce fire, and the user was a fire type flame chicken. This power was much more terrifying than the Big Bang. Facing the flames that covered the sky and blinded the eyes, the unknown Pokémon swung its last blow. Although its intuition told it that it probably had no way to resist, its pride and self-confidence made it unwilling to give up. The black and red energy gathered on its right fist as it stepped forward. A huge fist shadow collided head-on with the sea of fire. After a brief stalemate, the fist shadow gradually disappeared. The body of the unknown Pokémon was gradually submerged in the sea of fire. Needless to say, Flame Chicken, whose physical strength had also reached its limit, immediately retracted its energy. Its legs softened, and it stood up with difficulty, supporting itself on the rock wall beside it with its arms. Lido teleported to its side, trying to use healing waves to heal Flame. Flame first raised its hand to stop its action, and then its eyes emitted blue light again. After such a difficult battle, it was difficult for Flame to passively sense the opponent's state by relying on its mastery of Wava Guides, and it could only actively use Wava Guides to detect. After a while, it breathed a sigh of relief and could no longer support its tired body and sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Alido hurriedly used healing waves. Flame did not refuse this time. White energy was generated from Alido's double swords and gradually permeated Flame's entire body. Well done. Tetsuya walked to Flame's side and gave a thumbs up. Although the power of the unknown Pokémon was beyond his imagination, Flame's performance was exceptionally brilliant. Flame opened its eyes, raised its hand with difficulty, and responded to Tetsuya. I think so too. Its suave guide sounded in Tetsuya's heart. The man and the Pokémon smiled at each other. Okay, Alido, you take a break. Let's leave it to Serpenti and Togekiss. Seeing Alido's gradually trembling body and sweaty forehead, they hurriedly stopped it. It was too difficult for an elite level Pokémon to recover from the injuries of a king level Pokémon. Alido did not try to be brave, but withdrew the healing wave and nodded. Serpenti and Togekiss, who had just been released, took over its task. One spread out the green grass field, and the other condensed the life water drop. Fortunately, the horizontal length of this cave is not too small, otherwise Togekiss would not be able to get out. Pokémon also ran over with his calves. There were stars in his eyes when he looked at Flame Chicken. Poga seeing Togekiss's life water drop falling on Flame Chicken, he tightened his little face and used water play. The blue water flow turned into a water flow ring around the life water drop. The healing water energy further strengthened the recovery effect of the life water drop. Thank you, Pokémon. Tetsuya smiled and touched Pokémon's head. Although the effect was limited due to the difference in strength, it was a good performance for Pokémon who had just joined. Pokémon squinted his eyes and enjoyed the comfort of the top of his head. Fortunately, the little guy did not splash the water directly on Flame Chicken, otherwise Flame Chicken would be autistic. Take out the Pokémon and see if there is a record of this Pokémon. Zyanagang came to Tetsuya's side and looked at the Ultra Ball in his left hand curiously. How could it be possible? I have memorized all the Pokémon in the Pokémon book. Tetsuya said so and did not refuse and took out his red Pokémon book. Unlike ordinary direct trainers, he hardly used the Pokémon book after getting it and at most used it as an identity card. He pointed the Pokémon book at the Ultra Ball in his left hand, and the thumbnail of the Pokémon in it appeared on the screen of the Pokémon book. Unknown Pokémon, with dual attributes of fighting and evil, mastered skills of surprise attack and rock crush. The content of the electronic broadcast did not surprise Tetsuya. Although it has simple analytical capabilities, the illustrations still rely more on the information that has been recorded in it. Not only the names, but even the new skill illustrations that appeared at the end were not announced. In this case, before Zyanagang finished speaking, the two turned their heads and looked at a certain entrance of the cave vigilantly. Sun Rock. Zyanagang decisively threw the Sun Rock Pokeball. The momentum of the semi-champion Pokémon makes people feel very safe. Don't be nervous, I'm a good person, I just came to see. The person in the darkness also felt it and made a friendly voice. ZHE was also stunned for a moment. This voice? Nobuhiko? Looking at the figure walking out of the darkness, he subconsciously exclaimed, and the three looked at each other. Chapter 442, Karate King's training place. Tetsuya, why are you here? Nobuhiko asked subconsciously. Then he reacted, you have another Pokémon that has broken through to the king level? His tone was inevitably filled with a hint of shock and a hint of sourness. Nobuhiko knew that Pidgeot could not fight in this kind of field. Even if he forced himself to fight, he could only use 30% or 40% of his power at the king level. It would definitely not work to fight against the same level. At most, he could deal with Pokémon at the quasi-king level. But the battle fluctuations he just felt coming from here could not be just at the quasi-king level. So, there was only one truth. Nobuhiko's eyes scanned the Pokémon around him and quickly locked onto Blaziken. As early as last year, when he was studying and training in Golden City, he discovered that this Blaziken had an unusually high aptitude. But he never expected that he could break through so quickly. After all, Pidgeot had been cultivated by Tetsuya for more than 2 years, so Nobuhiko could understand that he had made a faster progress. But as for Blaziken, Nobuhiko remembered that this guy was only 1 year old at most. Thinking back to his own progress in strength, he suddenly became autistic. Hello, Gym Master Nobuhiko. I'm Brock from the Nibe Gym. Brock, who was standing by, quickly woke Nobuhiko up. Nobuhiko unconsciously greeted him. Hello, hello. I've heard a lot about you. Tetsuya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was normal for Nobuhiko to know Brock, but it was a bit strange to say that he had heard a lot about you. After all, Nobuhiko was of the same generation as Taken, and as both were powerful trainers from Kanto, they had some connection. Even if it was just a greeting, it fully showed that Nobuhiko was absent-minded at the moment. NIK. Just as Nobuhiko was lost in thought, the stupid following him raised his 4 hands and greeted Tetsuya. It was deeply impressed by the young man. It was the first time that stupid was defeated by a Pokémon that had just broken through to the king level. Good evening, stupid. Tetsuya smiled and responded to stupid. Although he was a muscular man, most stupids were still very docile. Only when they were fighting and carrying objects would you know that their muscles were not just for show. The dark cave fell into silence. All the people and Pokémons were staring at Nobuhiko in a daze. NIK or the strange force couldn't help but walked up to Nobuhiko and gave him a loving hug. Forearms tightly held Nobuhiko's body, and Tetsuya even felt that he would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Ah, a scream suddenly rang out. Although the strange force controlled his strength perfectly, for Nobuhiko, whose mind was distracted, it was really frightening to be suddenly subjected to such an action. Nobuhiko held his waist with a face full of pain. It seems that every Pokémon of a fighter can do this, and they call it tacit understanding. Anyway, Tetsuya declined disrespectfully. Fortunately Flame Chicken didn't have this hobby. The three chatted briefly. Nobuhiko came here specially because he heard the noise of the fierce battle just now. He was also thinking about finding a good training partner for his companions. I'm afraid that in the underground caves of Libo Mountain, only a king level trainer like him can run around so carelessly. Tetsuya estimated that other trainers must have heard the noise of the battle between the Blaziken and the bear Pokémon, because that thing can't be concealed. But except for Nobuhiko, none of them dared to approach. Curiosity is curiosity, but the saying that curiosity kills trainers is not for nothing. Trainers who are active in the middle level usually have a simple understanding, that is, run away when encountering a fierce battle, the farther the better. Just like what the trainer named Hibiki who just met said. Of course, if the strength is strong enough, this recognition or not is really not a problem. It's a powerful fighting type Pokémon. What a pity. Hearing Tetsua's description of the unknown Pokémon, Nobuhiko beat his chest and stamped his feet to express considerable regret. Cyanogang opened his eyes slightly. Senior Nobuhiko, have you never seen a Pokémon like this? No. Nobuhiko shook his head. It's nothing more than a rogue panda that is similar to it, but you can't even recognize a rogue panda. Although he has traveled to many regions, he doesn't think that he will be better than the two young men in front of him in terms of understanding Pokémon. Nobuhiko always thought that he was a rough man, and he didn't rely on his brain for many things. The two young men in front of him were typical of people who had brains but used them. At least Nobuhiko kept his distance from the breeder's exam. He didn't take the exam like these two people, and he didn't involve any research on elves. That was too difficult for him. That's strange. Cyanogang frowned. Oh. Nobuhiko waved his hand carelessly. Why don't you ask Professor Oak when you go out? There is no elf in the world that Professor Oak doesn't know. His words were full of confidence. Tetsuya looked a little strange. By the way, does Professor Oak know that you have so much confidence in him? Apart from anything else, there is an elf that Professor Oak doesn't know in a city near Pallet Town, which is ridiculously strong. However, Cyanogang also agreed with Nobuhiko's words. As the greatest elf researcher in the world, Professor Oak's extensive knowledge is recognized by everyone. It's hard to imagine that the amiable old man's head is full of knowledge about elves. Nobuhiko looked at Tetsuya with a burning look in his eyes. We'll meet again after we go out. Don't forget to show me that Pokémon. Since the unknown Pokémon was seriously injured, Tetsuya did not release it, but let it stay in the Pokéball to recover slowly. After treating Blaziken, Serpenter and Togekiss did not have much energy to restore the unknown bear Pokémon, whose strength was not much worse than Blaziken. In order to retain a certain combat power, it can only be wronged for a day. When we get out of the Libushan cave, Miss Joy at the Kaju Town Pokémon Center will naturally help it recover as before. Before that, it is better to rely on the wound medicine and the simple healing effect of the Ultra Ball itself. At least the state is recovering. How long do you plan to stay here? Tetsuya, who understood the implication of Nobuhiko's words just now, asked curiously. Nobuhiko touched his head. I found a very suitable place to train. I will stay here for at least 3 or 4 years, and occasionally go to Kaju Town or Enju City to replenish some supplies. So long? Cyanogang was very surprised. Not bad. Nobuhiko smiled innocently. I go out to deal with things occasionally. Otherwise 2 or 3 years should be enough. Well, Tetsuya helped him translate it. In simple terms, he went out to make some money and continued to practice hard. There is no way a penny makes a hero fall. The cost of fighting type Pokémon is not small. It can be considered as medium to high among many attributes. Moreover, whether it is training equipment or training and recovery materials, things that can have an effect on the king level Pokémon must be worth a lot. Otherwise, how can we say that there is a gold mountain behind every king level trainer? Nobuhiko, who seems to be untidy, is definitely a negative hero. Do you want to go to the place where I train? If I'm not mistaken, there will be a very good view tonight. Nobuhiko looked at the time displayed on his watch and invited Tetsuya and Cyanogang. His eyebrows jumped and his words were very mysterious. Okay, it saves us from finding a place to rest. Tetsuya agreed decisively. Cyanogang also nodded. Get off Flame stood up to show that it had almost recovered and the rest would be done overnight. You've worked so hard, come back and rest first. Tetsuya took out the luxury ball and took Flame back. Not only Flame, but also Pokémon was left outside because of Nobuhiko's super strength. This is your new catch. There is Pokémon in this damn place. Nobuhiko then discovered that there was a water type starter Pokémon following Tetsuya. Pokémon pouted in dissatisfaction. Nobuhiko's words seemed to ignore its existence. Sorry, you were too short to see it. Nobuhiko apologized slightly. However, this apology made Pokémon even more unhappy. Puffet sprayed a mouthful of water directly on Nobuhiko's body. Ah, comfortable. More. Enjoying the moisture of the water, Nobuhiko was not angry, but instigated Pokemon to increase his strength. Pokemon clenched both of his hands. It stretched out its calves and kicked Nobuhiko. It hurts. It hurts. Nobuhiko hopped on one foot, holding his knee. Has he always been so childish? Tetsuya turned his head and asked the strange force. The strange force, holding a giant portable flashlight in his hand, nodded calmly. It said not to worry, it's on its own. The strange force held the flashlight in two hands and directly held Nobuhiko horizontally with the other two hands. What are you doing? Put me down, strange force. Nobuhiko struggled in vain. The strange force skillfully took out a black belt from somewhere and sealed Nobuhiko's mouth. Gulp. Ziogang swallowed subconsciously. I don't know why, but when he saw the treatment of Nobuhiko, he always had a sense of deja vu and a faint sadness. It must be an illusion, he thought with squinting eyes. Wow, it was a familiar sound again. Tetsuya's ears moved. Waterfall? He glanced at Nobuhiko, who was leading the way. At this time, more than an hour had passed since the three of them met. They had gone through countless cave passages. If it weren't for the belief in supernatural powers, Tetsuya would have thought that Nobuhiko was lost. Yes. Nobuhiko smiled and nodded, and it's a very different waterfall. Along the way, he also learned how Tetsuya subdued Pokemon and could only sigh that the other party was really lucky. For a normal waterfall, let alone the three major families, it is normal to have all the golden fish and Magikarp. As he spoke, the sound of water became louder. Well, welcome to Tangshan Waterfall. Nobuhiko stood in front of the exit of the passage and opened his hands. The next moment, the moonlight slowly sprinkled in. With the moonlight, Tetsuya and Ziogang saw the Tangshan Waterfall mentioned by Nobuhiko, and they all opened their mouths in disbelief. The so-called Tangshan refers to the fact that under this waterfall, people can look up and see the starry sky directly. This is a wonder in the underground cave. No wonder Nobuhiko is so confident. There are many caves where you can see the sky, and there are also many underground waterfalls, but there are very few that have both. I don't know how this place was formed. It seems to have been hollowed out by the water. Nobuhiko naturally knew what the two wanted to ask and quickly explained. I found this place by chance. There were originally 2 king-level Gotha ducks here, but I chased them away. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain unless they are 1 male and 1 female. The 2 king-level Gotha ducks are a rare couple with perfect tacit understanding. In addition to the environmental factors, even if Nobuhiko has the advantage in numbers, it is difficult to subdue the Gotha ducks. They don't have superpowers, but are good at superpowers. If they want to run, Nobuhiko, who specializes in fighting, will find it difficult to stop them. It's so beautiful. Looking up, ZHE couldn't help but sigh as he admired the beautiful scenery of the night sky in the misty environment. Pokemon dived into the pool like a penguin. This place is much larger than where it lived before, but the water quality is average. Pokemon thought as he floated on the water. Waterfalls are very suitable for high pressure training for fighting type Pokémon. It's a pity that your Blaziken can't do this. You can let a Lido try it, which will also help its supernatural power training. Nobuhiko pointed to the water that kept swooping down. Tetsuya looked at the hundreds of meters high waterfall and nodded subconsciously. Of course, he also knew that this kind of training method has extremely high requirements for the body and spirit of Pokémon. No wonder Nobuhiko chose to practice and train here. Even in the Pokémon world, waterfalls with such an exaggerated height are rare. But I remember you said that there will be a special view tonight. The current view should be seen every night. Tetsuya looked at Nobuhiko. Nobuhiko smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, look. He pointed his hand towards the top of the waterfall. Tetsuya and Ziogang, who had just lowered their heads because of neck pain, had to raise their heads again. In the sky, a bright full moon hung high in the sky, and a bright moonlight fell vertically towards the waterfall. The surroundings seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, which made it look hazy. Looking down again, the whole pool had a dense patch of red, which was the countless Magikarp that could be seen everywhere. Boga boga, the Pokemon rolled and crawled to the land. Although a single Magikarp was weak, if so many of them appeared together, the hardness of their bodies alone would be enough to make Pokemon unable to resist. If it evolved into an Emperor Nabo, it could resist, but not in Pokemon form. The light blue waterfall was gradually covered by red. Countless Magikarp swimming upstream attacked the waterfall. Magikarp were knocked down by the impact of the waterfall all the time, but the following kin immediately filled the position. They swam upstream like crazy, as if they were tireless. Carp, cross the Dragon Gate. Xianagang muttered the name of this scene. Legend has it that the Dragon Gate is located above the waterfall, and to transform into a dragon, you need to swim upstream to the waterfall. The weak Magikarp can't climb the waterfall, but the powerful Gyarados can. The carp leaping over the Dragon Gate is both the Magikarp's efforts to become stronger and their awe of resignation at their own weakness. The three stood there and watched blankly. Chapter 443 Leaping over the Dragon Gate. ZHE also subconsciously raised the watch in his hand and started recording. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the fourth place in the Pokémon world where the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate scene is discovered. The other three are in the Orange Islands, Hone, and Unova. Where do these Magikarp come from? Xianagang asked as he observed the Magikarp. Although Magikarp is a Pokémon that can be found everywhere, it is surprising enough that they appear in groups in this pool. Nobuhiko sighed on the side. This is probably the magic of Pokémon. Even the most authoritative Pokémon doctor dare not judge what these Magikarp rely on to gather here. Perhaps it is the fluctuation of the light of evolution, or perhaps it is the instinct deep in the body. They gather here from countless underground rivers. Look there. ZHE did not participate in the discussion between the two, but raised his watch in one hand and pointed to a certain location of the waterfall with the other hand and made an excited sound. Nobuhiko and Xianagang looked in the direction of his finger. A touch of gold mixed with red looks so dazzling. It's the shiny Magikarp. Both of them expressed some surprise, but that was all. After research, the appearance rate of different colored Pokémon has been stable at about 1 in 100,000, regardless of the type of Pokémon. This leads to the fact that among Pokémon like Magikarp, which are so numerous, there are quite a few shiny individuals. After all, the base number is there. If you can't find a shiny Pokémon in a large forest, you can definitely find a shiny Magikarp in a large lake. It's not surprising to see a shiny Magikarp in Leaping Dragon Gate. But for a Pokémon like Magikarp, even if it is shiny, its value is limited. At most, it is sought after by the rich, because the shiny color is generally golden. Becoming an ornamental pet kept in a bathtub is their most common fate. Who said that the shiny color has nothing to do with whether it can evolve into a Gyarados? As long as it can't evolve into a Gyarados, then Magikarp is undoubtedly one of the weakest Pokémon. Many people don't even regard the shiny Magikarp as a shiny Pokémon. They think this lowers the rarity and style of different colored Pokémon. Besides, I have never heard of anyone breeding a shiny Magikarp into a shiny Gyarados. The probability of Magikarp evolving into Gyarados is already small, and shiny evolution is even more difficult. The number of shiny Magikarp is not small, but it is only relative to the number of shiny Pokémons of other types. Compared with the overall number, it is still a tiny amount. Therefore, people still don't know what color shiny Gyarados is. Tetsuya knows that it is red, the same as the red Gyarados of the Rocket Team experiment that Watari is pursuing now. But there is a world of difference between the two. The normal red Gyarados evolved from the golden Magikarp, and the red color of its scales is its own red, while for the experiment, the red color on its body is the red color of Magikarp, which is a defect caused by forced evolution. Although it has become a rare Pokémon with different colors, for any Pokémon with its own thoughts, they are not happy that their body color is different from that of their own kind. Maybe sometimes this different color will make them welcome by their own kind, but more often they are excluded. The golden Magikarp rushed up the waterfall, and after swimming about 1/5 of the distance, it was exhausted. The falling water pushed it down hard. The ordinary Magikarp around it suffered the same fate. After resting for a while, they attacked the waterfall again. What an admirable spirit. Nobuhiko sighed. As a fighter, he admired this scene from the bottom of his heart. Spirit alone is useless. Tetsuya shook his head. Although it was a bit too direct, what he said was true. In his field of vision, it was visible to the naked eye that the heights reached by the Magikarp that launched the second and third attacks did not produce a huge breakthrough compared to the first time. Not to mention the fourth, fifth, and sixth times after the exhaustion, the heights they rushed to were lower and lower. The most typical one was the golden Magikarp. Because its color was so bright Tetsuo's eyes were attracted to it from time to time. But the best time was only about 1/3 of the way up, and there was still a full 2/3 of the distance left. That is the natural chasm between Magikarp and Gyarados. Xiaogang stared at it closely. What? You want to tame it? Xia read his thoughts from his body's reaction. A little. Xiaogang did not deny it. His mother, Xiaomi, is a very capable trainer who specializes in water-type Pokémons, so he can be said to have been exposed to water-type Pokémons. In his opinion, this golden Magikarp has good potential. He also wants to try to breed the world's first shiny Gyarados. Although he is the heir to the rock-type gym, breeding water-type Pokémons is not a big deal, because of his father Wuneng's henpecked nature. They glanced at the panel given by Zero. Shiny Magikarp's qualifications are elite, and it is indeed possible to evolve into Gyarados. How high the qualifications are does not mean that it can reach that level 100%, and many other factors will also affect it, including but not limited to the Pokémon's efforts. After evolving into Gyarados, its qualifications will be greatly improved, at least to the Qua-seeking level. If you are lucky and add some water stones, it is not unrealistic to have king qualifications. This would be impossible for ordinary Pokémon, but it is normal for Magikarp and Smelly. Gyarados and Milotic are completely different from them. But even so, Tetsuo has no interest in this shiny Magikarp. He doesn't like Pokémon that are too stubborn. In his opinion, the best way to deal with the Dragon Gate is to be strong yourself, or to get help from your own kind. If these Magikarp work together, there is a high possibility that several individuals will cross the Dragon Gate. Unfortunately, due to the desire for their own evolution, no Magikarp is willing to sacrifice itself to help other Pokémon. It is easy to understand that they are strong. Magikarp may be weak, but there are Magikarp that can jump a mountain with one jump. Compared with its peers who can only jump 2 meters above the water, such an existence is undoubtedly the strongest among Magikarp. Even if it jumps high, its combat power is still about 0. For such Magikarp, jumping over the Dragon Gate is not a very difficult thing, and the Gyarados that evolves into it must be very powerful. ZHE also believes that with the qualifications of this golden carp, it is not impossible for it to do this, but it takes time and continuous training. The best way is to temporarily give up the opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and wait until you are stronger. But Xiaogang doesn't think so. In his eyes, this carp has a very tough character and a very rare rock-type characteristic. It is a very good water-type Pokémon individual. This probably comes down to the personality issues between different people. Pokémon and trainers have always been a mutually selected relationship. In most cases, they cannot become partners if they are not compatible. The combination of chatterbox and social phobia is not ruled out, but it is difficult for the two to get along under normal circumstances. Take Zaire as an example. Most of his Pokémons have some cunning personalities, which is not unrelated to his personal temperament. Even the most Campagnanger occasionally shows his liveliness. For Xiaogang, tenacity and stability are his synonyms. Please ignore his style when facing Joey that may be possessed. This stubborn golden carp is very suitable for him. However, Xiaogang did not choose to disturb the golden carp at this time, to say that he wanted to subdue it and become its trainer. He decided to wait until today's leap over the Dragon Gate was over. The moon gradually climbed up to the sky, and the moonlight became brighter. More than 2 hours passed, and still no carp successfully jumped over the Dragon Gate. It's time. Nobuhiko, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, said faintly. As he spoke, another group of new carp joined the attack. But compared with the previous ones, most of the newly appeared carp came to 1/3 of the position in the first attack. This is the maximum height that the shining carp can reach. The long beards show the age of these carp. They are all guys who have lived for a long time. And these are the main forces of the leap over the Dragon Gate. The red color further covered the light blue waterfall, and the boundaries appeared clear under the moonlight. From time to time, 2 or 3 carp rushed out of the large group and swam upwards, but were soon beaten down by the water. In the face of the power of nature, they are still too weak. But soon, many Magikarp chose the method that Zaya had just thought of. I saw several groups of more than 10 Magikarp separated from the main force and began to attack. With not so sophisticated coordination, they did rush up quite a distance. By the pond, Zaya ignored Pokemon's expression and fixed his watch on its round head. He stretched lazily, and the time had unknowingly come to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. In addition to the fierce battle just now, Zaya only felt that his head was aching. "What time does the Leap Dragon Gate usually end?" he asked, looking at Xiaogang, who was concentrating beside him. "Generally speaking, it's 2 or 3 in the morning. It's different in every place and every time. There is no fixed time," Xiaogang replied. He knew that Zaya was just making up something to say and trying to cheer himself up. "How about you take a rest first?" Forget it, I'll wait with you. Besides, we have to see a Gyarados evolve anyway." Zaya yawned helplessly. Even with the addition of new and more powerful Magikarp, and even with various methods, no Magikarp has successfully climbed to the top of the waterfall and evolved into a Gyarados. "The sleep over the Dragon Gate is too difficult," he complained. With so many Magikarp, he thought there should be 1 or 2 Magikarp normally. The Magikarp that evolves through the Dragon Gate will be stronger than the normal ones, so it's normal. Xiaogang was very calm. He had a deep understanding of this kind of scene. In addition to his interest in the golden Magikarp, Xiaogang seemed energetic. As for Nobuhiko, he had already returned to his tent to sleep. In his words, he would stay here for a long time anyway, so at most he would watch it next time when he was in the mood. Only Tetsuya, who didn't know what to do but wanted to witness a miracle, was left struggling. The moon moved again. The moonlight shining on the waterfall became less and less. The Magikarp became more and more crazy. Wake up, half asleep and half awake. Tetsuya felt his body shaking constantly. He opened his eyes in a trance, and it was Xiaogang. "What's wrong?" He was a little confused. "Roar." A violent roar answered Tetsuya's question on behalf of Xiaogang. He shuddered all over and looked up at the end of the waterfall with wide eyes. A blue Gyarados bathed in the silver moonlight was stretching its body and roaring loudly. The powerful momentum brought up layers of water splashes. Then, the second and third. Under the shining moonlight, a full 5 Magikarp evolved into Gyarados in the white light. They stood like pillars above the high water surface. Picking up the equally drowsy Pagona, Tetsuya pointed his watch at this scene with great interest. "This is a very rare sight." The silvery white moonlight gradually disappeared on the waterfall, and the Magikarp also returned to normal, sinking into the water in groups. Xiaogang hurriedly ran to the golden Magikarp. If Tetsuya was not mistaken, the shining guy seemed hooking up with an ordinary female Magikarp with a white beard? It's really a perfect match. The sleepy Tetsuya complained, turned off his watch, and then hugged Pokemon into the sleeping bag. Pokemon subconsciously tensed his body when he was suddenly tied up, but feeling the reassuring breath, Pokemon, who has always lived as an elf, settled down for the first time. Pogerad opened its mouth and fell asleep with foam. Hiss, it's so cold. The next morning, Tetsuya was awakened by a dampness. When he opened his eyes, it was the water and foam exhaled by Pokemon that splashed on his face. Combined with the surrounding environment, although it was summer, Tetsuya still felt chilly. Poga feeling the dissipation of Tetsuya's breath, Pokemon also opened his eyes alertly. "Good morning," Tetsuya greeted. His body was used to getting up so early, so he was not too tired. On the other side, Nobuhiko started his training early, taking the elves to enjoy the impact under the waterfall. Pokemon also responded with full energy. "Today, let's take advantage of this time to go up there and take a look." After washing up, Zaya threw Pidgeot's Pokeball. Yesterday he wanted to see the scenery above the waterfall, but he didn't do it because of the Dragon Leap. Today, he naturally wanted to explore it. He was very curious about what kind of environment led to the birth of the Dragon Leap. Maybe there are some strange things on it. Pokemon followed Zaya with his calves and climbed onto Pidgeot's back. The small Ice Vulpix did the same. The rest of the companions began their daily training. With Pidgeot's protection, they didn't worry that Zaya would be in any danger. It was just that Flame Chicken's expression was a little subtle. Beep. Pidgeot flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Pogoman's face froze for a moment. Just now, he didn't think clearly and just followed Zaya. Now, the sudden weightlessness and fear brought by the high altitude made his legs tremble. Kyo Ice Vulpix walked around on Pidgeot's back, as if it was flat ground, and began to laugh at this new partner around Pokemon. Of course, he didn't forget to teach him how to keep balance. Don't worry, it's okay. Zaya's big hand covered Pogoman's head. It was also his problem. He still had some influence on sleeping late last night. How about letting Pidgeot put you down first? Zaya said so when he saw Pokemon who didn't get better. Pokemon struggled and shook his head. It's just flying. No big deal. No big deal. There were faint drops of water in his eyes. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. After all, if it weren't for the passengers on his back, it wouldn't take Pidgeot a second to fly 100 meters. With its help, Zaya and the two little guys quickly arrived above the waterfall. As far as the eye can see, there is a long river that comes from nowhere. The land on both sides of the river is very normal. Everything is so ordinary. As soon as Pidgeot landed, Pokemon jumped down impatiently. It swore that it would never fly next time. Come on, little guy, help me see what's in the river. Zaya, who was exploring on land, called Pokemon to jump into the river to see the scene at the bottom of the river. For Pokemon, who is good at swimming, as long as it is not too close to the cliff, the water flow of the waterfall can be easily overcome by it. Pokemon certainly didn't let him, and patted his chest with his little hands, and jumped into the river. Chapter 444 Good luck will finally favor you. The lake was very deep, and Tetsuya could not clearly observe the movements of Pokemon underwater. However, the Pidgeot next to him could. With its sharp eyesight, it had an extremely sharp observation ability, and the turbulent water could not disturb it at all. Pidgeot, you keep an eye on Pokemon. Ice Vulpix, come with me. Let's look around to see if there is anything. Tetsuya told Pidgeot, and then called Ice Vulpix, who was playing in the water, to come over. Ko Ice Vulpix, which was playing with the water with its forelimbs, immediately turned around and climbed onto Tetsuya's shoulders along his clothes. It was a set of smooth and flowing movements that were very skillful. The imperceptible cold air condensed on its forelimbs. During the ascent, Ice Vulpix had already condensed the water on its feet into ice cubes and then fell to the ground. Thanks to this, Tetsuya did not get wet again in the early morning. It was just that the place where Ice Vulpix passed was a little icy. Pidgeot, hovering in the air, chirped to show that it understood, and then landed on the ground and began to comb its feathers with its mouth. It seemed that it was in good spirits. That's right. After all, Pidgeot hadn't moved much in the past few days except for daily training. Tetsuya went to either snowy mountains or underground caves, and there was no room for it to come out. Under Pidgeot's care, he was relieved to take Vulpix and started the sweep. The scenery near the top of the waterfall was no different from that of an ordinary forest, except that the altitude was higher. What exactly caused Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados by jumping over the waterfall? Tetsuya murmured to himself while stroking a broken tree. In his opinion, everything in the world should have a traceable trace, and the phenomenon of leaping over the Dragon Gate must have its roots in it. Many researchers think so, including Dr. Yamanashi, a master in the study of elves' evolution. He has visited the uninhabited island of the Orange Islands, Sweet Orange Island, more than once to investigate and study the cause of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon. But there is still no clue and no progress. However, he has published many reports on the habits of Magikarp, such as Magikarp's spawning migration. It was for this reason that Zaya ran up to see what was so special about the surrounding environment. Perhaps he himself did not realize that under the influence of Professor Yamanashi and Professor Oak, his habits had turned towards the direction of a Pokémon researcher. For ordinary trainers, they would not explore the deep-seated reasons behind a phenomenon. Conquering Pokémon or recording phenomena is what they often do. Mew, tender and somewhat low-cry sounded. A fat yellow Pokémon stared at the two uninvited guests not far away. It seemed to be wearing grey boxing gloves on both hands, and a grey napkin was tied around its neck. Its squinting eyes were very similar to Zyogang's, and it seemed to be smiling happily all the time. The Makuhita of Hone, the ecology of the Libo Mountain is really good. There sighed as he looked at the honest Pokémon. In just one day, he saw many Pokémon from other regions in Libo Mountain. This is a rare situation in other wild environments, because these foreign Pokémon who do not have a tribe to gather together for warmth are difficult to survive in the wild of another region. I'm afraid only super large mountains like the Rainbow Mountain and underground caves can allow them to live freely and abundantly. Makuhita stared at Tetsuya and Vulpix for a while, but did not take the initiative to attack. It staggered to a big tree and began to hit it with its body. This is a habit unique to this type of Pokémon. Makuhita likes to exercise more than anything else and will constantly hit the big tree to exercise a strong body and an unyielding heart. They are honest and simple, and they rarely take the initiative to attack, even if their territory is invaded. But don't use this to bully them, because the furious Makuhita is also quite powerful. As a recognized Pokémon with backbone, Makuhita will not give up, no matter how many times it is knocked down, and will stand up tenaciously. And every time it stands up, it will continue to accumulate energy for evolution. Maybe during the fight, the invader is not facing a Makuhita, but its evolution, Iron Palm. That is a strongman who can easily blow away a 10-ton object with a slap. Of course, Tetsuya has no interest in disturbing Makuhita's exercise. Looking around, he knew that these broken trees were most likely the work of this Makuhita. It seemed that this little guy was not far from evolving into an Iron Palm. Due to the special terrain of the Libo Mountain, the strength of the elves on the mountain was much weaker. The Makuhita, who was at the critical point of evolution, was probably the bully in the area. Why don't we ask it? An idea popped up in Tetsuya's mind. He quickly put this idea into action. Mew? Looking at Tetsuya and the ice Vulpix approaching, even if the Makuhita didn't mind, it stopped exercising and looked at the stranger in front of it with a vigilant face. Tetsuya had a gentle smile on his face and held a piece of fighting elf food in his hand. I have no ill intentions, I just want to talk to you. Mew. Makuhita shook his head. No, you don't want to. Tetsuya was a little confused by the overly decisive refusal of Makuhita. Since coming to Johto to meet Sukyun, these gentle elves have been quite nice to him, but he didn't expect that this time they would be upset. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. After thinking for a while, he took out two dumbbell-like things from the space backpack. This was one of the exercise equipment used by Flame Chicken during the Strong Chicken period. It was a useless thing at the bottom of the box, but it was just right for Makuhita. Although it was just two small dumbbells, their weight was quite exaggerated. This can help you exercise your body, Tetsuya said to Makuhita while holding the dumbbells. His calm face looked like a humanoid elf. Ice Vulpix secretly lifted one of the dumbbells with its tail, and then it couldn't keep its balance and almost fell off Tetsuya's shoulder. It immediately gave up the idea of using this thing to exercise, considering itself weak. After casually supporting Ice Vulpix, Tetsuya looked at Makuhita, who was gradually becoming a little hesitant. How about it? Let's chat and make friends. I don't know if the idea of making friends touched Makuhita, or if Makuhita, who only had 3 activities in his mind, eating, sleeping, and exercising, was really attracted by the thing in Tetsuya's hand. It nodded naively. Parkai. Makuhita, who looked a bit like Snorlax, took the Pokémon food and sat down on the ground. Thick fat piled up on the ground, and even its legs could not be seen. 2 dumbbells were placed by it next to the tree trunk, where it was exercising. Do you know when this waterfall was formed? Or how it was formed? Tetsuya simply sat cross-legged on the ground and communicated with it. Makuhita licked the food residue at the corner of his mouth with his tongue and tilted his head. Tetsuya felt that for this Pokémon who grew up in the wild, his questions just now might still be a little too difficult to understand. Water, flow down, gurgling, do you know? So he simply started to communicate with his hands and feet. Ice Vulpix covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. Why didn't Blaziken Senior come up to help? It didn't understand. Fortunately, in front of barrier-free communication language, Makuhita quickly understood what Tetsuya meant. Mew, mew moo. It stood up and began to reply with its hands and feet dancing. I see. Tetsuya kept nodding. Ice Vulpix curled up inside. It was worried about the IQ of its trainer. According to Makuhita, this waterfall has been formed for a long time, since it was a child. In other words, it was there when its parents originally lived nearby. It was just that two blue Pokémon came into the water and drove away its parents and it recently discovered that the two blue Pokémon disappeared, so it came back here. Makuhita's parents did not follow them. They are still in a cave underground leading a group of Geodudes and Sandshrews to maintain their territory. Tetsuya certainly knows what the two blue Pokémon it is talking about are. They are nothing more than the couple Golduck that was driven away by Nobuhiko before. The competition and being fought over for territory has always been the main theme in the wild, and Tetsuya is not surprised. However, to be able to escape from two king level Pokémon, the parents of Makuhita are not simple. Of course, it is also possible that Golduck was not a king at that time, but ZHE still didn't know when this waterfall was formed. Makuhita pointed at the blue scales scattered on the land by the river while eating food. You mean, your parents said that this waterfall was caused by a guy like the Pokémon that appeared last night? After a period of communication, ZHE had a better understanding of Makuhita's actions. He half guessed and half guessed his interpretation of Makuhita's actions. Makuhita gave a thumbs up to indicate that it was right. Those guys who could only roar were so noisy that it didn't sleep well last night. ZHE was lost in thought. You know, the terrain difference of this waterfall is nearly 200 meters, and the width is also ridiculously large. It's like a sinkhole opened on the Maribo Mountain. Ordinary Pokémons can't cause such a great destructive power. Even a Pokémon like Gyarados, who is famous for its destructive power, wants to cause this situation. At least it must have the strength of a champion, and it is not impossible to break the limit. If the so-called Dragon Gate comes from such a powerful Pokémon, it seems to be understood instantly. Makuhita ate frantically without caring. It was not curious about the formation of the waterfall, but thought the food tasted pretty good. With its parents as a backer, it was not the first time it had human food, but this was the most delicious one. That was for sure. After all, the Pokémon food that Tetsuya bought was the highest grade on the market, and only the more delicious energy cubes were above that. Most trainers would not be so extravagant, and the Pokémon food of medium quality was enough to maintain their condition. Only a guy like Tetsuya who was relatively rich and striving for perfection would store so many canned foods of the highest quality in his space backpack. Beep just when Tetsuya was still thinking. Pidgeot's cry sounded. He immediately knew that it was Pokémon who found something in the water. Nice to meet you. These are the same Pokémon food. You should be able to eat them for a few days if you save them. See you next time. Tetsuya hurriedly prepared to leave. Halfway through the walk, he turned around and took out several cans of Pokémon food from his backpack and threw them to Makuhita. Although it was not necessarily true, Makuhita's explanation did give him new ideas. Makuhita narrowed his eyes even more, and his whole face was full of happiness. He waved to the Ice Vulpix who looked back at him, and Makuhita ran back to his nest here with the can. KO. The Ice Vulpix on Tetsuya's shoulder responded. This silly and fat big guy is still very good. He just wanted to share some food with it. Tetsuya didn't care about the communication between the two Pokémon. He trotted back to where he just came up. Pokémon was puffing up his little face and spraying water at Pidgeot. Pidgeot was flying lazily in the air, and Pokémon's water flow went straight through its body. This was a visual effect caused by Pidgeot's too fast speed. It looked like it was enjoying it. Poga seeing Tetsuya come back, Pokémon began his accusation. It was nothing more than Pidgeot teasing it after coming up. Just a bad taste. You are really boring. Tetsuya complained about Pidgeot in annoyance. He felt that Flame Chicken learned it from it. Pidgeot landed by the river and began to drink water without any concern. Pokémon quickly put the matter aside. It proudly took out 2 items from its back and handed them to Tetsuya. A faint aura enveloped the area. The hair on Ice Vulpix instantly stood up. Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then ecstatically said, "Dragon scales and dragon fangs?" His voice was a little broken. As we all know, dragon type Pokémon are usually synonymous with power, and the items they produce are even more precious. Whether it is a dragon scale or a dragon fang, a king level dragon type Pokémon may only produce one in its lifetime. After all, a dragon scale is a reverse scale, and a dragon fang is also its sharpest and most energetic one. Only when a dragon type Pokémon enters death will these two items fall from their bodies. My luck is really good. At this moment, Tetsuya had only this sentence in his mind. Even if he had not obtained Pokémon items from wild Pokémon during his previous adventures, these two items were enough to make up for this regret. The price of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale on the market seems to be only 9 figures, but in fact, the value is far more than this price. After all, even if you have money, what can you do if others don't sell it to you? These two items often mean that a good dragon type Pokémon can be cultivated with them, and their value cannot be simply measured. Just shortening the growth cycle of a considerable number of dragon type Pokémon is worth this price. You are really my lucky star, little guy. Zaya picked up Pokémon excitedly. Pokémon didn't know what was so precious about these two things, but seeing how happy the trainer was, he also raised his head proudly. I'm awesome. It winked at Ice Vulpix. Ice Vulpix, whose fur had just returned to smoothness, didn't even look at Pokémon. Pidgeot also walked to Zaya's side, and it looked at Dragon Scale and Dragon Fang. Just now, it called Zaya, because it felt the energy of these two items. Chapter 445, Training Under the Waterfall. Tetsuya's heart moved. Are these two things useful to you? He asked Pidgeot. As a Pokémon with the initial king level aptitude, Pidgeot's only inherited skill, when it was first born, was Tornado. Tetsuya didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but as he learned more, he knew that it was impossible for a normal Pidgeot to inherit this skill. The only exception is that Pidgeot's parent is a very powerful dragon type Pokémon. The powerful dragon type energy allows Pidgeot to master Tornado, a less powerful move among the dragon type skills, in advance while having high aptitude. This situation is not common. After all, the number of dragon type Pokémon is still quite limited compared to other Pokémon. But thinking about the place where Tetsuya got the Pidgeot egg was the Viridian City, which is infinitely close to the Viridian Forest. This seems understandable. What Pokémon live in the vast Viridian Forest has always been an unsolved mystery. Tetsuya thought that maybe Pidgeot could use the dragon type energy and the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale to strengthen himself. Beep. Pidgeot looked at the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale in Tetsuya's hand and shook his head. It can feel the familiarity brought by these two items, but they can't help but improve itself. And in essence, after the transformation of the body of the Holy Fire of the King of Phoenix, Pidgeot with champion level qualifications is no longer within the scope of these ordinary elf items. Even if these two items may be the props left by the champion level dragon elves, it is the same. In other words, as flying and general elves, even if they have a slight effect on Pidgeot, the efficiency of their conversion will be shockingly low, which is very uneconomical. Is that so? Zay nodded. There is no such thing as loss, he just asked casually. Moreover, compared to some Pidgeots with dragon blood, these two items are still most suitable for real pure dragon elves. Whether it is Dragon Fang or Dragon Scale, it can greatly shorten the long growth and development cycle of dragon elves, and can also further enhance their strength. As an attribute amplification item, Dragon Fang can really improve the power of dragon attribute moves. They didn't expect that his casual exploration would yield such a great harvest. But, in this case, it has nothing to do with the Gyarados mentioned by the Maku hitter. Zaya touched the smooth Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale thoughtfully. Although Gyarados has the word dragon in its name, and was often regarded as a real dragon by people at that time and ancient records, even after Mega Evolution, Gyarados does not have the dragon attribute. This means that, even if it is a champion level Gyarados, it is impossible to condense the special attribute amplification item of Dragon Fang. Dragon Scale is a bit possible. After all, Gyarados has some dragon genes, and it also has the so-called reverse scale. With the support of strong strength and a long time, it is not too difficult to breed Dragon Scale. I just don't know which type of dragon type Pokémon these two dragon attribute items come from. ZHE did not make a hasty judgment. It's not that he doesn't have the knowledge reserves in this area. Although dragon type Pokémon are so rare that there are few related research papers, he has a lot of background, including 2 Pokémon doctors, and he still has relevant knowledge. It's just that it's hard to judge these two dragon attributed items that vaguely have flying energy surging. Dragonite Tanabata Bluebird, Dragonite, Violent Salamander, and even the Sonic Dragon that was only found in Kalos all have both dragon and flying attributes. Well, if you think about it more, the Sky Dragon Rayquaza is also a dragon plus flying. They quickly put the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale back into the space backpack. It just so happens that these two items may be useful soon. Is there anything else down there? He picked up Pokémon and asked. Pokémon shook his head with certainty. These two things were just dug out from a rock. There was nothing but soil and water plants under the water, not even Magikarp. Zay was not greedy and soon took the Pidgeot and flew down the waterfall with the two little guys. But at Pokémon's strong request, he still put it back into the Pokéball. According to Pokémon, it was tired of searching and wanted to take a rest. Zay was somewhat amused, but he still satisfied its request because it had found those two things. Anyway, sooner or later, Pokémon will have to get used to working at high altitudes on the back of a flying Pokémon. Well, let Pockets take it to get used to it when the time comes. It's much more stable than Pidgeot, Zay thought as he sat on Pidgeot's back. After falling back to the ground, Brock, who had stayed up late, had already gotten up. A faint fragrance filled the small area. As an excellent breeder, Brock is a good cook, and his cooking skills are even better than Zay's. How was the golden Magikarp last night? Zay waved his hand and let Pidgeot go to the side to exercise on his own and chatted with Brock casually. Cyanagang was in a very happy mood. Of course I succeeded in catching it. Don't you look at who I am? He pointed to a water surface. Look, isn't it there? ZHE also looked in the direction he pointed and saw a golden Magikarp floating dully on the water. It doesn't look very smart, he commented. However, we can't expect too much from a Pokémon like Magikarp. Maybe Slowpoke is much smarter than them, but it's just a little slower in reaction. Cyanagang said unhappily. Go away, don't disturb me while I'm making lunch. ZHE also smiled and admitted his mistake. Oh, it seems that I have a good meal today. Nobuhiko wiped his body with a pink towel. Brother Nobuhiko, have you finished your exercise? ZHE also greeted him. Since he got up, Nobuhiko has been standing under the waterfall with his group of fighting Pokémon until now. I really don't know how he has been able to hold on for so long. Judging from the physical fitness of humans, even Nobuhiko should have been supported by faith in the end. But now Nobuhiko seems to be fine. Tetsuya was amazed by this. Although his physical fitness was still better than Nobuhiko's, he would definitely not be able to do this. In terms of fighter belief, Nobuhiko was more than a little stronger than Tetsuya. The main reason was that Tetsuya had no interest in self-torture training under the waterfall, otherwise it would be a good way to exercise. Alido. Thinking of this, Tetsuya called his own Pokémon. Although he had no interest, he could still try it with his friends, especially Alido. Alido, who was practicing swordsmanship by slashing in the air, teleported over with a confused look on his face. Tetsuya pointed at the waterfall. You also saw Nobuhiko's Pokémon training in the morning, right? Go and try it? Ledo hearing this, Alido quickly nodded and agreed. It had wanted to try it for a long time, but it didn't try it because Tetsuya didn't say it. I suggest starting from the bottom over there, otherwise it will be too stressful for this little guy who is only at the elite level. Nobuhiko pointed from the side. In the direction he mentioned, there was an L-shaped rock protruding from the rock wall behind the waterfall, blocking a considerable part of the force of the waterfall. It's okay, Alido can do it. Tetsuya was quite confident in Nobuhiko's admonition. Alido also raised his elbow blade to show that he could do it. Nobuhiko was about to say a few more words, but he closed his mouth the next moment. He thought that most of Tetsuya's Pokémon were a little abnormal. Maybe this Alido could bring him some surprising performance. Alido did not choose to use telekinesis to control its body to fly under the waterfall, but chose to submerge its body in the water and move over little by little. The closer to the waterfall, the greater the impact of the water flow. But Alido's seemingly slender legs stood steadily in the water and kept approaching. Boom! Alido's ears were filled with the sound of water rushing down. Feeling the fierce impact not far away, its eyes flashed with eagerness to try. Ledo it carefully used telekinesis to estimate the impact of the waterfall. The blue-purple light turned into a light spot and dissipated into the air a few seconds after it hit the waterfall. Not bad. Alito made a calm judgment. It no longer hesitated and stepped into the waterfall on the side. Its body sank, and it instantly felt the power of nature. The pressure from all directions and the pain in various parts of its body told it that this was not a place to stay for a long time. But it was precisely because of this that Alito's inner pride was aroused. Ledo it struggled to straighten its body to resist the surging water. This adaptation is too fast. Nobuhiko's mouth twitched uncontrollably. According to the normal order, an elite level Pokémon should get used to this kind of training method step by step. First, start from the L-shaped rock he mentioned, then the position with less impact of the water flow on both sides, and finally the center. Alito ignored the first two steps and started the last one directly. Fortunately, it didn't surprise Nobuhiko anymore. Under the continuous impact of the waterfall, Alito's body, which had just straightened up, soon bent down again. Flame Chicken, come here. The data stream that others could not see flashed in Tetsuo's eyes, and he called his other partner. Down. Flame Chicken immediately stopped the pumping of its legs. The moment it stopped, the rock in front of it was completely shattered. Countless small stones of similar size tell the perfect degree of control of Flame Chicken's own power. And this is just its daily exercise. Tetsuo took out a drawing board casually. You use the Wava guide to tell Alito to cover its superpowers in this distribution on its body. Here and here, it is especially required to be strong telekinesis. Here, the strength is maintained at about 1.3 times. He ignored Nobuhiko's strange eyes and frantically painted something on the drawing board. Flame Chicken nodded from time to time while listening to Tetsuo's arrangements. The blue light representing the Wava guide appeared in its eyes. I said, can your Pokémon understand these? After getting dressed, Nobuhiko came to Tetsuo's side and fell into deep thought while looking at the densely packed drawing board. Tetsuo nodded as a matter of course. Okay, I have always taught them. Nobuhiko showed an awkward but polite smile. Can he say that as a trainer? He didn't understand it. Why would someone break down training into such a thing? Nobuhiko, who is not good at theory, really finds it difficult to understand Tetsuo's thinking. He understands that this is probably why Tetsuo's partner's strength has improved so quickly, but it's useless to understand it. This method is not something that normal people can learn and use. Under Tetsuo's guidance and Flame Chicken's retelling, the superpower gradually covered the body of Alito. If there is an instrument to detect it, it will be found that the strength of the superpower of each part of its body is not the same. It is this superpower of varying strength that allows Alito to buffer the impact of the waterfall. Its body straightened up again. But the price is that Alito's superpower is also fading at an exaggerated speed. Boom. After holding on for about half an hour, Alito fell into the pool with weakness. Without saying anything, the Monarch Snake immediately brought it up with a vine whip. While taking out a bunch of things, Tetsuo communicated with Alito. How do you feel? Pretty good. Alito closed his eyes tightly and adjusted his state and replied with difficulty. Although he was very tired physically and mentally, he could feel the benefits of this exercise. Not only was the body improved autonomously after being oppressed, but also the improvement brought by meditation after using superpowers. This visible progress made Alito very intoxicated. I'll come here to train for a while after things are over. Tetsuo made a decision quickly. The simulation results given by Zero made him very excited. If targeted training is carried out for about a month, Alito will touch the threshold of the Qua-seeking at a super fast speed. And you can also take the opportunity to train Ice Vulpix and Pokémon nearby. For the rest of the Pokémon, it still depends more on the accumulation of progress. It's time for dinner. Brock called out loudly. He was still very tired, as there were quite a lot of people and elves here. Have a good rest. Tetsuo patted Alito and walked straight to the simple dining table. While eating, he did not forget to mention to the two that he had found the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale. Without a doubt, they all express great envy and jealousy. That's not right. Compared to Nobuhiko, who was eating frantically, Brock's thinking was much more agile. I remember that it seems that the time for the Dragon Rising ceremony in Yanmo City is approaching soon. Could it be? He looked at Tetsuya in surprise. Tetsuya chuckled and said, I saved someone on a mission before, and he gave me the token for participating in the Dragon Rising ceremony. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Ninja Town, Kaji. TSK, you're so lucky. Ziogang and Xinyan both expressed envy. Although participating in the Dragon Rising ceremony does not necessarily mean that you can enter the Dragon Cave in Yanmo City. With Zaya's strength and potential, they don't think Zaya can't enter the top 10 and win a place. Even though the temptation of Dragon-type Pokémon is so strong that there are many trainers who want to participate in the Dragon Rising ceremony every year, and the stage of obtaining the token will eliminate a considerable number of trainers. There are not so many king-level Pokémon, and Zaya's Pokémon are still very strong. After entering the Dragon Cave, in order to impress the arrogant and powerful Dragon Pokémon and gain their recognition, in addition to strong enough strength, Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale will undoubtedly play a considerable role. They don't have much idea about entering the Dragon Cave. With the background and strength of the two, it is not easy to capture a good Dragon Pokémon, but it will not be difficult. Zaya remembers very clearly that there are 2 Pokémon eggs with dragon attributes in the final form in the breeding room of the Nibe Gym and Ziogang's home, namely the Jorant and the Heart Scale, especially the latter. Currently, the Heart Scale has only been found to have signs of life in the Alola region. Its final form, Armored Staff, is considered to be at the same level as Dragonite in Kanto and Bangiris in Johto, which is what people often call a quasi-god. If it weren't for the fact that Nibe Gym, as one of the 8 old gyms in Kanto, has a huge network of people and business dealings, such a Pokémon would not appear in the cultivation room of Nibe Gym. After all, the Dragon Plus Fighting Armored Staff and the Rock-type Nibe Gym are relatively ordinary. In Kanto, the Armored Staff of Alola may be much more valuable than Dragonite. But even if he has a Dragon-type Pokémon at home, Xiaogang didn't think of cultivating Armored Staff himself. I'm not very interested in becoming a trainer, and my talent is not very good. If I really want to cultivate it, Jiro may be more suitable than me. Xiaogang said so. Tetsuya felt that the style was indeed the same, and Xiaogang sometimes really had a tendency to approach unreliable martial arts. He hasn't even officially become a gym leader yet, and he's thinking about pushing things to his younger brother. To some extent, this can be regarded as a deep brotherly love. Jiro's talent is indeed good. However, Tetsuya still agreed with Xiaogang's statement. During the time when Xiaogang was captured by his grandfather for special training, he and Jiro had a lot of communication, or even a lot. No matter from which aspect, Jiro's talent as a trainer is exceptionally outstanding. Even if he has not yet obtained the qualification to officially cultivate Pokémon, he is extremely outstanding in taking care of the Pokémon in the gym. Otherwise, how can Wu Neng be so happy all day long? His eldest son has a good talent as a trainer, barely ranking in the top 5 of the younger generation in the Kanto League, and is also a good friend of a young man with more potential. His second son has shown extremely high talent related to trainers, and is a perfect candidate to inherit the gym business. I don't know how many people in the Kanto region have complained about the good luck of the Nibe Gym behind their backs. If they knew that the future Jiro could fight a few moves with Joey's Latius, they might be even more jealous. As for Nobuhiko, as a real king level trainer, as long as he came to ask for it, the Dragon Clan of Yanmo City would be happy to open the door of the Dragon Cave for him. After all, there was no contradiction or conflict between the two sides. On the contrary, RC's Azure Gym had a good relationship with them. Of course, Nobuhiko also needed to pay a corresponding price, such as helping a little. But Nobuhiko, who was fond of fighting type Pokémon, obviously had no great interest in dragon type Pokémon. After all, one of his idols, Ziba, had beaten the Pokémon of the Dragon Kingdom more than once with fighting type Pokémon, although he did not win in the end. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing, Doo's Pokémon. There were really not many dragon type ones, and Ziba could not defeat Doo's absolute trump card Dragonite in a one-on-one. From this aspect, dragon type Pokémon do have a unique strength, but the price is a somewhat exaggerated growth cycle and the super high level required to evolve to the final form. Even if it was due, when Dragonite had not grown up, his trump card was still Charizard, one of the 3 great dinosaurs in the Kanto region. The food on the table disappeared at a crazy speed, while everyone was talking and laughing. Cyanogang didn't eat much, but Tetsuya and Nobuhiko were 2 big eaters. Nobuhiko put the empty bowl on the table with a rather generous attitude. It's okay, 70% full. I have to exercise in the afternoon, and can't eat too much. Cyanogang silently twitched his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Nobuhiko had just eaten at least 5 times his rice intake. Can all fighters eat so much? Looking at Tetsuya, who was not inferior to Nobuhiko in terms of appetite, Cyanogang was a little confused. Cyanogang's cooking skills are really great. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Tetsuya finished the last bit of food and collapsed on the chair with satisfaction. As expected of the big brother who has taken care of his younger brothers and sisters since childhood, he has nothing to say about life. Tetsuya hasn't eaten such a rich meal in the world for a long time. Then we won't bother you anymore, Nobuhiko. Soon, after packing up everything, Tetsuya said goodbye to Nobuhiko. Nobuhiko was a little surprised. Aren't you going to train here for a while? I think Alido is very suitable for training here. Time is a bit tight. I plan to attend the Dragon Rising ceremony first before bothering you. Tetsuya replied. Nobuhiko nodded in understanding. That's right. Judging from the speed at which Tetsuya challenges gyms, collecting badges is not a problem for him at all. Compared to running around for various matters in Kanto, Tetsuya focuses more on improving the strength of his partners when traveling in Johto. This is the case with the training in Nausicaa of the Wind, and it will also be the case with the training in the future Ragnarok Mountain. Then, see you next time, Nobuhiko brother / senior Nobuhiko. Cyanogang and Tetsuya waved to Nobuhiko, and then disappeared into the dark cave passage with a few Pokémon. After watching the 2 leave, Nobuhiko twisted his neck and moved his legs. Then, let's start our special training. Roar, the Pokémons around him made a warm voice. 4 days later, at the number 2 exit of the Maribo Mountain near Kaji Town, the 2 young men walked out of the cave and stretched their bodies lazily in the big sun. The short life underground obviously made Tetsuya and Cyanogang feel a little uncomfortable. Cyanogang was okay, because his grandfather often took him underground for training. Tetsuya was not so good. He was used to the air of the evergreen forest, and was a little depressed about staying in the dark underground for 5 days. If they hadn't taken the wrong road yesterday, they should have come out long ago. The trainers around him all cast kind eyes and envy. The flame chicken and Pagona around Tetsuya undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention again. In comparison, the Raiden around Cyanogang was not so conspicuous. After all, the matter of communication evolution is gradually becoming popular now, and it is not a rare thing for Raiden to evolve into Raiden. Let's go. I don't know if we can finish challenging the gym this afternoon. Zay had long been accustomed to such looks. He put the Blaziken back into the Pokémon bowl and only Pokémon was left. He called Cyanogang and said, Senior Liubo is quite responsible. He will accept challenges most of the time. It is more likely that you can't make an appointment this afternoon. Cyanogang looked at the manual and answered Zay's question very seriously. Unlike normal gyms, as the owner of Kaji Gym, Liubo in winter did not accept any gym apprentices to help him verify the gym battles. Anyone who went to Kaji Gym to fight would face this powerful old man without exception. Although there were clear level restrictions on the Pokémons in the gym battles, Liubo's own trainer level and ability were there, so most trainers could not win from him. Even trainers who were recognized and got badges were not many. The title of Liubo in winter was not only because of his achievements in training ice Pokémons, but also because of his personality. Don't worry, there is always a way. Zay was very confident about this. He had met Liubo before and felt that the old man was not as difficult to get along with as rumored. Of course, it could also be because of the care of Professor Oak, Professor Yamanashi and Pokémon Grandpa. Now there is still to add. These people, including Kikuko, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region, were very good friends when they were young. By the way, is it true that Liubo and Zyubo have a grudge? On the way to Kaju Town, Tetsuya was very interested in asking about gossip. Although Zyubo's current disciple Kageyama has a good relationship with him, Kageyama will not talk nonsense about the gossip of his teacher. Zyubo may seem funny, but he is actually an old man with a bad temper. According to Kageyama, he was beaten up by Zyubo many times during training. The violence of the fire system is perfectly reflected in Zyubo, just like the harshness of the ice system is reflected in Liubo. Zyubo didn't have the same concerns as Kageyama, and as the eldest son of Nibejim, he did know something about the grudges between these two veteran and powerful trainers. It should be true. Under Tetsuya's gaze, Zyubo nodded slowly, but that was a long time ago. The two seniors met at a league meeting, not a major competition like the King Challenge. He added, that time, Senior Zyubo won, and Senior Liubo's main Pokémon seemed to have received considerable damage, so the two had some hatred. For trainers, it is really rare to have a grudge because of a battle. After all, everyone knows that Pokémon battles change rapidly, and it is impossible to ask the other party to let their Pokémon go, otherwise it is easy to get into trouble. It is more common for opponents on the field to be friends off the field. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that when he was young, Liubo's strength was not as good as Zyubo. According to Kageyama's secret statement, Zyubo's strength was not outstanding among his peers back then. But now it is different. After seeing Liubo's elves take action, ZHE didn't think that Zyubo's current strength could be stronger than Liubo's. The messenger bird's mastery of ice energy is still deeply imprinted in his mind. The two walked on the road opened up by the Alliance. The popularity of the section from Libo Mountain to Kaju Town was getting less and less. An atmosphere of suspicion spread. Although it was summer and noon, both of them felt a little chilly. The two gradually became silent and looked at each other without saying a word. This ninja town is really well deserved, Zyubo said with a wry smile. He even felt that someone was looking at him in the shadows. Of course he knew it was an illusion, but it still made people's hair stand on end. ZHE agreed and then took the initiative to speed up the frequency of his feet. Even in the Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy, he had never had such a feeling. It can only be said that Kaju Town is worthy of being the origin of the Pokémon World Ninja. From the atmosphere, it has discouraged many trainers from traveling here. Kaju Town, located in the northernmost part of the Johto region, might have disappeared from the development history of the Alliance long ago, if it were not for the Kaji Gym, the Lake of Angry, and the Angry Buns. The Crimson Gym in Crimson City is a good example. Aju and Axing's family was originally a ninja family in Kaju Town, but later moved to Crimson City for various reasons. One of the most important factors is for development. Under the premise of speeding up, the two saw the edge of Kaju Town not long after. There is not much difference between this place and Hinoki Town. They are also the rare 8 gyms in the region based on towns. As soon as they entered the town, the atmosphere of suspicion was resolved a lot. The residents who came and went looked no different from ordinary people, except for wearing some strange things around their waists. Let's go to Kaji Gym first, Tetsuya suggested. Zyubo hesitated for a moment and did not refuse. Thanks to the richness of Tetsuya's partner's healing skills and the sufficient logistical reserves in the backpacks of the two, the exploration of the underground caves of Libo Mountain did not put their Pokémon into a very bad state. Even the unknown bear spirit recovered. The two quickly disappeared on the street. Report to the captain. 2 listed targets were found in Kaju Town, codenamed number 4 and codenamed number 28. In a place where the two did not see, a young man in the rocket team uniform raised the walkie-talkie in his hand. Zzzz, the sound of radio interference sounded. Got it. Don't alert the enemy for now. The other party should be passing by. Mainly monitor and keep a distance of more than 1 kilometer. Understood. The rocket team members responded respectfully. Although he didn't know why he had to stay so far away, he only needed to report and obey orders. Other things had nothing to do with him. Gym and regional meeting. Looking at the direction where Tetsuya and Zyubo were heading, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 447. Cold and Strong Liubo. Kaji Town. Kaji Gym. This is a red-roofed, white-walled building that looks like an ordinary stadium. Kaji Gym, which uses the most common red and white color scheme in the Pokémon world, is a rare gym that is not grotesque. If you just stand outside the door and look inside, it is hard for anyone to believe that this is one of the 8 gyms in Johto. The only thing that can be seen is the lifelike ice sculptures in the nearby yard. What is strange is that, even though it is a hot summer day, the appearance of these ice sculptures still maintains a chilling state. Senior Eliubo's achievements in Ice Pokémon can be called the best in the world. Xiaogang couldn't help but sigh. ZHE also nodded in agreement. As a long-established trainer, Eliubo's title is more than just Winter Eliubo. The glory of the North and Ice sculpture artist are all proof of his strength. Even Kanto's Kona and Hoen's Bonnie, the 2 Ice-type kings, have to admit what Bron said about Eliubo being the strongest Ice-type trainer today. Because they are both Eliubo's disciples to some extent. Bonnie ZHE doesn't know, but Kona's Ice Doll skill was learned from Eliubo. This skill is banged by Kona in normal and formal Pokémon battles now, so many young trainers don't know. However, ZHE and Bron are very clear about how powerful the Ice Doll skill is. This is not a move against Pokémon, its target is the trainer who is commanding behind the Pokémon. I believe that the various dark organizations in Kanto will have a deep impression of this move. Broken hands and feet are considered to be Kona's holding back in this move. Unless there is a champion Pokémon of the same level, the Ice Doll made up of Kona's ace sister will let people know what the sharpness of ice is. Simply put, after using this move, the injuries on the Ice Doll will be synchronized to the body of the attacker, including but not limited to binding and other effects. Many people think that this move is based on the combination of the attributes of ice and superpowers of Sister Mimi, not just the simple use of ice attributes. But it's just a guess. Except for Kona and Eliubo, few people know the principle of using this move of the Ice Doll, otherwise it would not become one of Kona's ultimate skills. Tetsuya and Xiaogang, who stood in front of the gate of Kaji Gym for a few minutes, undoubtedly attracted the attention of people coming and going. Another 2 people who are looking for abuse. Yes, I don't know how many minutes it will take to come out. It will take a few minutes to come out. I don't think they can even get in. The residents of Kaju town around were all watching the show. It's not that Tetsuya is not famous in the Johto area, but that he has habitually worn a mask. Unless you are familiar with him, it is difficult to recognize him from half of his face. However, there are very few trainers who have traveled to various places who recognized Xiaogang. As the eldest son of the Nabi Gym, although he has never traveled, he is still somewhat famous. After all, for those who are curious, ranking the descendants of the gyms in each region is something they never get tired of. Although I don't know what the meaning of this is. Ding dong, Zaya walked to the door and rang the doorbell above. He was not interested in being watched like this. The iron door slowly opened. In the astonished eyes of the people around, Zaya and Xiaogang walked into the Kaji Gym without stopping. Even if it is a challenger, I remember that Aunt Sima had to come out to confirm the identity, right? A resident of Kaju town opened his mouth wide. It was the first time he saw a young man who could enter without Aunt Sima confirming his identity. Not only him, many people were a little confused. Finally, a trainer couldn't stand it anymore and explained, one of the 2 young men is the heir of the Kanto Nabi Gym. Everyone suddenly realized it. No matter what happened outside, the 2 people who walked into the Kaji Gym were shocked. A kind old lady in a light red sweater and a headscarf suddenly appeared in front of Tetsuya and Xiaogang. You 2 are the talented young people that Liu said, right? You are really energetic. Before the 2 could say anything, the old lady patted their shoulders in a rather heroic manner. You can just call me Aunt Sima. Liu is training in the back. I will take you there. By the way, what are your names? Hello, Aunt Sima. My name is Xiaogang, from Kanto Nabi. Hello, my name is Tetsuya, from Kanto Tokiwa. The 2 young people hurriedly introduced themselves. From the words of this Aunt Sima, it is not difficult to hear that she has a very good relationship with Eliubo. Otherwise, she would not call Eliubo by a nickname like Liu. The most important thing is that Tetsuya and Xiaogang did not notice how Aunt Sima suddenly appeared. Ninja, Tetsuya certainly knew the reason. But compared with the several ninjas he knew, this Aunt Sima was much stronger. Hey, Hey! A loud shout rang out in the Kaji gym. Don't get me wrong, this was not Liubo who was exercising, but Aunt Sima who was in front of Tetsuya and Xiao gang. Aunt Sima, dressed in simple clothes, kept shuttling through the messy rocky area at an exaggerated speed. From time to time, she turned her head and called Tetsuya and Xiao gang behind her to keep up. Her figure moved around on several rocks. It was not difficult for Tetsuya to keep up, but it was hard for Xiao gang. He was running a little out of breath. You are lucky. Today, Liu rarely went to the back mountain to exercise. He was just meditating. Aunt Sima's voice was still so steady and powerful during the high-speed exercise. Xiao gang, who was almost sticking out his tongue, had already started to regret it. No one told him that he had to train before challenging the gym. He didn't know about this when he was in the Nabi gym. And why is the backyard of the gym so messy? Is there no one to take care of it? Young people are not very good. Aunt Sima shook her head at Xiao gang's performance. She turned to look at Zay next to her, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. The physical fitness of young people nowadays is getting worse and worse, but you are not bad. She said so. Is Xiao gang's physical fitness very poor? Of course not. In his usual training, Xiao gang has never relaxed his own training. But, it depends on who he is compared with. Compared with Aunt Sima and Zay, Xiao gang, who can be called tough, had to admit that he was weak. Compared with the old man not far away, the three of them were younger brothers. Liu, I brought the people to you. They are here to challenge the gym. Hurry up and get up. Aunt Sima's voice echoed in the air. The old man sitting cross-legged on the ice with his upper body naked opened his eyes. The indifference in his eyes made people shudder from the bottom of their hearts. He didn't even need to stand up from the ice himself. The messenger bird next to him consciously changed the shape of the ice. The rectangular ice cube wrapped up Liubo like a transformer. When he appeared in front of the three people again, Liubo had already put on his clothes and leaned on a cane. It's as if no one has never seen those 2 or 3 pieces of meat on you. Aunt Sima sneered at this. Liubo was obviously accustomed to the personality of his old partner. You have been in contact with a lot of guys recently. His eyes passed over Zay. Without waiting for Zay to reply, he looked at Xiao gang again. Is Wupio still alive? Grandpa is in good health. Xiao gang seemed very respectful to Liubo's not so friendly question. As a genius trainer of the same era, Liubo and his grandfather Wupio actually have a good relationship. Before leaving, the old man asked him to say hello to Liubo on the way. Humph, I don't know what you are doing in the ground all day long. Liubo snorted coldly to express his disdain for his friend. This is probably a way for the elderly to care for each other. Let's go to the venue. Without too much greeting, Liubo turned around and walked straight into the gym. Tetsuya and Xiao gang hurriedly followed. As soon as they entered the interior, the temperature dropped a lot. The 2 people in short sleeves shivered unconsciously. The battlefield of Kaji Gym is extremely rich in the characteristics of an ice gym. In addition to the circular pool with floating ice in the center, the ground of the entire battlefield is covered with a thick layer of ice. Large and small ice blocks and icicles are scattered all over the field. Such a battlefield is undoubtedly the home field for ice-type Pokémon. In this environment, using ice-type skills can not only increase the power slightly, but also increase the physical activity of ice-type Pokémon. Not to mention the impact of the power reduction of skills of other attributes. The pool in the middle is most likely prepared for some Pokémon with both ice and water attributes. Pokémon such as Metagross are far less flexible on the ground than they are underwater. Even for some elite trainers, the venue of Kaji Gym can be called tricky. When standing up becomes something that requires concentration, how can we expect the Pokémon to show 100% strength in battle? The venue setting of Kaji Gym means that they are at a disadvantage before the battle even begins. Only by using flying Pokémon and some water and ice Pokémon can the gap be narrowed. However, this means entering a dead loop. When the flying type is restrained, we can't expect the trainer to be stronger than the gym owner in the attribute Civil War. This is also an important reason why the frozen badge of Kaji Gym is difficult to obtain. Zaya didn't care. Although attribute specific venues are not very common, he has encountered them many times. This battle venue is similar to the ice venue of the Kanto Quartz Conference. The Pokémon I sent out are Pokemon, Ice Vulpix and Night Snail. Zaya took out 3 Pokeballs and said to Ansuma. At this time, Ansuma has changed into the clothes of the official referee certified by the Johto region. In this gym with only 2 people, Antsuma's role is also crucial. After operating the instrument for a while, Ansuma also took out 3 Pokeballs. Then, Liu, you use these 3 Pokémon to fight the young man. Liu didn't say much, just took the Pokeball from Antsuma's hand, and then walked to the podium representing the challenged. Next, the battle between challengers Zaya and gym leader Liu, with badges as the stakes, begins now. Antsuma waved the flag in her hand. Liu threw the first Pokeball without saying a word. The small black Pokémon appeared on the field. Its body was covered with a yellow cone-shaped cloak with orange edges, and there were 3 orange diamond-shaped patches on the back of the cloak. The egg-shaped body, round hands without fingers, feet without toes, blue eyes and an inverted grinning mouth formed a snow boy who seemed to be always shivering. This Pokémon, which evolved into both male and female ice demon gods and only female snow fairy girls, is quite popular. They feed on ice and snow, and appear at the beginning of the snowfall. People believe that the house visited by the snow boy will prosper for generations, so there is a custom of making ice cubes out of clean water, and offering them at the door. Then, my partner has decided to be it. Go, Pokémon. They sent out his first Pokémon, the water-type Pokémon, without hesitation. The water-type has a fairly good resistance to the ice-type, but not the other way around, which can be said to be very advantageous. And this is also the first time he has let Pokémon fight a regular Pokémon after taming him. Pokémon was full of energy. It had long been told by Zay and several seniors about the precautions required for the battle. Anyway, except for some restrictions, it is not much different from a battle in the wild. As usual, the challenger goes first. Pokémon, use play with water. Zay waved his hand. For a battle that is not even at the ordinary level, Pokémon's ability to control water-type energy can be called a bug. Moreover, in this venue, due to the pool in the middle, there is a lot of flowing water-type energy. High speed find snow. Liu's command followed closely. If it wasn't clear that the challenger attacked first, the spectators' IO gang would even think that Liu had taken the first right to attack. Really ruthless. ZAGE complained helplessly in his heart. He knew what caused this situation. It was nothing more than the difference between the trainers. Liu predicted his command first, but he didn't understand how Liu made the judgment. This should be the first time the opponent saw Pokémon. Normal Pokémon would not start with water playing skills. The prefix high speed fully explains Liu's response. Yuki Boy did not pursue the full effect of the fine snow attack, but compressed the release speed of the skill to the extreme. When the water flow surrounded Pokémon's body, the white cold current collided with it. The water flow that should have been a boost became the reliance of Yuki Boy to restrict Pokémon. The fine water flow icicles surrounded Pokémon like a cage. Pokémon was suddenly a little flustered. This was the first time it encountered such a situation. Don't panic, use bubbles. Tetsua's voice sounded behind it. The panicked Pokémon immediately calmed down. That's right, unlike the previous situation, where it was alone in the wild, now it has a trainer and other partners behind it. The little mouth opened, and countless transparent bubbles burst out. Even without the auxiliary effect of playing with water, Pokémon, who has extremely high qualifications in water, is still very strong. The fragmented ice pillars are not a defensive weapon. It broke into pieces in an instant. Shadow Clone. Liu's command was still so brief. Snowboy's reaction was also very fast. 4 phantoms appeared on the ice field mixed with a real body. Chapter 448 Battle and Guidance. Transparent bubbles passed over one of the snow children. With the sound of bubbles hitting the ground, the snow child that was hit also dissipated into the air. As for the skill of Shadow Clone, because it has a very high dodge rate for the first attack, this effect makes it very popular among trainers. After all, compared with the high physical strength required for the stand and the tactical significance of defending, the Shadow Clone trick has almost no disadvantages, and the physical strength required to maintain it is not much. The only problem is that many Pokémon have their own ways to crack the Phantom. For example, superpowers, Wavigites, and even the characteristics of Pokémon such as sharp eyes and physical talents such as sense of smell. Of course, there is no doubt that the Pokémon on the field does not have the relevant ability to crack the shadow clone. So it is inevitable that it seems a little helpless. Pokémon like Snowchild is a rare little guy with balanced development in all aspects. Although Pokémon is one of the 3 water-based starters, it is not much ahead of the opponent at this stage. The situation on the battlefield suddenly fell into a stalemate. Whenever Pokémon spits out a water gun to break a shadow clone, Snowchild will immediately fill the gap. After 4 or 5 times, Pokémon inevitably began to pant. Tetsuya frowned and observed the Snowboy. His eyes swept across the ice. Unfortunately, he did not find any flaws. Although it was a Pokémon used in gym battles, this Snowboy performed very well in all aspects. Pokémon, Eustaking. Tetsuya had no choice but to let Pokémon dodge temporarily. In the past few days of traveling in the underground cave, Pokémon did not learn anything else, but he learned digging holes to perfection from Blaziken. Pokémon took a deep breath, and the whole Pokémon jumped up and drilled towards the ice in front of him. Soon, there were only a few Snowboys and an unknown cave entrance on the field. Be alert. Liubo's cold words made the Snowboy immediately stop using the shadow clone. Although the consumption was small, Liubo still habitually cherished every bit of physical strength. The Snowboy's body, which was not tall to begin with, completely sat on the ice. It's troublesome. Zhe, who observed this scene, was also very troubled. The ice surface is different from ordinary soil, and the feedback to vibration is quite clear. In addition, the Snowboy's own ice attribute, its action partially blocked the attack of Pokémon's digging skill on it. Aunt Simmer, who served as the referee, watched this scene with a smile. As a senior trainer, Liubo is definitely ahead of young trainers like Zhe in handling the details of the battle. This is the accumulation of long-term battle experience. So, how will the young people deal with it? Aunt Simmer is looking forward to it. She raised her hand to check the time on her watch. Ziogang was also frowning and thinking on the viewing platform. He tried to put himself in Zhe's role and found that there was no way. Under Liubo's command, the Snowboy clearly wanted to play a game of hide and seek with you. As long as you come out, the shadow clone will remain. Unless Pokémon can cause a large-scale impact, if all the shadow clones cannot be destroyed in an instant, the Snowboy will soon return to its original state. The Snowboy on the field suddenly looked at an icicle. Fine snow. Liubo's command was like a shadow. Bang, the long icicle was immediately destroyed by the Snowboy's fine snow. Pokémon, who was hiding behind, had no choice but to reveal his figure. It was still thinking about using the icicle to hide itself and attack, but the opponent didn't give it a chance. Zhe was thoughtful. After looking at the combat environment of the field again, he soon had an idea. Pokémon, use high speed movement, and then use the close attack of the beak. Pokémon nodded vigorously, and a white light shone on his body. Its running speed increased a lot at once. The flying energy condensed on the yellow beak further promoted its body movement. In response to this, Liubo and the Snowboy still used shadow clones. The attack of the beak was straight and could not destroy all the shadow clones. And after the series of actions of Pokémon rushing over, stopping, turning around and preparing to sprint were completed, the Snowboy had enough time to respond. Bang, 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 a series of collisions sounded on the field. It was not that Pokémon attacked the Snowboy, but that it did not control its speed and hit the surrounding icicles. Pokémon covered his red round forehead and felt a little dizzy. Move at high speed, then peck. A familiar voice sounded. Pokémon sighed and continued his attack. Although he felt that this trick was useless, he wanted to prove that he could attack the enemy, even if it was only once. In the case that playing with water and water guns did not work, Pokémon knew that he could only achieve this goal through close combat. At first, Xiaogang frowned and did not understand. But after carefully reading the changes on the field, his brows gradually relaxed. Is that so? His whisper was not heard by anyone. The situation on the field also changed unusually at this moment. Pokémon, use the water gun. After pecking the wrong target again, Tetsuya's command changed. Pokemon subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but stopped himself. He turned his head and looked at Tetsuya. Don't worry. Tetsuya's confident eyes and tone made Pokemon relax a little. He opened his mouth and sprayed a very high-speed stream of water. It's useless. Liubo's voice echoed in the gym. As if to prove what he said, several snowboys simply faced the fierce water gun together. The broken shadow had no effect on the main body. Not necessarily. Tetsuya finally smiled. This was the first time since the battle began. Boom, an ice column behind the snowboy fell down. Shh. The snowboy turned his head in panic, but saw pieces of ice falling on his head. It suddenly felt black in front of his eyes, including the main body. All the snowboys were buried by the sudden ice. Except for the main body, the rest of the snowboys disappeared into the air. Not bad. A good use of the environment. Liubo's expression remained unchanged, and he only praised Zaya. But this is not the best way to deal with it. You can let Pokemon rotate his body while using the water gun to create a similar effect to a group attack. I don't know if it was because he was in a good mood, but Liubo rarely gave Zaya advice. They nodded and said, but Pokemon was only captured by me recently, and he has not been trained. I'm afraid that he will reveal too many flaws when he rotates. What about playing in the water after being frozen? Liu boasted with a cane. You can also use slapping to knock out the broken ice. Because of the skill effect of playing in the water, I must let the snowboy block this move. You have plenty of opportunities to experiment. At worst, you can also try to disturb the snowboy with shouting and coquetry, especially coquetry, which is likely to cause the snowboy to fail to release the shadow clone. In terms of timing, digging a hole is a very good pre-movement. From discovery to reaction, the snowboy must need a certain amount of time, and this time is enough to complete it. In a few words, Liubo gave more than one way to deal with the shadow clone. They actually thought of these plans. It's just that many of them were subconsciously rejected by him. Because in his opinion, these plans have some uncertain factors. Burying the snowboy by pecking the icicles will undoubtedly guarantee a higher success rate. Liubo probably saw his thoughts. Sometimes, a failure is just for a better response next time. Don't pursue the success rate of tactics too much. Zay nodded. He also knew that the situation of the battle changed rapidly, but his command style has always been like this, and it is difficult to change in a short time. To put it bluntly, he used his brain too much during the battle. Sometimes you need a passionate attack and desperate momentum like Zylzy. Pokemon, water gun. Reflecting on this, he commanded Pokemon to pursue the victory of the snowboy without changing his expression. Puff. Aunt Sima couldn't help laughing. It seems that your little trick of distracting attention is useless, Liu. Just when the two of them were talking, the snowboy buried under the broken ice had quietly changed its position. But all this was seen by Zay and Pokemon. So the water gun directly hit the snowboy away. Liubo twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether it was a smile. Not bad. They smiled slightly. He has used this move many times. Don't try to fool him. Catch up and slap. Poga without the interference of the shadow clone. Pokemon was very arrogant. It rushed towards the unstable snowboy with a white light. Z. A sharp cry came out of the snowboy's mouth. Pokemon's body trembled, but his hands still hit the snowboy hard. The snowboy rolled on the ice for several times and couldn't stand up. The last water gun. The small blue water column attacked the snowboy with impact force. It soon lost its ability to fight. The snowboy lost its ability to fight. Pokemon 1. Please ask the gym leader Liubo to send the next Pokémon. May I ask if the challenger needs to change the Pokémon? Facing Aunt Sima's question, Tetsuya and Pokemon shook their heads at the same time. Their eyes were on the second Pokémon that appeared. This was a guy who looked quite fierce. The main color is black, the tail is red, the claws are silver white. There are small golden dots on the forehead and chest, and the left ear is red. It is a nice and evil type. At this time, the urine is sticking out its tongue to lick its sharp claws and the nearby fur. Its eyes are slightly narrowed, emitting a chilling light. Pokemon took a step back involuntarily and then shouted angrily. Psychic power characteristics. ZHE also made a judgment immediately. From the description, the elves with spiritual power simply will not fall into a state of shrinking, but in fact they have a wider range of functions. In addition to being able to suppress elves with spiritual power like the mythical beast, the elves with this characteristic will also be more talented in superpowers. It is really not talented. The state given by the spiritual power characteristic will make its momentum further condensed, which can be regarded as an extremely weakened version of the mythical beast. Just like what the urine is doing now. But the pressure brought by the concentration of spiritual power is not a threatening characteristic after all. For Pokémon, who has a strong self-esteem, this behavior is undoubtedly unacceptable. Its eyes were ablaze with anger. It was not so angry, even when it had no way to attack the snow boy. They still attacked first. Pokémon use water play. Provocation. In the angry eyes of Pokémon, Ira raised one of his claws with a disdainful smile and hooked it. Pokémon, whose emotions had reached a critical point, not only did not use water play under the effect of the provocation skill, but the water gun he sprayed was also extremely messy. Ira just twisted his body and dodged. There was a cunning light in his eyes. Calm down, Pokémon. Zay's light shout did not work. Liubo's provocation was surprisingly effective. Lightning flash, then metal claw. Ira kicked his legs on the ground, and the next moment he turned into a white light and rushed towards Pokémon. Ripet's claws crossed and swung, leaving several deep scars on Pokémon's body. The intense pain made Pokémon get rid of his anger for a while. Then, his eyes went dark. Ira, who came to the back and made continuous grabbing attacks, caused considerable damage to Pokémon. He stretched out his claws to provoke ZHE, and Ira climbed up a nearby icicle. ZHE also took Pokémon back without saying a word. The little guy still needs to learn more in many aspects, especially this character, which is a double-edged sword. Then I'll leave it to you. Ice Vulpix. KO. The Snow White Ice Vulpix stood elegantly on the ice. The Alola Vulpix is really a rare ice elf. Liubo's sharp eyes softened a lot. His love for ice elves is beyond words. Ira sat on the top of the icicle and stared blankly at the beautiful ice Vulpix below. It is undoubtedly a male with a slender left ear. Ula stretched out its claws to cover its chest. It felt like it was in love. Ice Vulpix, use coquetry. Zay caught this point sharply. He gave the command with a smile on his face. This can be regarded as giving someone a taste of his own medicine. Just now, Liubo used Pokémon's anger and provoked him to solve it in an instant. Now Zay can naturally use Ula's love to charm him. Ice Vulpix sat obediently on the ice, and its big eyes looked up at Ula on the high ground, as if it was emitting water. KO. Along with the little guy's soft cry, a pink energy enveloped Ula's body. Chapter 449 Frozen Badge. Ula made a shy cry, and his whole body immediately relaxed. In this situation, its aggressiveness and attack power dropped significantly. Tetsua's face was full of smiles. Pursue the victory and use charm. Ice Vulpix adjusted its posture again, and its cloud-like tail swung gently. As the pink heart flashed, Ula used his hands and feet to climb down from the top of the icicle. The originally fierce eyes had turned into the shape of a heart. It turned around Ice Vulpix, ignoring the arrogant attitude of Ice Vulpix, who disdained to talk to it. Liubo frowned and called it several times, but it couldn't wake it up. Aunt Simmer explained the reason. This child seems to have reached the age to find a partner. He has been a little active recently. Although Liubo is a trainer, it is Aunt Simmer who has been nurturing and taking care of the gym Pokémon. So she is very clear about the changes in these children. As a member of the single land group egg group, the charm of Ice Vulpix is unprecedented in the eyes of Ula, not to mention that the attributes of the two Pokémon are quite compatible. Moves such as coquettish and charming are quite special. The size of its effect depends not only on the strength, but more on the charm of the Pokémon itself. Moreover, different races, different egg groups, and different attributes will affect the effect of the final skill. For example, if Mongoose uses Charm on the spinner, it is estimated that the effect of Charm will not be much, but it will fight more fiercely. Of course, generally speaking, the stronger the Pokémon, the more charming it is. Not only because of instinctive choice, but also because in the process of becoming stronger, the hair and mental state of the Pokémon will change accordingly. Every champion level Pokémon is in extremely perfect physical condition. However, this is not absolute. The simplest example is the Pokémon cultivated by an ordinary rookie trainer. Even if the strength is ahead, the charm of his Pokémon may not be comparable to that of some of the little guys carefully cultivated by the breeder. Even if the former is 1 against 2 or even 1 against 3, the latter is possible. This also led to many beauty pageants being held in the Pokémon world, where the judging criteria were based on the charm of a Pokémon itself. Anyway, ZHE didn't understand how those judges judged the charm of Pokémon from a human perspective. But judging from the results, they did quite well. Back to the gym battle. First, he acted like a spoiled child, and then he was charming. This combination of skills made the young Yura completely fall under the Ice Vulpix. It turned a deaf ear to Liubo's call. Ice Vulpix smeared Yura's face with ice cubes with a look of disgust. It didn't expect that the ugly guy on the opposite side would stick to it desperately. That's right, although Yura thought Ice Vulpix was very beautiful, or to say that for most Pokémon, Ice Vulpix's charm was very high, but on the contrary, in Ice Vulpix's eyes, Yura really didn't look that good. It was probably because of the temperament problem caused by Yura's evil attribute. From ZHE's point of view as a trainer, this Yura in the Kaji gym was still very handsome. The hair is very smooth, the claws are sharp enough, the yellow gems on the forehead and chest are shining enough, and the 3 red hairs on the tail are slender and beautiful. In all aspects, this shows that Aunt Summer is an exceptional breeder. Regarding the way that Ice Vulpix used ice cubes to cover his face to keep a distance, the fascinated Eula was not angry, but instead twitched his nose like a pervert, and occasionally licked the ice cubes with his tongue. Liubo's mouth twitched subconsciously. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been so embarrassed. Ahem. ZHE also coughed awkwardly. This Eula has a very strange hobby. Although many ice elves feed on ice and snow, most of them are mainly formed naturally. Licking ice cubes formed by this energy is somewhat abnormal. Your Ice Vulpix smells like the old guy in the north. Liubo stared at Ice Vulpix and observed it for a while and said something shocking. Yes, I met it once, before during a mission of the Alliance, and Ice Vulpix absorbed its transparent chiffon. Surprised, ZHE also nodded in response to Liubo. He didn't find it strange that Liubo knew Articuno on the snow mountain. The distance between the two was so close, it would be strange if Articuno didn't notice it. The key is that Liubo knew that Ice Vulpix had the breath of Articuno with his naked eyes and perception, which was the most exaggerated. Aunt Summer interrupted. As for Articuno, that guy hasn't been here for a long time. He just flies in the sky all day and doesn't come down to eat before leaving. There was some complaint in her tone. Sure enough, Aunt Summer, who holds multiple positions, is not an ordinary person. When talking about Articuno, the mythical beast is no different from ordinary elves in her mouth. But the energy of that guy is very attractive to ice elves. No wonder Eula is so obsessed with it, Aunt Summer said with a smile. She also said another reason for Eula's current state. No matter how beautiful Vulpix is, or how restless Articuno is, it would not fall into such an obsession so directly after being carefully cultivated. The key is that Vulpix is still in the process of absorbing the transparent chiffon from Articuno in recent days. The overflowing energy fluctuations became the final catalyst. In this regard, several people have no good solution. 3 minutes later, Aunt Summer decisively raised the flag in her hand. Articuno has lost the will to fight, and Vulpix wins. KO after 3 minutes of torture, Vulpix finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked at its old father for help. Come back, Vulpix, you have worked hard. ZHE also took out its Pokeball and took Vulpix back and comforted the autistic Vulpix. He didn't expect the plot to develop like this. In such a long journey, there have been few games where players were judged to lose due to special abnormal states. It seems that he will inevitably be scratched by Vulpix when he returns. As soon as Vulpix disappeared, Articuno immediately returned to normal. Sigh. It bared its teeth and looked at Tetsuya. Liubo took back the Eura with a dark face, but he didn't say much. Go, White Sea Lion. He had to send out the third Pokémon. The White Sea Lion with two cute canine teeth was slapping its tail happily on the floating ice in the pool in the middle of the venue. Tetsuya immediately threw out the Pokeball. Fight. Night Snail. Ka the Night Snail appeared in the ice venue, holding up a spear and shouting to the sky. In the cold environment, it was not affected, but more comfortable. After all, during the period of the Jigay worm, it lived in the snow for a long time. There is no reason to say that it is not adapted to low temperatures when its strength becomes stronger. White Sea Lion, use Water Wave. Liubo was not polite at all and directly commanded the White Sea Lion to attack. In the second battle just now, the loser was Yura, and it should have been Tetsuya's Ice Vulpix to attack. But because ZHE also changed his Pokémon, the right to attack first was transferred to Liubo's side. That being said, most gym leaders would choose to give up the first attack in this situation for the sake of guidance. After all, compared with the challenger, the gym leader is not a little bit stronger. Obviously, Liubo didn't think so. He preferred to fight with all his strength. Even if it was not a battle between the main forces now, ZHE certainly didn't think it was wrong. The rules were like this. Night Snail, use Insect Song. Facing the incoming waves, he shouted. Water waves are essentially attacks formed by the vibration of water. Insect Song, a sound wave vibration move, is completely a counter-attack. But, ripples emerged in the air. Under the control of Night Snail, the ripples formed by Insect Song rushed straight towards water waves. Wow, the two skills collided with each other, and the water splashed out in all directions. With the blessing of the pool, the water waves used by the White Sea Lion not only took shape faster, but also had a slight increase in power. However, facing the insect sound of the Night Snail, the water wave still lost. The difference in the basic power of the skills themselves is the fundamental reason for this phenomenon. The water flow fell on the ice field, making it even more difficult to land on the already smooth field. The remaining insect sound attacks still rushed towards the White Sea Lion. In response, the White Sea Lion just gently patted the fin-like objects on both sides of its body, and its seemingly heavy body flexibly fell into the water. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared on the water. The streamlined body greatly reduced the resistance of the White Sea Lion in the water. It is not good at moving on land, but it is extremely fast in the water. Boom. The insect sound sank into the water and stirred up layers of water. But it did not cause too much damage to the White Sea Lion. Soon, the White Sea Lion landed again on an ice floe on the other side. Night Snail, Acid Bomb. It was precisely because of this action that the Night Snail once again took the initiative to attack. The acid with a corrosive smell sprayed from its body and filled the sky of the entire field. For the White Sea Lion, which is also good at defense, destroying its defense ability is the key to the victory of the Night Snail. In this regard, Liubo was not in a hurry. Water flowing, resist. Blue water was drawn out from the pool and surrounded the White Sea Lion. With its soft hum, the water flow ring expanded in all directions. Zzzz the moment it collided with the acid, a grinning sound was heard. The water flow ring with a recovery effect showed special ability against the poisonous acid bomb. Under its resistance and defense, only a very small amount of acid approached the White Sea Lion. The White Sea Lion just raised a water curtain with its big tail to solve the problem. Not only that, its spirit was even more excited. The Night Snail was not idle either. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it quickly moved its body to the pool in the center of the venue. This is a truly fast movement. On the ice, the Night Snail, with its body covered with smooth armor, was actually much faster, and did not even need to consume too much physical strength to burst out. It must be said that this situation was somewhat beyond Tetsuya's expectations. So, maybe Ice Ninetales and Night Snail will have a good cooperation? He thought in his mind, and did not stop commanding, use Sword Dance to break. The two night guns of Night Snail passed across the ice. While stopping the inertial movement of its body, its attack ability quietly rose to a high level. White Sea Lion, use Freezing Beam. The Night Snail, which stopped moving, immediately welcomed the attack of Liubo and White Sea Lion. Not good. Tetsuya's face changed. As he thought, the first target of the freezing beam was not Night Snail, but the ice surface. To be precise, it was the water flow on the ice. This was the remains left by the initial water wave. Kalala, the sound of the freezing water flow sounded. The spreading icicles soon came under the Night Snail. The hard ice tightly entangled its armor and made it unable to move, break it and use the stand. Absolute Zero. The voices of the two trainers sounded almost at the same time. Liubo's tactics were very simple, that is, to restrict the movement of Night Snail and then defeat the enemy with one blow. Although Absolute Zero has various limitations, its power is unquestionable. Under similar levels, the defensive Night Snail will not only lose its combat capability directly if it takes on Absolute Zero, but at least more than half of its physical strength will disappear without a trace. Moreover, the freezing state that follows will also have negative effects. Fortunately, Zaya's reaction was fast enough. When the white sea lion was still using the freezing beam, he keenly noticed Liubo's next move, so he responded directly. The Night Snail raised the night gun without hesitation and smashed the ice under him. Pop! The next moment, a dazzling white beam of light swept across the body of the Night Snail with cold air. With the help of the environment, the white sea lion's Absolute Zero was released at an astonishing speed. The horn on its head was still shining with residual fluctuations of ice energy. Zaya breathed a sigh of relief. The Night Snail in the beam of light gradually dissipated, and another Night Snail, panting, reappeared not far away. At the critical moment, it successfully transferred its position by giving up a quarter of its physical strength. It was a big burden for the Night Snail to consume so much energy all at once. However, the white sea lion was also in a bad state. After using the ice-type ultimate move of Absolute Zero, it seemed unusually depressed. In a short period of time, the power of the ice-type skills it used would undoubtedly decrease a lot. Very good prediction. Liubo leaned on his crutches and expressed his approval of Zhe's reaction just now. Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. The control characteristics of the ice system in Liubo's hands showed the violence of the fire system, which really caught people off guard. Night Snail, another insect chirp. Of course, he would not miss this good opportunity and commanded the Night Snail to attack without stopping. The Night Snail took a deep breath, and ripples flashed in the air again. But this time, although the white sea lion, who was in poor physical condition, made an evasive move, it was still affected a lot. Woo! It screamed in pain. With the same action, the Night Snail took advantage of the interval between attacks and rushed directly onto the floating ice in the pool. The fat under the white sea lion's snow-white fur was exposed under its night's gun. Cross scissors. A cross of light blades was swung by the Night Snail. The white sea lion was hit into the air before it could react. Then, the head of the Night Snail shone with a steel-like color. The last iron head. Tetsua's voice rang out. The floating ice, where the Night Snail was located, suddenly broke. It burst out at an extremely high speed and rushed towards the falling white sea lion with its hands hanging by its side. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed in the air. The white sea lion rolled and fell on the ice. While smashing a series of marks, its eyes also turned in circles involuntarily. The Night Snail fell heavily into the water and emerged after a long time. The white sea lion has lost its ability to fight, and the Night Snail has won. The three Pokémons of the challenge gym leader Liubo have all lost their ability to fight. The winner of this battle is Tetsuya from Kanto Tokiwa. Aunt Sima quickly announced the result. A hexagonal badge flew towards Tetsuya's face, with a snowflake pattern in the middle. He subconsciously reached out to take it. Young man, you are very skilled. Aunt Sima, the instigator, raised her thumb. In response, Zhe could only smile helplessly. Chapter 450, Pamphlet and the Strongest. After putting the frozen badge of Kaji Jim into the badge box, Zhe was very satisfied with his collection. Except for the two badges that replaced the Tokiwa green badge and the golden gold badge, all the badges he obtained were the badges of the 8 major gyms in the region. Even for those two badges, the ranking of their gyms was also at the forefront of the Kanto region. This is quite convincing. The reason why the 8 major gyms in the region are the 8 major gyms is not only considering the history, cities and other issues, but more importantly, it represents the strength of the gyms. The stronger the gym, the more difficult it will be to get their badges. The apprentices of the top-ranked gym in the region and the apprentices of the last-ranked gym in the region are not on the same level. In the past, there have been cases where the title of the 8 major gyms has changed hands, but in the end, without exception, they will become the original 8. Similar to the Alliance regional competition, the gyms also have their own competitions. The competition on the St. Anu that they participated in on behalf of the Nabi gym was at most an exchange between gyms. In the real regional gym master competition and even the world gym master competition, the gym players must meet very strict conditions. For people in the Pokémon world, the victory or defeat of Pokémon battles is the best way to resolve conflicts, which makes any competitions everywhere. Gym battles are just a special category, and there are countless other attribute competitions, fun competitions, or mixed competitions. If it is a normal trainer's journey, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to fully walk through a region and experience various competitions and scenery. This is still based on the premise that Pokémon are used as a means of transportation. The badges and the rankings of the results of various competitions are the best proof of the strength of a trainer. After putting the badge box away, ZHE also raised his own questions to Liubo, or asked for advice. The cultivation of Ice Vulpix and Ice Ninetale. Liubo frowned slightly when he heard ZHE's words. I may not be able to help you with this. Liu hasn't cultivated a new partner for a long time. Those just now are the descendants of his old friends, or some little guys who are deposited with me. Aunt Summer explained, and Ice Vulpix is a Pokémon that was discovered recently. Neither of us has been involved in related fields. The cultivation and training of Pokémons are both very particular about Pokémon studies and experience. For a newly discovered Pokémon, even if you are good at breeding similar Pokémon, it takes a long time to conduct experiments and summarize. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to the Pokémon. Is that so? Zay was a little disappointed. He thought that as an Ice Attribute Master, Liubo should have a lot of suggestions. Unexpectedly, the other party no longer breeds new Pokémon partners. Come to think of it, for an old man, forming a bond with a new Pokémon is actually not a good thing for both parties. Looking at all the regions in the entire alliance, most trainers do this when they are old. However, I do have some personal experience summaries of breeding Ice Pokémon that I can give you. Although not all of them are suitable for Ice Vulpix and Ice Ninetale, there are still a lot of references. Liubo, who was leaning on a cane, changed the subject and took out a thin booklet from his clothes. Zay's eyes lit up at once. This situation, if placed in the martial arts novels of the previous life, would definitely be a transmission of skills. The experience summary of a trainer above the champion, even if it is a pig, can copy it to the level of a king. He happily took the booklet from Liubo. When he opened it, ZHE was stunned. The booklet was not a handwritten summary of experience, but printed. Turning to the last page, the words you on the group printing and publishing were clearly listed. Ahem. ZHE almost choked to death on his own saliva. Think about it, this is wholesale? Question mark? The feeling of a hermit passing on skills disappeared in an instant. Aunt Simmer laughed. There is no way. Our gym also needs to generate income, don't worry. This version is not the basic one circulated outside. The content is much simpler and more complete. She patted ZHE's shoulder and said, I remember that ALIU also made a lot of annotations on it. I believe it will be of great help to you. ZHE hurriedly flipped through it briefly. As expected, most of the pages were written in elegant handwriting. About the changes in the shape of the ice gravel skill and the related energy manipulation training, about the linkage use of the blizzard skill and the snowfall characteristic, the method of using white fog to achieve the effect of the snow hiding characteristic in blizzard weather. The basic content was not surprising to ZHE, but the content of these essays made him want to learn. Just by glancing at it, he found a lot of training programs that are now applicable to Ice Vulpix. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. Liubo said stiffly, and then turned around and left the battlefield with his crutches. ZHE bowed slightly to the old man to express his gratitude. Although it seems very unkind, and seems to be a bit distant from Liubo's behavior just now, it is not difficult to see that he is still very caring towards ZHE. Aunt Zimmer was very dissatisfied with Liubo's attitude. She had a very good impression of the two young people. Come on, do you want to go to the back mountain to exercise together? She greeted ZHE and Zyogang in a heroic manner. No, we still have something to do, so we won't disturb the two seniors. ZHE quickly rejected Aunt Zimmer's invitation. After staying in the underground cave for nearly a week, he now wants to have a good rest. Xiaogang was somewhat curious about the meaning of Aunt Zimmer's words. Don't we need to wait here for the next challenger? No need. Aunt Zimmer waved her hand. RLIU usually only accepts one challenge a day. Although she was the referee of the league, Aunt Zimmer turned a blind eye to Liubo's blatant violation of the league's gym challenge rules. Like Xiaobo, this old man is not a person who follows the rules. Or rather, in the profession of trainers, there are not many people who are as diligent as to abide by most of the rules. After saying goodbye again, Tetsuya and Xiaogang slipped out of the side door of Kaji Gym. Let's go to the Pokémon Center next. Xiaogang looked at the sky and suggested. Yeah. Tetsuya nodded. Take a break, and by the way, I want to talk to Professor Oak about that Pokémon. Okay, I'll go to your room later. The two chatted and laughed as they headed towards the Pokémon Center in Kaju Town. After a while, after finishing the Pokémon treatment and taking a short break, Tetsuya and Xiaogang sat on the sofa in the room together. The former casually dialed the number of the Oak Research Institute. Hello, this is Oak Research Institute in Pallet Town. Dr. Oak is currently conducting research. If you have anything to say, please leave a message and the assistant will collect and convey it. Dr. Oak's voice came out, but it was related to the message. I'm Tetsuya. I have something to communicate with Dr. Oak. Please inform Dr. Oak as soon as possible so that he can reply. Tetsuya seemed very skilled. Generally speaking, if there is nothing important, he will not call Dr. Oak's private phone without prior notice. Although Dr. Oak does not mind him doing so. Anyway, the assistants in the institute will count the messages almost every half an hour, so it's okay to wait for a while. If an acquaintance like Tetsuya calls, or if there is something semi-urgent to communicate, the assistant will immediately notify Dr. Oak. This is also to prevent Dr. Oak from being disturbed when he is really conducting very important research. Sure enough, not long after hanging up the message, Dr. Oak's private communication rang on Tetsuya's watch. Zaya, what do you want to talk to me about? We have basically studied your moon bear, which is the evolved form of the circle bear. As shown in the video recording you gave me, this big guy is very similar to the Pangyan monster in terms of ability. The difference is that this big guy's physical strength is much stronger than the Pangyan monster. In addition, the most important thing is that it has an additional ability to manipulate peat. Combined with the several peat blocks you found in its nest, we guess that it is likely that it needs to carry this prop to evolve at night. However, there are not many circle bears in our institute, and it is their estrus period recently. The specific evolutionary conditions are still to be summarized in the research records. As soon as the phone was connected, Dr. Oak spoke excitedly before Tetsuya could say anything. It seems that in the past 10 days or so, he has devoted himself to the moon bear. After all, it is visible to the naked eye that he has heavy dark circles under his eyes. Drive Oak, you still have to take care of your health. Tetsuya expressed his concern about Dr. Oak's physical condition. Based on his understanding of Dr. Oak, the other party should have eaten instant noodles for 3 meals a day these days. It's nothing more than whether it's far-fetched or slowpokes. It's okay, I know. Professor Oak said with a smile. The reason I came to see you this time is because I seem to have captured another Pokémon that I haven't discovered before. The next moment, Tetsuya's words froze Professor Oak's smile on his face. Professor Oak knows his body very well. It's okay to do such research once in a while, but it's really too much to do it twice in a row. After all, he is not as energetic as he was when he was young. However, Professor Oak is more curious about another thing. Why do you always encounter Pokémon like this? It's been many years since we discovered new Pokémon species. If Tetsuya's background was not very clear, he would suspect that the other party was Jirachi or even the illegitimate child of Arceus. Tetsuya didn't know how to explain this. Maybe it's luck. Xiaogang rolled his eyes silently. That's right. Professor Oak accepted this statement. Your pockets probably brought you a lot of good luck. But it's rare to have such good luck. Bring it to the research institute for me to take a closer look. He didn't stop talking about Pocket's research. After a few simple words, the topic quickly returned to the main topic. Through the information transmission function of the Pockets Encyclopedia, Tetsuya transmitted the content of the unknown bear Pockets to Professor Oak. This Pockets. Professor Oak was relieved when he saw it. Fortunately, it was not a truly undiscovered Pockets. At least he didn't have to stay up all night to study it. Professor Oak, do you know what Pockets this is? Tetsuya asked hurriedly. Well, but your luck is really ridiculous. Professor Oak exclaimed. This is the legendary Pokémon in the Galar region, the Martial Bear Master. This should be its one-hit evolution form, with the attributes of fighting plus evil. Another form is called the Combo Flow, with the attributes of fighting plus water. They usually live in mountainous areas. It's not uncommon for you to meet it in Maribo Mountain. I just didn't expect that there are such Pokémon living in our Kanto city. I thought they were Pokémon unique to the Galar region. Tetsuya couldn't hear Professor Oak's words clearly. He only heard the first few words, legendary Pokémon. This is the name used to describe mythical Pokémon and legendary Pokémon. Tetsuya's eyes were a little dizzy. He has subdued a legendary Pokémon? Although he doesn't seem to be strong enough. Professor Oak certainly knew what Tetsuya was thinking. Although it is a legendary Pokémon, the existence of Martial Bear Master is more like an extremely rare version of Windy Dog. The reason why it is called a legendary Pokémon is that in addition to leaving many legends in history like Windy Dog, it is also because of a powerful trainer in the Galar region. Tetsuya was also surprised. Because of a trainer? Yes, that trainer is the strongest in Galar, and may also be the strongest in the world. Professor Oak nodded and revealed the shocking news. It is really hard for Tetsuya to imagine how strong a trainer is, that a Pokémon in his team would be given the title of a legendary Pokémon. What is the name of that trainer? He asked. Mastered. He is a trainer specializing in fighting, and he is also good at fighting. And he is traveling around the world. Maybe you will meet him one day. After all, you are so lucky. Professor Oak said with a smile. Tetsuya didn't comment. Then who is stronger between the two and Eliubo? The strongest trainer he met now is Eliubo. At least he has never seen a second Pokémon between the champion and the third level god, the kind that the trainer personally cultivated. In a one-on-one battle, Eliu should be able to fight, but in a full-scale battle, there is no way. Professor Oak was not surprised that Tetsuya knew Eliubo's true strength and gave an answer. After thinking about it, Tetsuya immediately had an idea. A main force team with almost all third level gods? His eyes were full of eager flames. Since there are senior trainers who can do this, there is no reason why he can't do it. That's right. The first thing Tetsuya thought of was not to ask this so-called strongest trainer for advice, but to ask if he had a chance to surpass the other party. Of course, Mashid's title of strongest also has a premise. Simply speaking of the Pokémon he cultivated, he is most likely the strongest trainer in the Pokémon world. But, this does not include the Divine Beast Master. Not only Kona has friendship with Articuno, but Joai, Junsha, most of the families, and even the Alliance, many of them have close relationships with the mythical beast. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.